Brandon Walsh found Emily Watson's GoPro half buried in sand at the mouth of Orderville Canyon. Its case cracked but the SD card intact. The last file timestamp read 6:47 p.m., 31 hours ago, and when he played it on the camera's tiny screen, his hand started shaking before the 10-second mark. Emily's face filled the frame, eyes wide, whispering, "Brandon, if you find this..." Then the camera jerked sideways and captured something running on 4 legs that briefly stood on 2, something with a coyote's body and a man's hands, something that turned toward the lens with Emily's own face looking back at her from a wolf's skull before the recording cut to black. Brandon had been a ranger at Zion National Park for 8 months, transferred from Colorado after the Cascade Fire Department decided his PTSD made him a liability. 2 years since he'd watched 3 of his crew burn when the wildfire jumped the containment line. 2 years since he'd been the only one who made it out of that canyon, lungs scorched, skin blistered, alive when better men weren't. The nightmares still came every third night like clockwork. The smell of burning pine, the sound of Danny screaming into the radio as the flames closed in, the way Michaels had looked at him with something like forgiveness right before the smoke took him. The therapist in Denver had suggested exposure therapy in a controlled environment. Working in national parks, surrounded by wilderness but away from active firefighting, Brandon had laughed, bitter, sharp, and taken the Zion posting because running away to Utah felt more honest than pretending therapy would fix what was broken. Now he knelt in sand that radiated heat even at 7:30 a.m., the GoPro growing slick in his palm as sweat mixed with the fine red dust that covered everything in the Narrows. Emily Watson had been missing for 37 hours. 23 years old, seasonal naturalist, enthusiastic about desert ecology to the point of annoying the permanent staff with facts about cryptobiotic soil. She'd signed out for a solo day hike to Orderville Canyon yesterday morning. Permit good until 7 p.m. Expected back at the visitor center by nightfall. When she didn't return, Brandon had volunteered for the search before anyone asked. Something about Emily reminded him of his younger sister. Same determined optimism, same assumption that the world was fundamentally safe if you just followed the rules and respected nature. His sister had never seen him after the fire, had never watched him wake up screaming, had missed the 6-month period where he couldn't look at a candle without his pulse spiking to 140. Brandon played the video again, 40 seconds total. Emily's whisper, "Brandon, if you find this, don't come looking for me. There's something wrong in Orderville. The tracks I've been following, they change. Coyote prints becoming human, human becoming something else. I know how that sounds. I know. But I saw it. Saw something wearing a cougar's body stand up on 2 legs and speak with my father's voice. It knew things, Brandon. Private things Dad said to me before he died. It shouldn't be possible, but..." The camera movement. Sudden and violent, Emily running, her breathing ragged. A flash of canyon wall, of sky, of something pale and wrong moving with that horrible 4 legs then 2 gait. The thing turning, and for one crystal clear frame, Brandon could see what Emily had seen. A wolf's skull atop a human spine, the jaw working in patterns that mimicked speech and set in those empty eye sockets, Emily's own eyes. Her exact hazel green with the ring of gold, staring at her from something that had stolen her face. Then nothing. Black screen. File corrupted or deliberately ended. Brandon's radio crackled. "Walsh, this is base. You at the Orderville Junction yet?" He keyed the transmit. "Affirmative. Found Watson's GoPro. Last footage is disturbing. Requesting additional SR personnel and..." He paused. And what? Report that the video showed a shape-shifting creature? He'd be pulled off the search, sent for psychological evaluation, probably fired. And possible wildlife encounter. Something spooked her badly. Copy. What kind of wildlife? Brandon looked at the canyon ahead, at the slot where Orderville Creek carved through Navajo sandstone, walls rising 1,000 feet on either side. The Narrows section was one of the most dangerous hikes in Zion. Flash flood potential, extreme heat, limited escape routes. And according to every geological survey, every ranger report, completely safe from predators beyond the occasional rattlesnake. "Unknown," he said finally, proceeding into Orderville to continue search. Negative, Walsh. Weather Service is calling for afternoon thunderstorms. Flash flood risk is elevated. Return to base. Brandon thought about Emily Watson, 23 years old, alone in a slot canyon with something that wore animal bodies and spoke with dead men's voices. Thought about Danny and Michaels and the third man whose name he still couldn't say aloud. About being the one who survived while better people died. "I'm losing signal," Brandon said into the radio, then switched it off before dispatch could respond. The Orderville Canyon entrance was a narrow cleft in red sandstone, the creek running clear and cold despite the brutal July heat. Brandon's pack held 3 liters of water, emergency bivvy, first aid kit, rope, headlamp, and his personal gear. Garmin InReach mini satellite communicator, iPhone with offline maps, backup battery pack. The GoPro went into a waterproof case on his chest rig. If he found something, he wanted evidence. The canyon swallowed him within 50 feet. Temperature dropped 20 degrees in the shade, the walls so narrow in places that Brandon had to turn sideways to squeeze through, his pack scraping sandstone. The creek ran ankle deep here, the current gentle, the sound of water echoing in strange harmonics off the curved walls. At the half-mile mark, he found the first print. Human foot, bare, pressed into wet sand. Normal. Then 10 feet later, the same foot but elongated, toes stretched into something more like claws, the heel narrowed. Then 10 feet beyond that, a coyote's paw print, except the dew claw was wrong, positioned like a human thumb, with the articulation to grasp. Brandon photographed each print with his iPhone, the camera struggling in the mixed light of deep shadow and reflected glare. His hands were steady. That was good. During the bad months after the fire, his hands had shaken constantly, fine tremor that made it impossible to hold coffee without spilling. A sound echoed from deeper in the canyon. Voice. Human. Calling his name. "Brandon. Brandon, help me." Emily's voice. But wrong. The cadence too perfect, the desperation too performed, like someone reading from a script about what fear should sound like. Brandon's throat closed. The fire had sounded like that too. A roar that was almost voice-like, almost intelligent, like something that understood what it was consuming. He moved forward, one hand on the bench-made folding knife on his belt. Stupid. What would a knife do against something that could reshape its skeleton at will? But the weight was comforting anyway. The canyon widened into a pool, waist-deep. The water so clear Brandon could see his shadow on the sandy bottom 15 feet down. On the far side, Emily Watson sat on a rock ledge, her hiking clothes soaked, her hair plastered to her skull, her face turned toward him with an expression of profound relief. "Brandon. Oh, thank God. My ankle. I think it's broken. I've been stuck here since yesterday. Did you get my camera? Did you see the footage?" Brandon stopped 20 feet away, water swirling around his thighs. His pulse was doing that thing again. The rapid acceleration that meant his body had recognized danger before his brain processed it. "Emily?" he said carefully. "Yes. Who else would it be?" She laughed, too loud, the sound bouncing off canyon walls in overlapping waves. "I'm so glad you came. Everyone else would have turned back because of the flood warnings." "Stand up," Brandon said. "I told you my ankle. Stand up. Now." The thing wearing Emily's face smiled, and the expression was almost right but not quite. The muscles pulling in sequences that suggested someone learning to operate a face from the inside. It stood smoothly, no limp, no hesitation, and Brandon saw that its feet were wrong. Human toes, but too long, the joints bending backward slightly. "You're not her," Brandon said. "No," it agreed, and Emily's voice fractured into harmonics, multiple tones speaking in unison. "But I wore her for a while. Warm girl. Tasted like sunscreen and fear. She fought longer than most. Kept screaming about how this wasn't scientifically possible." The thing laughed with Emily's mouth. "Science. Such a fragile construct. Your people explain away what you don't understand and call it knowledge." Brandon's hand found the knife. "Where is she? The real Emily?" "Gone. Consumed. I needed her shape. Her voice, her memories. The consumption is total. The thing took a step into the pool, water rippling around ankles that bent wrong. But you interest me more, Brandon Walsh. The one who survived fire. The one who carries dead men in his head. I can smell trauma on you like smoke. Would you like to see them again? Your crew? I can wear their faces. Can speak with their voices. Can show you exactly what they looked like when the flames took them. Brandon's vision grayed at the edges. Flashback imminent. He recognized the symptoms. Tunnel vision, time dilation, the sensation of heat on skin that wasn't really there. He bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste copper, using pain to anchor himself to present reality. The Navajo have names for you, he said, voice steady, despite his pulse trying to burst through his chest wall. Skinwalker, Yi Naldlushi, witch who walks on 4 legs. The thing tilted Emily's head too far, vertebrae popping. The Dine fear us for good reason. We violated their most sacred taboos to gain this power. Killed family members, wore their skin, learned to walk in any form we choose. Your park is built on our hunting ground, Brandon Walsh. This canyon belonged to us, long before your people carved names into stone and called it conservation. It moved closer. Brandon stepped back, but the pool was deep here, the current stronger, his boots finding no purchase on slick stone. I can wear the fire for you, it whispered with Emily's voice. Can show you how Danny looked with his skin melting, how Michael screamed, how the third one, what was his name, Brandon? The name you can't say? Johnson, Brandon forced out. His name was Johnson. Johnson. The thing savored the name, tongue moving behind Emily's teeth in ways human tongues didn't. I can be Johnson. Can let you save him this time. Would you like that? Would you like to rewrite your failure? The thing's form rippled. Emily's face remained, but the body beneath began shifting. Bones reorganizing with sounds like green wood breaking, skin stretching over a frame that was growing, changing, becoming something else. Brandon ran. Not a decision. Pure animal response. He splashed through the pool, lost his footing, went under briefly into water so cold it stopped his breath, surfaced gasping and scrambled for the far shore, for the narrow continuation of the canyon where the walls closed in tight enough that something large couldn't follow easily. Behind him, the thing laughed. A chorus of voices now, Emily and others, male voices, children's voices, an elderly woman's voice, all speaking in terrible harmony. Run, Brandon Walsh. We enjoy the hunt. The fear seasons the meat. The canyon became a nightmare of narrow passages and waist-deep pools, of places where Brandon had to swim with his pack held overhead, of sections where the walls closed in so tight he could touch both sides with elbows extended. The thing followed. He could hear it moving, sometimes splashing through water, sometimes the scrape of claws on stone, sometimes the slap of bare human feet, and voices. Always voices. Danny's voice from 2 years ago. Brandon, help me, the fire jumped the line, where are you? Michael's. I can't breathe, the smoke, please. Johnson. Why did you leave us? Why did you run? His sister's voice, though his sister was alive in Phoenix. I'm ashamed of you, Brandon. You let them die. His mother. My cowardly son. My failure. Emily Watson. You could have saved me if you'd been braver. Brandon's lungs burned. His legs were lead. The canyon walls seemed to pulse, seemed to lean inward with each breath. The sandstone becoming organic, becoming throat, becoming the gullet of something vast swallowing him whole. He burst into a wider section and stopped, gasping. Dead end. Sheer wall rising 200 feet, no handholds, no way forward. The creek flowed from a slot near the top, water falling in a thin stream that evaporated before reaching the pool below. Trapped. The thing appeared at the far end of the chamber, but it wasn't wearing Emily anymore. It had chosen Johnson's form. Perfect recreation, down to the scar on his left forearm from a childhood accident, down to the way he stood with weight on his right leg because of an old knee injury. Johnson's face smiled at Brandon with Johnson's familiar crooked grin. "End of the line, Walsh," it said with Johnson's voice, Johnson's accent, Johnson's habit of dropping consonants when tired. "Just like before, nowhere left to run. Except last time you ran while we burned. This time I think you stay." The thing began to change again. Johnson's face melted, reformed, became something that was part human and part coyote, and part something older, something that predated both species. It dropped to 4 legs, then stood on 2, then seemed to exist in both states simultaneously. Quantum superposition of predator forms. Brandon's back hit the canyon wall. No escape. No way out. Just like the fire. Just like watching the flames close in while his crew screamed for help he couldn't give. His hand found the inReach satellite communicator. Useless for calling help. Rescue would take hours he didn't have. But it had one other function. He activated the SOS beacon. The thing laughed. "Who will save you, Brandon Walsh? Your God? Your Rangers? By the time they arrive, I'll be wearing you. We'll walk out of this canyon with your face. We'll go to your home. We'll live your life. I've done it before. Easier than you'd think. Humans see what they expect to see." Brandon's thumb found the GoPro controls on his chest rig. He activated record. "My name is Brandon Walsh," he said clearly. "I'm in Orderville Canyon, Zion National Park. If you find this footage, know that the Navajo legends are real. Skinwalkers exist. They can take any form. Trust no one who comes out of this canyon, even if they look like me. Even if they have my memories. Especially then." The thing tilted its head. Too far again, always too far. Brave words, but footage can be explained away. Hallucination, heat stroke, psychological break from PTSD. Your people are very good at denial. It lunged. Brandon threw himself sideways into the pool, diving deep. The water's cold, shocking his system into crystal clarity. He opened his eyes underwater and saw the thing above him. Saw it had followed him in. Saw its form rippling between states. Human limbs becoming animal, becoming something else entirely. And he saw something else. In the deepest part of the pool, where the water was darkest, a crevice in the rock. Small, maybe too small, but maybe not. His lungs were screaming for air. The thing was diving toward him, moving with horrible grace, its mouth open and filled with too many teeth arranged in wrong configurations. Brandon kicked hard, pulling himself down toward the crevice. His pack snagged on stone. He shrugged out of it, left it floating, and squeezed into the gap with strength born of pure terror. The space was tight enough that his chest couldn't fully expand. He wiggled forward in absolute darkness, rock scraping skin through his shirt, the passage becoming smaller. For a moment he was certain he was stuck, that he would die here wedged in stone, drowning as his air ran out. Then his hand found open space. He pulled himself forward and emerged, gasping, in an underwater cavern, some pocket of air trapped in the rock. He surfaced in darkness so complete it had texture, and breathed air that tasted of minerals and time. Behind him from the passage came the sound of something too large trying to force itself through a space too small. The scrape of claws on stone, a sound that might have been frustration or might have been laughter. Then silence. Brandon floated in the dark, his body shaking with cold and adrenaline crash, and tried to orient himself. The cavern was small. He could touch the ceiling with his hand, could swim from one wall to another in 4 strokes. But there had to be another way out. Water was flowing in from somewhere, which meant it was flowing out somewhere else. He activated his iPhone's flashlight. The beam cut through darkness, reflected off mineral-rich water, illuminated walls covered in formations that looked almost deliberate. And there, on the far wall, a passage leading up. Brandon swam toward it, his muscles cramping from cold. The passage was dry, ascending at a steep angle, narrow enough that he had to crawl. His phone's light showed scratch marks in the stone, old marks, many of them, made by claws that were sometimes animal, sometimes human, sometimes both. This was a hunting ground. How many people had the Skinwalker chased into this canyon over the years? How many had found this same escape route, only to discover it led somewhere worse? The passage opened into a chamber, and Brandon's light found bones. Human bones. A lot of them. Arranged in patterns that suggested ritual or maybe just the careful collecting of a predator who kept trophies. Skulls with elongated jaws. Rib cages that had been broken and reset in wrong configurations. Femurs that showed evidence of gnawing. Not animal gnawing, but the distinctive marks of human teeth. And in the center of the bone chamber, a figure. Not the skinwalker. Human. Female. Wearing the tattered remains of a Zion National Park Ranger uniform. Her name tag was still visible. E. Watson. Emily's eyes opened. "Brandon," she whispered, her voice raw. "You found me. Oh God, you actually found me." Brandon approached slowly, his mind cataloging injuries. Severe dehydration, signs of shock, left ankle grotesquely swollen, lacerations on arms and legs, but alive, definitely alive, her chest moving with shallow breaths. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "I don't know. It took me yesterday. Chased me into the canyon, into the pool, through the passage. I thought I was escaping, but I ended up here. It comes sometimes, wears different faces, talks with them. It's been trying to learn me. Studies how I move, how I speak. I think..." Her voice cracked. "I think it's going to replace me, wear me, and go back to the visitor center and no one will know." Brandon knelt beside her, checking her pulse. Rapid, but steady. She was in bad shape, but stable enough for the moment. "I activated my emergency beacon," he said. "Rescue will come." Emily laughed, brittle. "Rescue? You think they'll find us? You think that thing will let them?" She grabbed his arm with surprising strength. "It showed me things, Brandon. Memories. It's old. Older than the park, older than European contact. The Navajo knew to avoid this canyon. They left warnings. But we built trails anyway, brought tourists, acted like we owned the land." "The Navajo," Brandon said slowly. "Do they have ways to fight it? To kill it?" "I don't know. Maybe. But you'd need weapons we don't have. Silver. Specific ceremonies, knowledge we've lost or never had." Emily's grip tightened. "It told me it's patient. Said it can wait decades between hunts. Said it enjoys the fear more than the flesh." A sound echoed from the passage Brandon had crawled through. Scraping. Something moving in the tunnel. "It knows you're here," Emily whispered. "It's been waiting. This is its den, Brandon. This is where it brings everything it catches." The scraping grew louder. Brandon stood, putting himself between Emily and the passage entrance. His knife felt pathetically inadequate. What could steel do against something that reformed its body at will? The thing emerged, but it wasn't wearing animal form now. It had chosen human. Specifically, it had chosen Brandon. His own face looked at him from across the bone chamber. His own body moved with his mannerisms. His own voice spoke. "Interesting choice, Brandon Walsh. Most run. You stayed to protect the girl. The fire didn't burn that out of you after all." Brandon stared at himself, at the perfect recreation down to the small scar over his left eyebrow, down to the way he stood with slightly more weight on his right foot from an old hiking injury. "Let her go," Brandon said. "You want to wear someone, wear me. I'm already broken. She's got her whole life ahead of her." His double smiled. "Noble. Futile, but noble. I don't need permission, Brandon Walsh. I take what I want. But I am curious. What do you think happens when I consume you? Do your memories become mine? Do I dream your dreams? Do I carry your dead friends in my head?" "I don't know," Brandon said honestly. "Neither do I. That's why it's interesting." The double moved closer, and Brandon could see small imperfections now. The way its breathing was slightly off rhythm. The way it blinked too infrequently. The way its shadow fell at wrong angles to the light source. "Let me offer you truth," it said with his voice. "I cannot be killed by your weapons, cannot be trapped by your tools. This canyon is mine, has been mine for longer than your species has had written language. The DNA knew to offer respect, to leave gifts, to avoid sacred spaces. Your people put up signs and call it conservation." "Then what do you want?" Brandon asked. "If you're going to kill us anyway, what's the point of talking?" His double considered. I want you to understand. To know that you die not because you were unlucky, not because you made wrong choices, but because you are human and this is my territory, and that is the natural order. The deer doesn't negotiate with the wolf. The mouse doesn't bargain with the hawk. You are prey, Brandon Walsh. Accept it. Behind Brandon, Emily made a small sound. Pain or fear or both. He thought about his crew, about Danny and Michaels and Johnson burning while he ran. Thought about carrying that guilt for 2 years, about the nightmares, about the way he couldn't look at fire without his pulse spiking. Thought about the therapist saying, "You survived because you made the right choice in an impossible situation." No, Brandon said quietly. The double tilted its head. No, I'm not accepting it. I'm not prey. I'm a human being with tools and knowledge and the capacity to learn. And I know something you don't. Oh? The thing sounded amused. What secret knowledge do you possess, Broken Ranger? Brandon pulled out his iPhone. The screen showed 23% battery. Enough. He'd been recording since entering the bone chamber. Video evidence of everything. Of the skinwalker wearing his face. Of Emily alive. Of the bones. All uploading in chunks whenever his phone caught satellite signal through gaps in the rock above. I know you're not as patient as you claim, Brandon said. If you were, you wouldn't be here. You'd wait for rescue, kill them too, wear their faces. But you're here now because you're hungry. Because I activated a beacon and help is coming and you have a limited window. The double's smile faded. I know you can't hold form forever, Brandon continued, voice steady despite his racing heart. The Navajo legends say skinwalkers must return to human form to sleep. Say they're vulnerable during the change. Say they hoard the skins they've stolen because they need them to transform. He gestured at the bones. These aren't trophies, they're ingredients. You need human remains to maintain the ability. Which means this chamber is important to you. Which means you won't want it destroyed. Brandon pulled out the emergency flare from his pocket. Standard issue for rangers, meant to signal rescuers or start emergency fires. Magnesium core, burns at 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to ignite bone dust, dry tissue, the organic materials the skinwalker needed. You wouldn't, the double said, and for the first time its voice carried something like uncertainty. I survived fire once by running, Brandon said. Lost everything I cared about because I chose my life over theirs. Not this time. This time I burn it all and take you with me if I have to. He struck the flare. It ignited with a brilliant white light that filled the chamber, that made the bones cast twisted shadows, that revealed the skinwalker's true face beneath the stolen one. Something ancient and hungry and wrong. The thing screamed, not with Brandon's voice now, but with a chorus of every voice it had ever stolen. Every person it had consumed, all speaking in agonized harmony. It lunged, but Brandon was already moving, dropping the flare into the bone pile, grabbing Emily, dragging her toward the passage even as the chamber filled with smoke and heat. The bones caught fast. Dried tissue ignited. The walls themselves seemed to burn. Mineral deposits combusting, ancient organic materials that had accumulated for centuries turning to flame. The skinwalker thrashed in the inferno, its form rippling between shapes, unable to settle on any one form as the materials it needed to maintain cohesion burned away. Brandon pulled Emily into the passage, the heat pursuing them, the smoke filling the tunnel. He knew this smoke, had known it 2 years ago, had breathed it while his crew died. His body wanted to shut down, wanted to curl into fetal position and wait for unconsciousness. But Emily's hand was in his and she was alive, and this time he could save someone. They emerged into the underwater cavern. Brandon took the deepest breath his scorched lungs could manage, pulled Emily under, and swam for the crevice. Squeezed through with her, the passage scraping them both. Emily's broken ankle banging against stone as she bit back screams. They surfaced in the main pool to find the canyon filled with late afternoon light and the sound of helicopters overhead. The in-reach beacon had worked. Rescue had arrived. Brandon floated on his back, keeping Emily's head above water, and watched the helicopter descend. Behind them, smoke poured from cracks in the canyon wall, black and oily, smelling of burnt hair and older things. The rescue team pulled them out. asked questions Brandon couldn't answer yet, stabilized Emily's ankle, wrapped them both in thermal blankets despite the July heat. The lead ranger, a woman named Chen, looked at the smoke, at Brandon's expression, at the way his hands weren't shaking despite everything. "What happened down there?" she asked. Brandon thought about the truth, about skinwalkers and stolen faces in bone chambers, about the way the thing had worn his crew's voices like weapons, about how he'd finally made a choice that didn't end with him surviving alone. "Wildlife encounter," he said. "Trapped in a cave system, started a fire to signal for help. Watson needs immediate medical attention." Chen studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "You did good, Walsh. You brought her home." In the helicopter, Emily squeezed his hand. "Thank you," she mouthed over the rotor noise. Brandon nodded but didn't speak. His throat was raw from smoke. His body was a catalog of injuries. His mind was already filing everything that had happened into the same dark space where he kept the fire, where Danny and Michaels and Johnson lived in permanent loop. But Emily was alive. That was different. That was new. The helicopter banked over Zion Canyon, the evening light painting the sandstone in shades of red and gold. Beautiful. Deadly. Ancient. The land remembered what humans forgot, remembered when it belonged to things that wore faces like masks and hunted in the spaces between what was known and what was feared. 3 days later, sitting in his ranger housing, Brandon uploaded the footage from his iPhone to a private cloud account. Video of the skinwalker, of the bone chamber, of everything. Insurance, maybe. Or evidence for whoever came next. Emily had been airlifted to a hospital in St. George was recovering well, had told doctors she remembered nothing after falling and hitting her head. Smart. Safer. Brandon had visited once, had seen the way her hands shook when she thought no one was looking, had recognized the beginning of the same road he'd walked for 2 years. He'd left her his therapist's contact information. His supervisor had recommended counseling after the traumatic rescue event. Brandon had agreed, scheduled an appointment, knew he'd probably actually go. The fire had taught him that running from trauma just meant it caught up eventually in worse ways. But tonight, he sat on his porch and watched the sun set over Zion Canyon and thought about the Navajo warnings, about how his people had built trails through sacred spaces and called it progress. Thought about the smoke still rising from cracks in Orderville Canyon, about whether the skinwalker had truly died or merely retreated to somewhere deeper, waiting. His phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. "Thank you for not telling them the truth. They wouldn't have believed it anyway. E." Brandon typed a response. "You going to be okay?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally. "Are you?" He thought about that. About Danny and Michaels and Johnson. About the way guilt had eaten him alive for 2 years. About how he'd finally made a choice that saved someone instead of just keeping himself alive. "Getting there," he typed. "Me too." Brandon set his phone down and watched the stars emerge, pinpricks of light in darkening sky. Tomorrow he'd go back to work, would guide tourists through the Narrows, would warn them about flash floods and heat exhaustion and staying on marked trails, would not mention the deeper dangers, the ones that didn't appear in Park Service brochures, the ones that existed in the spaces where land remembered and legends breathed. But tonight he sat in the cooling desert air and felt, for the first time in 2 years, like maybe he'd earned the right to survive. Not because he'd run fast enough, not because he'd been lucky, but because when it mattered, when someone else's life was on the line, he'd made the choice to stay and fight. The nightmares would still come. He knew that. Fire and smoke and screaming and guilt. But maybe, mixed in with them now, there'd be other dreams. Emily alive. The helicopter rising. The moment of choosing to burn it all rather than run again. Maybe that wasn't redemption, but it was a start. In the distance, a coyote called. Just a coyote, normal wildlife. Nothing supernatural. Probably. Brandon listened to it echo off canyon walls and smiled slightly, dark humor finding him. He'd never be certain again. Never walk through wilderness without wondering what else was watching. Never fully trust the boundary between natural and supernatural. But that was okay. That was honest. That was living with eyes open instead of pretending the world was smaller and safer than it really was. Brandon Walsh, survivor of fire and survivor of things worse than fire, sat on his porch and waited for whatever came next, knowing he wouldn't run from it. Not anymore. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Your interpretation about Emily's fate? Tyler Martin found the teeth first, human molars arranged in a perfect circle around Ryan Turner's abandoned tent, each one cracked lengthwise as if something had tried to extract marrow from bone that contained none. The November wind carried sounds that weren't wind, syllables in a language Tyler didn't speak but somehow understood meant hungry, always hungry, never full. His satellite phone showed 4 bars, but when he pressed dial his wife's number, the connection opened onto breathing that came from 45 miles of frozen wilderness and something much older than the mountains. He'd kissed Sarah that morning before the flight to Wyoming. She'd been sleeping, bald head against the pillow, skin pale from the latest round of chemo. The girls, Emma and Lily, 9 and 6, had been at school. Tyler had left a note on the kitchen counter next to the stack of medical bills that never seemed to shrink no matter how many extra shifts he pulled. Back in 72 hours. Love you all. We'll get through this. Ranger salary wasn't enough. Would never be enough. Not with stage 3 lymphoma treatment running $20,000 a month even with insurance. But it was the only thing Tyler knew how to do. The only marketable skill from a decade with the National Park Service. So he'd taken the emergency deployment to Yellowstone when the request came through. Double overtime for wilderness recovery during off-season. Hazard pay for November conditions in the Lamar Valley backcountry. 3 days' work that would cover Emma's upcoming birthday and maybe one more round of Sarah's treatment. The helicopter had dropped him at dawn, pilots shouting over rotor wash about the incoming storm system. 72 hours max before weather made extraction impossible. Tyler had his Garmin Oregon 600 loaded with waypoints, VHF radio programmed to park frequencies, and enough cold weather gear to survive a week if necessary. Standard wilderness SR deployment, except for the detail that made his gut clench. Ryan Turner was the 7th person to disappear from this drainage in 3 years. All in November. All found weeks later, partially consumed. All with the same expression frozen on what remained of their faces. The tent stood in a clearing beside Soda Butte Creek, fabric intact but covered in scratches that ran parallel, 4 marks at a time, like massive claws had tested the nylon without actually tearing through. Tyler photographed everything with his iPhone 5s. The teeth arrangement, the scratch patterns. The frozen ground churned as if something had paced circles around the tent for hours. Ryan Turner's backpack hung from the bear pole, food cache undisturbed, which ruled out grizzly activity. Wrong season anyway. Bears were denning, had been for weeks. The Garmin showed Ryan's last GPS ping 3 days ago, right here at this campsite. After that, nothing. No emergency beacon activation, no radio calls, no movement. 26 years old, experienced backcountry guide, solo permit for a week-long wildlife photography expedition. He'd checked in with dispatch every 12 hours like clockwork until November 9th at 1800 hours. Then silence. Tyler keyed his radio. Base, this is Martin. Located Turner's campsite at coordinates transmitted evidence of unusual activity. Need you to run search history on this drainage, any prior incidents. Static answered. He tried again, adjusted frequency, checked battery. The radio worked fine mechanically, but no signal penetrated, as if the mountains had suddenly learned to absorb VHF transmission. His satellite phone showed full bars, but every call attempt ended in that same breathing, rhythmic and patient, and absolutely wrong. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees in the past hour. Tyler's thermometer read -8 Fahrenheit with the sun still visible above the ridgeline. By nightfall, it would hit -20, maybe colder if the storm front arrived early. He had maybe 6 hours to find Ryan Turner or evidence of what happened, Then he'd need to make camp, ride out the weather, extract at first light when the helicopter could fly again. His breath crystallized instantly in air that smelled like winter, and something underneath winter. Something that made his hindbrain scream warnings his conscious mind couldn't quite interpret. Decay, maybe, or the particular scent of predator musk concentrated beyond natural possibility. Tyler found the trail north of camp. Not Ryan's footprints. Tyler had memorized the tread pattern from photos in the missing person file. These were barefoot impressions in frozen mud, human-sized but wrong, toes elongated, pressure distribution suggesting something that walked upright but hadn't always. The tracks led into old-growth forest where spruce trees grew dense enough to block most daylight. He should have waited for backup. Protocol said don't pursue alone, especially not with weather deteriorating and communication down. But the overtime money was already spent in his mind, allocated to bills that wouldn't wait, to treatment schedules that couldn't be delayed. Sarah needed him home in 72 hours with confirmation of work completed, payment authorized, family kept afloat for another month. The forest swallowed him after 20 yards. That was the only way Tyler could describe it. Not entering woods, but being consumed by them. Temperature dropping another 10 degrees. Sound dampening to absolute silence except for his breathing and footsteps. The tracks continued, occasionally disappearing where frozen ground gave way to exposed bedrock, reappearing in patches of snow that shouldn't exist at this elevation in early November. He'd gone maybe half a mile when the vision hit. No warning. One moment Tyler was following tracks through spruce forest, the next he was somewhere else. Someone else, watching through eyes that weren't his own. A woman, Native American, dressed in clothing from a century ago, knelt beside a fire that had burned down to coals. She was speaking in a language Tyler didn't know but understood anyway, words that meant, "Please, I'm so hungry. There's nothing left. The others are already gone. Just let me. Just this once. The children are starving." Her hands held something that had been human. She was weeping. She was eating. Tyler snapped back to present with such force he stumbled, caught himself against a tree trunk that felt warm despite sub-zero temperatures. His heart hammered against ribs that suddenly felt too tight, too constraining. Nausea rolled through him in waves. Hallucination. Altitude sickness, maybe, though he'd done plenty of deployments at higher elevations. Or early hypothermia affecting cognition, except his core temperature was fine, gear functioning perfectly. The vision had felt absolutely real. Not dream logic, but experienced memory. Someone else's memory bleeding into his consciousness. The tracks led to a cave. Not natural formation, but something carved into the hillside. Entrance maybe 6 feet high and 3 wide. Walls showing tool marks from implements that predated modern equipment. Tyler's headlamp illuminated symbols scratched into the stone. Geometric patterns and pictographs that might have been indigenous art, or might have been warnings. He photographed them, sent the images to his phone's storage, knowing they wouldn't transmit but needing documentation anyway. Ryan Turner's camera lay just inside the entrance. Canon 5D Mark III, lens cracked, memory card missing. Beside it, more teeth. These still attached to a partial jawbone that forensics would later identify as belonging to someone who'd disappeared in 2012. Tyler's radio crackled to life. Not dispatch. That breathing again. Close enough now that he could hear the wet quality. The suggestion of fluid in lungs that shouldn't contain fluid. And underneath, almost subliminal, words in that language the vision woman had spoken. Wittigo. Windigo. Wendigo. He knew the word. Every ranger who'd worked territories with Algonquian history knew the legends. Spirit of insatiable hunger, possessing those who violated the cannibalism taboo, transforming them into monsters with endless appetite. Folklore, cautionary tales to prevent survival cannibalism during harsh winters. Not real. Except Tyler was standing in a cave filled with human remains, temperature dropping toward levels that would kill him within hours. Communications cutting through to something that breathed with the rhythm of hibernating mountains. His satellite phone rang. Actual ring. Sarah's custom tone. Tyler grabbed it, desperate for normal, for connection to the world where cancer was the worst thing threatening his family. Tyler? Not Sarah's voice. Something approximating Sarah's voice through a throat that had forgotten how to form human sounds. "When are you coming home? The girls miss you. I miss you. It's so cold here. So hungry." He dropped the phone. It kept ringing as it bounced off stone. Sarah's ringtone echoing in the cave. That wrong voice saying, "I love you. I love you. I'm so hungry. I love you." Until the battery died, or Tyler's sanity broke enough that he stopped hearing it. Another vision slammed into him. Different perspective this time. He was the thing speaking, was inside the cave darkness looking out at a ranger who'd made the mistake of coming alone, tasting his fear scent on the air, counting the hours until hunger would drive him to decisions that couldn't be unmade. The ranger had family. Good. Family meant motivation. Meant he'd compromise survival protocol if it meant getting home to them. Meant he'd make poor choices when the cold bit deep enough and the food ran out, and the storm pinned him in place with nothing but desperation and protein that used to be human. Tyler staggered out of the cave, vision clearing, finding himself on hands and knees in snow that had started falling. Heavy flakes, the kind that meant the storm had arrived early, that meant the helicopter wouldn't fly for days instead of hours. His Garmin showed 1847 hours, almost dark, temperature still dropping. He needed shelter, needed fire, needed to survive the night and reassess in morning light. Ryan Turner's tent was still standing. Tyler made it back by following his own tracks, fighting wind that had picked up to 30 knots, visibility dropping to near zero in the blowing snow. The tent's interior showed no signs of struggle, just personal effects neatly arranged and a journal lying open to the last entry. Tyler read by headlamp. November 9th, 1800 hours. Something in the woods. Tracks around camp all night. Can hear it breathing. Tried to leave this morning but got turned around, ended up back here after 6 hours walking north. GPS shows I should be 10 miles away. Called dispatch. Line connected to something that knew my mother's voice. She's been dead 4 years. It spoke to me in her voice, said she was so cold, so hungry, wouldn't I help her, wouldn't I come to the cave where she's waiting? I'm not crazy. I know she's dead. But the voice was perfect. Every inflection. The pet name she used when I was little. How could it know? Going to try again at first light. If anyone finds this, don't follow the tracks. Don't listen to the voices. It's not what you think it is. The entry ended there. Tyler's hands shook, turning pages forward, finding nothing but blank paper after November 9th. He should sleep. Should conserve energy for the push out at dawn, storm or no storm. But every time he closed his eyes, the visions returned. 100 years of November hunger. Of people making terrible choices when starvation left no alternatives. Of a spirit that fed on violation and grew stronger with each soul consumed. The Wendigo wasn't a single entity, but a contagion. A supernatural infection that spread through the act of survival cannibalism and transformed victims into vectors. And it was hungry. Always hungry. Never full. Tyler forced himself to eat. Freeze-dried beef stroganoff rehydrated with melted snow. Calories his body desperately needed. The food tasted like ashes in desperation. He kept seeing the vision woman's face, her tears, her hands holding meat that had been a person she'd loved. Understanding bloomed like frostbite. The Wendigo didn't just possess cannibals, it created them. Drove them to it through starvation, through isolation, through wearing down resistance until even the unthinkable became survival. His phone had died. The radio was worse than useless. The Garmin still tracked position, but weather made extraction impossible. Tyler was alone in a tent surrounded by teeth, 45 miles from rescue, with something circling in the dark that spoke in the voices of the people he loved most. The storm intensified. Wind threatened to rip the tent from its stakes, snow accumulating so fast that Tyler had to dig out the vestibule every hour to prevent entombment. Temperature inside the tent, even with his body heat and sleeping bag rated to -20, hovered around zero. Outside, -30 and dropping. Sarah's voice came through the wind. "Tyler, I'm scared. The cancer came back. It's in my brain now. I can feel it eating me. Please come home. Please, I'm so cold." His daughter's voices. "Daddy, where are you? Mommy won't wake up. We're hungry. Why did you leave us?" Tyler buried his head in his sleeping bag, reciting medical facts to drown out the sounds. Stage 3, lymphoma 5-year survival rate with treatment, 63%. Without treatment, approaching 0. Monthly chemotherapy cost $18,000 to $22,000. His annual salary $47,000. The math didn't work, had never worked. He'd taken this deployment knowing it wouldn't be enough, but unable to stop trying anyway. The vision that came next was worse because it was real. His own future, hours from now. Hypothermia setting in as the storm raged, food running low, desperation mounting. The cave would seem reasonable then. Shelter from the wind, maybe deeper chambers that held warmth. And in that cave, the remains, protein, calories, survival. He could see himself making the choice. See the exact moment when staying alive for his family overrode every other consideration. See his hands reaching for meat that used to be Ryan Turner, rationalizing it as just tissue, already dead, no different from the beef in his pack except for the label. See the transformation beginning the moment he swallowed. Tyler screamed into his sleeping bag, hands clawing at his face hard enough to draw blood. The Wendigo didn't need to force him. It just needed to wait. Let the cold and hunger and desperation do the work. He was already compromised, already making cost-benefit calculations about the unthinkable. Dawn came eventually. The storm had passed, leaving 4 feet of new snow and a temperature of -42 Fahrenheit. Tyler's water bottles had frozen solid despite being in his sleeping bag. His spare batteries were dead. The satellite phone was a brick of circuitry and ice. He had maybe 12 hours before hypothermia became irreversible, maybe less if he couldn't generate heat through movement. The tracks from yesterday had been buried. New ones circled the tent, barefoot impressions in snow that should have killed any living thing through contact freezing. They led toward the cave. Tyler followed them. Not because he wanted to, because the alternative was freezing to death in a tent while his family lost their house, their insurance, their chance at survival. The overtime payment for this deployment would cover 1 month's treatment. 1 month, Sarah needed to stay alive. He'd endure anything for that month. The cave entrance was clear of snow. Impossible given the accumulation everywhere else. But there it was. Swept clean, almost inviting. Tyler's remaining rational mind screamed warnings his body ignored. Legs carrying him forward, hands reaching into the darkness. Inside, warmth, actual heat, emanating from deeper in the cave system, enough to melt the ice crusted on his gloves. And the smell. Rot and copper and something underneath that triggered salivation despite his horror. Meat. Fresh meat. Calories his body desperately craved. Ryan Turner's corpse lay arranged almost ceremonially in the cave's central chamber, not decomposing. Preserved by cold and something else. Flesh still pink, still suggesting food rather than person. Beside it, the remains of 6 others, each positioned with care, each showing signs of partial consumption before being carefully set aside for later. Tyler's vision narrowed to a tunnel focused on protein, on survival, on getting home to his family. The Wendigo didn't need to possess him anymore. Hunger did the work. Hunger and love and desperation and the terrible mathematics of choosing between morality and the people who needed him alive. His knife came out. Bench-made Griptilian, drop-point blade, sharp enough for field dressing. His hands moved without conscious direction, selecting the muscle group with highest caloric density, rationalizing it as just meat, just tissue, just survival. The first cut released a smell that was all wrong. Not decay, but something alive, something aware. Tyler's hand froze, blade pressed against Ryan Turner's thigh, mind fracturing between hunger and horror. Another vision. Emma and Lily finding him 3 months from now, transformed into the thing that stalked these woods, still wearing his face but wrong inside, speaking in Daddy's voice while hunger consumed every human thought. Watching them run. Chasing them. Unable to stop himself because the Wendigo was endless appetite and there was no family, no love, no Tyler, only hunger that wore his shape and hunted everything he'd tried to protect. He dropped the knife. The cave's warmth vanished instantly, temperature plummeting back to -40 in seconds. Tyler staggered backward, away from the corpses, away from the choice that would have transformed him. His body screamed for calories, for heat, for the protein his survival depended on. His mind held by the thinnest thread to the memory of Emma's laugh, Lily's drawings, Sarah's hand in his during the diagnosis. He ran, out of the cave, into snow that was immediately trying to kill him, storm clouds gathering for round 2. His Garmin showed 45 miles to the nearest road, impossible distance in these conditions. His emergency beacon was in the tent. His radio didn't work. His phone was dead. Tyler activated the beacon anyway, knowing rescue wouldn't come for days, knowing he probably wouldn't survive that long. But survival wasn't the point anymore. The point was dying as himself, rather than becoming something that wore his face while consuming everything he loved. The temperature hit -50 as night fell. Tyler built a snow cave, crude but functional, using techniques from cold weather survival training. His food was gone. His water was ice. His body was shutting down, conserving energy for core functions, extremities already numb. Sarah's voice came through the wind one last time. Not the Wendigo approximation, but actual memory. Sarah on their wedding day saying, "I choose you in sickness and health, as long as we both shall live." Tyler had meant those vows, still meant them. Dying frozen in Wyoming instead of transforming into monster was honoring them, was choosing Sarah and the girls over his own survival, was love expressed through absence rather than presence. He recorded a message on his dead phone, knowing no one would hear it, but needing to say the words anyway. "Sarah, I'm sorry. The money won't come through. This deployment went wrong. But I didn't. I didn't become something that would hurt you. I chose us, even when it meant choosing this. Tell the girls I love them. Tell them Daddy stayed Daddy all the way to the end. I love you. I'm so sorry. I love you." The visions returned as hypothermia set in, consciousness fragmenting. But these weren't Wendigo memories. These were his own. Emma's birth, Lily learning to walk, Sarah's smile before the diagnosis. Every perfect moment that justified his choices, that made dying clean worth more than surviving wrong. Tyler Martin's body was recovered 6 days later when weather cleared enough for aerial search. He'd died in a snow cave 4 miles from Ryan Turner's campsite. Emergency beacon still transmitting, phone clutched in frozen hands. Autopsy showed death by hypothermia and exposure. Stomach contents confirmed he hadn't eaten in over 48 hours, despite obvious signs of extreme starvation. The medical examiner noted one anomaly. Tyler's face held an expression of peace unusual in hypothermia victims. Most showed panic or pain. Tyler looked almost content, like someone who'd won a victory no one else could see. Ryan Turner's remains were found 2 weeks later in the cave, along with 6 other missing persons from previous years. All showed evidence of partial consumption. Forensic analysis suggested animal scavengers, possibly wolverine or opportunistic ravens, though the feeding patterns matched nothing in documented wildlife behavior. The teeth arrangements around campsites were attributed to predator behavioral quirks or hoaxes. The voice phenomena reported by multiple witnesses was explained as pareidolia and psychological stress. The fact that all disappearances occurred in November was noted as interesting, but ultimately coincidental. The case was closed. The Lamar Valley backcountry was reclassified to require buddy system patrols only. The overtime payment Tyler had earned was paid to Sarah Martin's account 3 weeks after his death, covering exactly 1 month of chemotherapy. Sarah survived. The girls grew up. Years later, Emma would sometimes ask about the daddy she barely remembered, the ranger who died in the mountains trying to help someone. Sarah would tell her the truth, that Tyler Martin had been braver than anyone knew, that he'd made impossible choices and somehow chosen correctly, that loving someone sometimes meant protecting them from what you could become. She never told them about the journal found in Tyler's pack, written during his last hours. I can hear it still, calling in your voices, promising warmth, food, survival, everything I need to get back to you. All I have to do is go to the cave. Just once, just to survive. But I've seen what survival costs in this place. seen what I'd become, what I'd bring home with me. So I'm choosing cold instead of hunger. Choosing to die as your husband and father rather than live as something wearing my face. I love you. All of you. This is how I show it. By staying away. By ending here. Clean. I'm so sorry. I'm so cold. I'm so hungry. But I'm still me. Still yours. All the way to the end. The entry ended there. The final page showed only 3 words written over and over in increasingly illegible script as hypothermia set in. Still me. Still me. Still me. And in the Lamar Valley, in November, something still circles the old campsite locations. Still leaves teeth arranged in patterns. Still speaks in the voices of people you love, telling you how cold they are, how hungry, how much they need you to come to the cave where it's warm and there's food and everything will be okay if you just make one small choice, one tiny compromise, one decision to survive at any cost. It's patient, it's hungry, it's always hungry, and it knows that love makes people desperate, that desperation makes them vulnerable, that eventually, someone will be cold enough, hungry enough, desperate enough to choose survival over self. The Wendigo can wait. It has time. It has November. It has the mountains and the cold and the terrible mathematics of starvation. All it needs is one person to make the choice Tyler Martin refused. Just one. And there are always more Novembers coming. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Jacob Mitchell had put 3-round center mass into the deer before his brain registered what was wrong with it. The animal, a 12-point buck that should have dropped instantly from the Remington 700's 308 hits, didn't flinch. It turned its head toward him with a movement too fluid, too deliberate, and through the scope he saw its eyes. Not the dark, glassy eyes of white-tailed deer. Human eyes. Brown, intelligent, and filled with something that looked disturbingly like amusement. The deer's mouth opened, jaw distending beyond biological possibility, and Madison Foster's voice emerged. "Help me, Jacob. It's wearing me." Then the deer's body collapsed like a discarded coat, and something else stood up from inside it. Mitchell lowered the rifle, his Marine training screaming that this was wrong on every level his nervous system could process. The thing that had been wearing the deer stood on 2 legs now, humanoid but wrong in its proportions. Too tall, limbs too long, joints articulating in directions human anatomy didn't allow. It wore tatters of deerskin like a poorly fitted suit, and beneath those tatters he caught glimpses of something else, something that might have been human once. "Madison Foster?" he called out, his voice steady despite the cognitive dissonance threatening to fracture his understanding of reality. "Park Ranger Jacob Mitchell. I'm here to bring you home." The thing tilted its head and Madison's voice came again, but layered now, multiple tones speaking simultaneously. "Home is skin. Skin is home. I've found so many homes, Jacob." Then it ran. Not away from him, but parallel to his position, moving through the Great Smoky Mountains underbrush with impossible speed and silence. Within seconds, it had vanished into the fog that perpetually shrouded Cades Cove, leaving Mitchell standing alone with his rifle and the slowly dawning realization that his 3 tours in Afghanistan hadn't prepared him for whatever the hell he'd just witnessed. He keyed his Motorola radio, hands remarkably steady. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Mitchell. I've got a possible sighting of Madison Foster at grid reference 35.5951 north, 83.8422 west. Requesting immediate backup and I need to speak with Superintendent Halsey directly. Priority." Static crackled back at him, then the voice of Karen Rodriguez, the evening dispatcher. "Copy that, Mitchell. What's the nature of the priority?" How did he explain this? How did he put into words what he'd just seen without sounding like he'd lost his mind? Jacob Mitchell, Bronze Star recipient, 3 combat deployments, medically retired Marine corporal, didn't hallucinate, didn't panic, didn't see deer stand up on 2 legs and speak with missing hikers' voices. "Uncertain," he said finally. But I need that backup, and tell Halsey it involves Foster. He'll understand it's urgent. Roger. Backup ETA 30 minutes. Stay on Channel 3. Mitchell clipped the radio back to his belt and approached the spot where the deer had collapsed. His Garmin eTrex Vista GPS showed his position clearly. He was approximately 4 miles into the Cades Cove backcountry, in the area where Madison Foster had last been seen 6 days ago. She'd been a day hiker from Knoxville, experienced, well-equipped, the kind of person who didn't just vanish. But the Smokies took people sometimes, swallowed them into the fog and ancient forest, and never gave them back. The Park Service had mounted a full search, grid patterns, K-9 units, aerial reconnaissance. They'd found her day pack on the third day, neatly placed beside the trail like she'd set it down intending to return. Everything inside was untouched. Water, trail mix, first aid kit, her ID. Just no Madison Foster. Mitchell had volunteered for the extended search despite being technically off duty. Something about the case bothered him, though he couldn't articulate what. Now, crouching beside the collapsed deerskin, he understood why his instincts had been screaming. The deer hide lay in an impossible configuration. It wasn't torn or damaged. It had been opened, unzipped from the inside like a costume. The head was intact, eyes still present, but now clearly empty, just organic matter. And on the ground where the thing had stood, he found tracks. They started as deer hoof prints, clear and distinct in the soft earth. Then, mid-stride, they changed, became human footprints, bare feet, adult size, then changed again into something else. Clawed, three-toed, resembling no animal Mitchell had ever tracked. He photographed everything with his digital Kodak EasyShare, hands moving through the familiar routine of evidence documentation, even as his mind struggled to categorize what he was documenting. His training said, gather data, report facts, let the experts interpret. But what experts specialized in shape-shifting entities that wore animal skins and spoke with stolen voices? The fog thickened around him as the October afternoon faded toward evening. The Great Smoky Mountains earned their name honestly. The Cherokee had called them Shaconage, place of blue smoke, and the mist that rose from the ancient forests created perpetual twilight even at midday. Now, with sunset approaching, visibility was dropping to maybe 20 feet. Mitchell's radio crackled. Mitchell, this is Halsey. Rodriguez said you found Foster. Superintendent William Halsey had been running Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 15 years, a career park ranger who'd started as a seasonal naturalist and worked his way up through pure competence and institutional knowledge. He was also one of the few people Mitchell had told about his reasons for leaving the Marines early, about the IED outside Kandahar that had killed 3 of his squad and left him with tinnitus, minor TBI, and a medical discharge that felt like failure. Not exactly, sir, Mitchell said into the radio. I found evidence, and I witnessed something I can't adequately explain over radio. Backup still inbound? 20 minutes. What kind of evidence? Tracks. Multiple species, sir, transitioning mid-stride. He paused, knowing how insane this would sound. And I saw a deer that moved wrong, spoke with Foster's voice, then changed into something else. The silence on the other end stretched long enough that Mitchell thought he'd lost the connection. Then Halsey's voice came back, lower, more serious. What did it look like, Mitchell? The thing the deer became? Humanoid, tall, wearing the deerskin like clothing it was shedding. Why? Sir, do you know something about this? Another pause. Stay where you are. Don't pursue. Don't engage. If you see it again, retreat immediately and maintain radio contact. That's an order. Sir. That's an order, Ranger. I'll explain when backup arrives. Until then, stay put and stay safe. The radio went silent. Mitchell stood in the thickening fog, his Remington held in a low, ready position his Marine instructors would have approved of, and tried to reconcile what was happening with his understanding of how the world worked. In Kandahar, the enemy had been human. Dangerous, fanatical sometimes, but human. They bled when shot, died when hit center mass, followed predictable tactical patterns. You could understand them, anticipate them, defeat them with training and firepower, but he just put 3 308 rounds into something that didn't bleed, didn't die, and changed its shape like a man changing clothes. The fog shifted, and Mitchell caught movement in his peripheral vision. He spun, rifle coming up to his shoulder, eye finding the scope. Nothing visible, just fog and forest and the gathering darkness. Then he heard Madison Foster's voice close enough that she had to be within 10 feet. "Jacob, please. It hurts. It's inside me. It's been inside me for days. Please make it stop." "Show yourself," Mitchell commanded, scanning through the scope. "Madison, if that's really you, step into the open with your hands visible." "I can't," the voice sobbed. "I don't have hands anymore. It took them. Wore them. Wore me. I'm just what's left inside the skin." Mitchell's finger rested beside the trigger guard, not on the trigger. You didn't put your finger on the trigger until you had a target and the decision to fire, but his pulse hammered in his temples, and the tinnitus that usually lived as background noise was screaming now. A high-pitched whine that made thinking difficult. "Where are you?" he asked, still scanning. "Talk to me, Madison. Help me find you." "Everywhere," the voice said, and now it was coming from multiple directions simultaneously. It spread me out, wore different parts of me in different skins. I'm the fox that watched you this morning, the crow on your cabin roof last night, the black bear that crossed your path yesterday. I'm everywhere and nowhere, and I can't die because I'm already scattered. The tactical part of Mitchell's brain noted that these were all real encounters. He had seen those animals in the past 48 hours. He'd thought nothing of it because wildlife was common in the Smokies. But if something had been watching him, studying him, wearing different forms... "What does it want?" Mitchell asked. "To wear everything," Madison's voice answered. "To know what it's like to be everything. It's been here since before the Cherokee, since before humans named these mountains. It learned skin wearing from the first people who came here, learned their magic and twisted it. Now it collects, wears, experiences, never satisfied. A skinwalker." The word came to Mitchell from somewhere, some half-remembered conversation or documentary. Navajo legend. Witches who wore animal skins to transform, who violated sacred taboos to gain power. But that was Southwest mythology, desert and mesa, not the humid forests of Appalachia. Except the Cherokee had their own shapeshifter legends, didn't they? The Raven Mocker, the Spearfinger. Stories about beings that wore false forms, that consumed humans from the inside out. Every culture had these stories because they were based on something real. The thought crystallized with terrible clarity. All those legends, all those warnings passed down through generations. What if they weren't just stories? What if they were survival information, encoded in narrative because that's how humans remembered important things? "Madison," Mitchell said, "if you can hear me, if any part of you is still in there, how do I stop it?" "You can't," her voice said, closer now. "It's older than stopping, stronger than killing. It doesn't die because it doesn't live, not the way you understand living. It just is, it just wears, it just hunts." The fog parted directly in front of Mitchell, and he saw it. Not the deer thing from before. This time it wore the shape of a woman, Madison Foster's shape, naked and perfect and utterly wrong. The skin fit poorly, sagging in places, too tight in others, like a suit tailored for someone slightly different. The face was Madison's face, but the expression was alien, the movement of features not quite matching human facial mechanics. And the eyes. Christ, the eyes were wrong, too wide, pupils contracting and dilating arrhythmically, the color shifting from brown to yellow to black. "Hello, Jacob," it said in Madison's voice. "You look like you'd fit me well. Strong skin. Soldier skin. I haven't worn soldier skin in decades, not since the last war." Mitchell's finger moved to the trigger. "You're not Madison Foster." "I'm wearing Madison Foster," it corrected, taking a step closer. The movement was gliding, feet not quite touching the ground properly. "I've been wearing her since she wandered off the trail to photograph a fox. Such a pretty fox I was. She came close to get the shot, and I came closer to get her skin. Fair trade. Let her go, Mitchell said, knowing it was futile but needing to say it anyway. I can't let go what I've consumed, it said, and smiled with Madison's mouth, but too many teeth. She's digested now. Part of me. I can wear her forever, or I can wear something else. Would you like to see something else? The skin split down the middle like a zipper opening, and something else emerged. Not human, not animal, but a nightmare hybrid. Elongated limbs, too many joints, covered in matted fur and ragged skin patches that didn't match. The Madison suit fell away like discarded clothing, and the thing beneath looked at Mitchell with eyes that belonged to a dozen different creatures. He fired. 3 shots, same as before, center mass on what approximated a torso. The thing staggered backward, more from surprise than damage, and Mitchell saw the bullets pass through it like through smoke, the wounds closing instantly, tissue flowing like liquid. Iron and lead, it hissed in a voice that was no longer Madison's, no longer human. You brought iron and lead to fight spirit. Foolish soldier boy. It came at him fast, impossibly fast, covering 20 feet in a blur of motion. Mitchell's Marine training kicked in. He couldn't retreat fast enough, couldn't reload fast enough, so he used the rifle as a club, swinging the stock in a brutal arc that connected with the thing's skull. The impact felt like hitting water, resistance but no solidity. The rifle passed through the thing's head, and icy cold shot up Mitchell's arms, a sensation like plunging his hands into liquid nitrogen. He stumbled backward, the rifle falling from numb fingers. The thing laughed, the sound like wind through a cave system, hollow and echoing. You can't hurt what doesn't exist the way you exist. I'm the space between skin and self. I'm the wearing, not the worn. A gunshot cracked through the fog, and the thing's head snapped sideways. Not from bullet impact. Mitchell saw the round pass harmlessly through, but from surprise. The thing turned toward the source of the shot, and Mitchell saw 3 Rangers emerging from the fog, Halsey in the lead with a smoking .357 revolver. But Halsey wasn't aiming at the thing anymore. He was aiming at the ground around it, firing into specific points in a pattern that looked almost ritualistic. Each bullet struck a stone, a root, a specific patch of earth, and Mitchell realized Halsey was creating a circle, using the gunshots to mark points. "Mitchell, get inside the circle," Halsey shouted. "Now!" Mitchell scrambled toward Halsey's position, his hands still numb from the contact with the thing. He crossed the invisible line Halsey's bullets had marked, and the temperature immediately changed. Warmer, more stable, less oppressive. The thing tested the boundary, extending one malformed limb toward the circle. Where it crossed the line, the limb began smoking, dissolving like flesh in acid. It pulled back with a shriek that sounded like animals dying. "Iron rounds," Halsey said, reloading his revolver with steady hands. Blessed by a Cherokee medicine woman buried under a new moon, dug up under a full moon. Old magic for old evil. The circle will hold for a few minutes, but we need to move now. The other 2 Rangers, Morrison and Blake, Mitchell recognized them from the main station, had already formed up in a defensive formation, their own weapons out. They moved as a unit, Halsey setting the pace, heading back toward the trail at a fast walk that didn't quite break into a run. "Sir, what the hell is that thing?" Mitchell asked, his voice shakier than he'd like. "Skinwalker," Halsey said. Yanaldlushi in Navajo, though the Cherokee called them Ravenmockers or Kelowna Ialiski. They're not native to this region originally, but one migrated here sometime in the 1700s. We've been managing it ever since. Managing? Mitchell's brain struggled to process this. You knew about this? About it? The Park Service has known since the park was established in 1934, Halsey said. Before that, the Cherokee knew. Before them, whoever lived here knew. It's part of the land now, part of the ecosystem. We keep it fed, keep it contained, and it stays in the deep backcountry away from visitors. Keep it fed? Mitchell's stomach turned. What does that mean? It means, Morrison said quietly, that sometimes people go missing in the Smokies, and sometimes we find them, and sometimes we don't look too hard if they fit certain profiles. Mitchell stopped walking. You're telling me the National Park Service has been feeding people to a skinwalker? Not feeding, Halsey said, also stopping. Just not preventing it from feeding itself. There's a difference. The fuck there is, Mitchell said, his Marine Corps discipline fraying. You let that thing take Madison Foster? You knew she was in danger and you did nothing? We didn't know it had chosen her until too late, Halsey said. The Skinwalker is intelligent, selective. It picks people who wander off trail, who ignore warnings, who come alone. We can't predict its choices, only manage the aftermath. Bullshit, Mitchell said. This is criminal. This is conspiracy to commit murder. This is survival, Halsey interrupted, his voice sharp. You want to know what happens when we try to kill it? Ask the Civilian Conservation Corps boys who tried in 1937. We found their bodies scattered across 3 square miles, turned inside out. Ask the Special Forces team the government sent in 1968 when some idiot senator decided this was a national security threat. They went in with flamethrowers and explosives. We found their dog tags hanging from trees, still warm, bodies never recovered. There has to be a way, Mitchell insisted. Everything can be killed. Not this, Blake said. It's not alive the way we understand life. It's spirit given form through will and hunger. You can't kill it any more than you can kill an idea. They'd reached the trail now, the fog thinning slightly in the more open ground. Mitchell could see vehicle lights in the distance, the parking area, civilization, safety, but his mind was still back in that clearing, watching Madison Foster's skin split open like a costume. So what happens now? He asked. We just let it keep hunting? We contain it, Halsey said. We maintain the boundaries, perform the rituals, keep it away from populated areas, and we make sure no one goes looking for it. Like Madison Foster did? Foster wandered into its territory, Halsey said. Once it has someone, once it's consumed them, there's no getting them back. The best we can do is make sure it doesn't spread. They reached the vehicles, 2 Park Service trucks and Halsey's SUV. The superintendent opened his vehicle's rear cargo area and pulled out a worn leather case. Inside were items that looked more at home in an anthropology museum than a ranger's equipment. Bundles of dried herbs, carved stones, what looked like animal bones arranged in specific patterns. The Cherokee taught us the protocols, Halsey explained, seeing Mitchell's expression. How to mark boundaries, how to create safe zones, how to recognize when it's hunting. These mountains are old, Mitchell. Older than America, older than European colonization, older than the tribes that named them. Things live here that don't fit modern categories. We either learn to coexist with them or we abandon the mountains entirely. I can't accept that, Mitchell said. There has to be another way. Then you're welcome to try, Halsey said, but understand, everyone who's tried before you is dead, and the Skinwalker is still here. Mitchell looked back at the trail, at the fog-shrouded forest where something ancient wore stolen skins and hunted with impossible patience. His hands had stopped shaking. The numbness from touching the thing was fading, replaced by a determination forged in 3 combat tours and a dozen firefights. Tell me everything you know, he said. Every protocol, every ritual, every piece of folklore. If there's a weakness, I'll find it. Halsey studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Come to my office tomorrow morning. Bring coffee. It's going to be a long briefing. That night, Mitchell couldn't sleep. He lay in his cabin bed, listening to the sounds of the Smokies forest outside his window, and cataloged every noise. The owl that called 3 times. Was that really an owl? The scraping on his roof? Branches or something walking up there? The shadow that passed his window? Deer, or something wearing deerskin? He'd faced enemy combatants, IEDs, mortar attacks. He'd watched friends die. He'd killed people in combat and made peace with that necessity. But all of that was human violence, comprehensible within the framework of war and survival. This was different. This was violation of the fundamental rules he'd believed governed reality. And somewhere in the fog-shrouded backcountry, Madison Foster's voice was still screaming inside a skin suit, digested but not dead, worn but not released. At 400, Mitchell gave up on sleep. He made coffee, pulled out every topology map and trail guide he owned, and began planning. If the skinwalker had territory, it had boundaries. If it had boundaries, it had patterns. And if it had patterns, it could be predicted. And if it could be predicted, maybe, it could be destroyed. The briefing with Halsey started at 0700 and lasted 4 hours. The superintendent pulled out files that officially didn't exist. Incident reports dating back to 1934, handwritten accounts from Cherokee guides, even some records that predated the park's establishment. The first documented encounter was 1887, Halsey said, spreading yellowed papers across his desk. A logging crew working the area reported one of their men took sick with the changing. They tried to get him to a doctor in Gatlinburg, but halfway there he shed his skin and ran into the woods. They found his clothes, still warm, but no body. After that, loggers wouldn't work certain areas. The locals knew to avoid them. Mitchell studied the papers, finding patterns in the accounts. It hunts in cycles, new moon phases, mostly October and April. Why those months? We don't know, Halsey admitted. The Cherokee stories suggest it's linked to seasonal transitions, times when the boundary between physical and spiritual is thinner. But that's speculation. What about weaknesses? Mitchell asked. Every predator has weaknesses. Halsey pulled out another file, this one more recent. Iron affects it. Not iron bullets fired through it, but iron placed as boundary markers. The Cherokee used iron spikes driven into specific trees to create containment zones. We've maintained those boundaries, added to them over the years. As long as it stays within the containment area, we can manage it. But it got Madison Foster outside the containment area, Mitchell said. It's been testing the boundaries for years, Halsey said. Getting bolder. We think it's been accumulating power, wearing more skins, gaining strength. The protocols we use were designed for a weaker entity. They might not hold much longer. Mitchell leaned back, processing this. So either the containment fails and it spreads beyond the Smokies, or we find a way to destroy it. Those are the options. There might be a third option, Halsey said carefully. The Cherokee stories mention a ritual, a way to bind the skinwalker permanently, trap it in a single form so it can't change, can't hunt. But it requires... He hesitated. It requires someone to willingly let it wear them, to invite it in, then bind it from the inside while it's vulnerable during the transformation. A suicide mission, Mitchell said flatly. The stories say the person becomes the prison. They don't die, but they don't live either. They exist in the space between, holding the skinwalker trapped inside them forever, or until the binding weakens. Has anyone tried this? Once, in 1952, a Cherokee medicine man named William Drowning Bear volunteered. We thought it worked. The skinwalker disappeared for 20 years. Then in 1972, we found Drowning Bear's remains scattered across 3 counties. Whatever binding he'd created, it eventually failed. Mitchell stood, moved to the window overlooking the Smokies. The morning sun was burning off the fog, revealing the mountains in their October glory, brilliant reds and oranges, the forest aflame with autumn color, beautiful and deadly, like everything else in this place. I'm going to kill it, he said quietly. I don't care what the stories say. I don't care what previous attempts failed. That thing is wearing Madison Foster like a coat, and I'm going to end it. Mitchell, sir, with respect, I didn't survive Kandahar just to accept that some skin-wearing abomination is unkillable. Everything can be destroyed. We just haven't found the right method yet. Halsey sighed. If you're determined to try, I won't stop you. But I also won't authorize official resources for what amounts to a suicide mission. Whatever you do on your own time with your own equipment. Understood, sir. And Mitchell? If you fail, if it takes you, I'll make sure your family knows you died doing your job. They'll never know about this. Mitchell turned from the window. If I fail, make sure they know I tried. Don't let them think I gave up. Over the next week, Mitchell became an expert in folklore he'd never imagined studying. He read everything Halsey provided, Cherokee oral traditions transcribed by anthropologists, Navajo accounts of Yenaldlushi, even some writings by early colonists who'd encountered devil creatures in the Appalachian wilderness. He learned that skinwalkers wore the skins of animals they'd killed, but the animal had to be killed in specific ritualistic ways, that they gained power from taboo violations, cannibalism, incest, murder of family members, that they were former medicine men who'd twisted sacred knowledge into dark purposes. He learned that iron disrupted their transformations, that sage could reveal their true forms, that certain prayers in Cherokee could weaken them temporarily. But nothing he read suggested a permanent solution, a way to truly kill something that existed partially outside physical reality. On the 8th night, Mitchell had a visitor. He was in his cabin studying maps when he heard Madison Foster's voice outside his window. "Jacob, I know you're trying to help me, but you can't." He grabbed his Remington, loaded now with iron rounds he'd had custom made by a gunsmith in Gatlinburg, and moved to the door. "Madison, is any part of you still conscious?" "Pieces," her voice said. "Fragments. It wears me, but I'm still here, scattered. Like being dissolved in water, but still aware of each drop. Jacob, please don't try to kill it. If you fail, you'll just give it your skin too. Then it'll be unstoppable." "I have to try," Mitchell said through the closed door. "I can't just leave you like this." "I'm already gone," Madison said. "What's left isn't worth saving. But you're still whole. Stay that way. Leave the Smokies. Forget about me." "I can't do that." "Silence, then." "I know. That's why it's going to enjoy wearing you. Soldier skin, hero skin, skin that never gave up. It'll wear you for decades, Jacob. Use your strength to hunt, your training to kill. You'll make it so much stronger. Then I'll make sure it never gets the chance to wear me," Mitchell said. "How?" "I'm going to make myself unpalatable," Mitchell said. "I'm going to violate every taboo, break every rule that gives it power. If it gains strength from taboo violation, maybe it loses strength from taboo enforcement. Sacred action instead of desecration." "That's not how it works." "You don't know that," Mitchell interrupted. "Nobody knows. Because nobody's tried sacred warfare against it. Everyone's been fighting defensively, trying to contain it. I'm going to attack." Madison's voice was quiet for a long moment. Then, "There's a cave, 3 miles northeast of Cades Cove, elevation 4,200 feet. The Cherokee sealed it with iron spikes and blessed stones. They said it was the Skinwalker's original den, where it first took form. If you're going to attack it, that's where you'll find its power strongest." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because even scattered and digested, I'm still human enough to want revenge. And because if you somehow succeed, maybe I can finally stop being aware of what it's doing with my skin." The voice faded, and Mitchell was alone again, with his maps and his impossible mission. He spent the next 2 days preparing. He visited a Cherokee elder that Halsey quietly recommended, a woman named Sarah Walkingstick who lived outside the park boundaries and practiced traditional medicine. She listened to his plan with an expression that mixed respect and sorrow. "You're going to die," she said simply, "but you're going anyway." "Yes, ma'am." "Then at least die properly." She gave him tobacco, sage, and a small pouch of what she called corpse powder. Ironically, the same substance skinwalkers supposedly used to curse their victims. "The corpse powder will reveal its true form. The sage will cleanse you so it can't track your spiritual scent. The tobacco is for prayer. Offer it to the mountains before you go in. They're older than the skinwalker. Maybe they'll help." "You believe the mountains are alive?" "I believe everything's alive in its own way," Sarah said. "The question is whether it's alive in a way that helps or hurts humans. The skinwalker hurts. The mountains, they just are. But sometimes just are is enough." Mitchell left her home with supplies that would have gotten him laughed out of any military briefing but felt appropriate for the mission he'd undertaken. He'd crossed some threshold, he realized. He'd gone from skeptic to believer, from rational to mythical. The Marines had trained him to adapt to any battlefield. This was just a battlefield he hadn't trained for. He found the cave on the 3rd day of searching. Madison's directions had been precise, and the iron spikes the Cherokee had driven into the rock were still visible. Ancient, rust-covered, but unmistakably present. They formed a pattern around the cave entrance, and even approaching them made Mitchell's skin prickle with static electricity. The cave mouth exhaled cold air that smelled of rot and musk and something else, something that didn't have a name in any language Mitchell knew. He lit the sage, let the smoke waft over him, then scattered tobacco at the cave entrance while whispering the prayer Sarah Walkingstick had taught him. "I honor the mountains that existed before names," he said in Cherokee, stumbling over the pronunciation. "I honor the spirits that guard and the spirits that warn. I ask permission to enter this sacred violation, to cleanse what was corrupted, to end what should not be." For a moment, nothing happened. Then a breeze rose from nowhere, swirling the tobacco smoke, and Mitchell felt something shift in the air pressure, like the mountains themselves were taking a breath. He took it as permission. The cave descended sharply, requiring Mitchell to use his hands for balance as he climbed down into darkness. His flashlight revealed walls covered in scratches, not random but deliberate. Symbols, words and languages he didn't recognize, and images of humans in various poses, all of them seeming to show skin being removed or transferred. This was the Skinwalker's Gallery, he realized, its catalog of every form it had worn across centuries. How many people had disappeared into this cave? How many faces were now just memories trapped in an immortal predator's collection? The cave opened into a larger chamber, and Mitchell's flashlight beam found the center of the room. It was there, waiting for him. Not wearing Madison Foster anymore, wearing something older, something that might have been human once but had been worn and shed and reworn so many times that the original form was lost. It sat cross-legged on a stone, surrounded by animal skins arranged in careful patterns: deer, bear, fox, owl, snake. Each skin empty, but positioned as if still containing life. "Soldier Boy came to die," it said in a voice like stone grinding on stone. "Brave, foolish, delicious." Mitchell set down his pack, pulled out the Remington loaded with iron rounds, and aimed. "I came to end you. Many have tried, all have failed, all now hang in my collection." It gestured to the walls, and Mitchell saw what he'd missed before. Human skins, preserved and displayed like hunting trophies. Men, women, children, decades or centuries of victims. "You can't kill what doesn't live," the Skinwalker said. "You can't end what has no beginning. I am the space between. I am the wearing. I am..." Mitchell fired. The iron round struck the thing in what approximated a chest, and this time there was an impact. The Skinwalker staggered, and where the bullet hit, flesh began smoking and bubbling like acid was eating it away. "Iron and consecrated cave," Mitchell said, working the bolt and chambering another round. "Blessed by Cherokee medicine, fired by someone who's about to violate every one of your power sources." He reached into his pack and pulled out the corpse powder, scattering it in a circle around himself. The Skinwalker hissed, pulling back, and its form began flickering. Human, animal, something else cycling through stolen shapes. "You want to wear human skin?" Mitchell asked. "Then let me show you what humanity really is." He pulled out a photograph. His squad from Afghanistan, the Marines he'd served with, 3 of whom had died in the IED blast. "These men were my brothers. I loved them, still love them. That's what makes skin valuable, Skinwalker. Not the flesh, but what it contains. Love, loyalty, honor, sacrifice. Things you can't understand because you're just hunger-wearing form." The Skinwalker's flickering intensified. "Meaningless words. Emotions are just chemical reactions. Skin is just skin." "Then why do you need to wear it?" Mitchell fired again, another iron round striking the thing's leg. More smoking, more dissolution. If skin is just skin, why not stay formless? Why the hunger to experience what you kill? "Because I want to live," the Skinwalker screamed, and for a moment its form stabilized into something almost human. A Native American man, gaunt and desperate, wearing ragged furs. "I was medicine man, I was healer. Then sickness came, took my family, my people. I couldn't heal them, couldn't save them. So I learned other medicine, forbidden medicine. If I couldn't keep them alive, I would wear them forever. Keep them with me. Be them." Mitchell lowered the rifle slightly, understanding dawning. You're not a demon. You're a man who went insane with grief. I'm beyond man now, the skinwalker said, the human form dissolving back into the hybrid nightmare. I've worn thousands. I am thousands. Each skin adds to me, makes me more than what I was. But you're still hungry, Mitchell said. Still empty, because you're not actually experiencing what you wear. You're just imitating it. You can wear Madison Foster's skin, but you can't feel her love for hiking, her passion for photography, her dreams of medical school. You're counterfeit life, skinwalker. You're not alive and you're not dead. You're just stuck. The thing lunged at him faster than before, desperation adding speed. Mitchell fired his remaining rounds as it came, each iron bullet tearing chunks from its shifting form, but it kept coming, and when his rifle clicked empty, it was on him. Cold like before, but worse. This was the cold of absolute zero, of heat death, of entropy made tangible. The skinwalker's hands, claws, appendages closed around Mitchell's throat, and he felt his skin beginning to loosen, to separate, as if the thing was trying to peel him like fruit. I'll wear you forever, soldier boy, it hissed. Wear your strength, your courage, your stubborn refusal to quit. I'll be the hero in your skin. Mitchell's vision was darkening, his lungs screaming for air. With the last of his strength, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the pouch of corpse powder Sarah Walkingstick had given him. He threw it directly into the skinwalker's face, or what approximated a face. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The skinwalker's form began unraveling, cycling through every shape it had ever worn in rapid succession. Deer, fox, bear, dozens of humans, things that might have been human once, things that never were. Each form appeared for a fraction of a second before being replaced, and the thing screaming rose in pitch and volume until it was just noise, just pain, given voice. Mitchell fell to the cave floor, gasping. Through watering eyes, he saw the skinwalker thrashing, its form destabilizing completely. The corpse powder was revealing its true form, or rather, revealing that it had no true form. It was just the act of wearing, just the hunger to experience, given terrible existence through violation of sacred law. And without form, it couldn't hold together. The skins on the walls began smoking, dissolving. The carefully arranged animal pelts in the center of the cave crumbled to ash, and the skinwalker itself, the central core of hunger and grief and desperation that had sustained this thing for centuries, began to collapse inward, folding into itself like a black hole of need. Please, it whispered in 1,000 voices simultaneously. Please don't make me stop. Don't make me be nothing again. I can't go back to nothing. Mitchell pulled himself to his feet, his throat bruised, his skin still feeling loose in places where the thing had tried to separate it. You were nothing the moment you chose hunger over healing. You became nothing when you started wearing stolen lives instead of living your own. Then what am I now? The skinwalker asked, its form now just a vaguely humanoid shadow, barely visible even in the flashlight beam. You're released, Mitchell said. From the hunger, from the wearing, from the need. You're done. The shadow collapsed entirely, and for a moment Mitchell saw it. The original man, the medicine healer who'd loved his family so much that losing them broke his mind and twisted his soul. Just a man, exhausted and grateful, finally allowed to grieve and let go. Then even that faded, and the cave was empty except for Mitchell and ash and the fading smell of sage smoke. He climbed out of the cave as dawn was breaking over the Smokies, painting the mountains in shades of gold and rose. His radio crackled, Halsey's voice. Mitchell, we lost your signal. Status report? It's done, sir, Mitchell said. The skinwalker is gone. Gone? You mean contained? I mean gone. Destroyed. Whatever it was, it isn't anymore. Silence, then. I'm sending a team to your location. Don't move until they arrive. The team arrived 2 hours later. Halsey, Morrison, Blake, and Sarah Walkingstick. They explored the cave, found the ash, the collapsed skins, the symbols on the walls already fading as if the cave itself was forgetting what it had contained. I'll be damned, Halsey said quietly. 300 years of containment failed, and you ended it in one night. Not me, Mitchell said. The skinwalker ended itself. It had been nothing but hunger for so long it forgot it could stop being hungry. I just reminded it. Sarah Walkingstick performed a cleansing ritual in the cave, then recommended it be sealed permanently. This place was sick, she said. Let the mountain reclaim it. They sealed the cave entrance with concrete and iron, then marked it as geologically unstable on park maps. Within a year, vegetation would cover the seal, and within a decade, only a few park rangers would remember what had been stopped here. Mitchell's hands still felt the cold sometimes, phantom sensation of skin trying to separate from muscle. And sometimes, late at night, he heard Madison Foster's voice thanking him for letting her finally rest. He wasn't sure if that was real or just his mind processing trauma, but he chose to believe it was real, because if he'd learned anything from his encounter with the impossible, it was that the line between real and unreal was thinner than modern skepticism wanted to admit. The mountains were old, the stories were old, and sometimes the old ways were the only ways that worked. 6 months later, Mitchell was promoted to senior ranger and given responsibility for backcountry operations. He'd earned a reputation as someone who could handle impossible situations, though no one outside Halsey's inner circle knew exactly why. He continued to work with Sarah Walkingstick, learning Cherokee traditions and protocols, becoming what the old woman called a bridge person, someone who could walk between the rational world of modern park management and the older world of spirits and sacred spaces, because the skinwalker hadn't been the only impossible thing in the Smokies. It had just been the most dangerous. And someone needed to know how to handle the others when they emerged from the old places, wearing forms that shouldn't exist, following rules that predated human language. Jacob Mitchell, ex-Marine, Bronze Star recipient, survivor of Kandahar and Skinwalker both, had found his new mission. Not ending threats with violence, though he'd do that when necessary, but learning when violence was futile and wisdom was required. He kept Madison Foster's photograph on his desk, a reminder of what he was protecting and why it mattered. And every new moon, he walked the old boundaries, checking the iron spikes and blessed stones, making sure nothing else ancient was testing the barriers between what should exist and what shouldn't. The mountains kept their secrets as they always had, but now at least one of those secrets was gone, released from centuries of hunger into whatever peace awaited things that had forgotten how to be human. And in the fog-shrouded hollows of the Great Smoky Mountains, the deer walked as just deer, the foxes as just foxes, and the shadows were only the absence of light. For now, hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Madison. Ava Richardson found Owen Stewart's camp at 2:47 p.m. on September 19, 2022, and knew immediately that something was profoundly wrong because the tent was frozen from the inside. Not frost, actual ice, thick sheets of it coating the nylon walls despite the outside temperature hovering at a reasonable 38 degrees. Owen's sleeping bag lay empty and rigid, frozen in the exact shape of a body that was no longer there. And scattered around the campsite were objects that shouldn't exist. Runic stones arranged in protective circles, a journal written half in English and half in Old Norse, and a Polaroid photograph showing Owen shaking hands with someone whose flesh was the blue-black color of a 3-day-old drowning victim. Ava had been a National Park Service ranger for exactly 43 days. 6 weeks ago, she'd been managing social media campaigns for a tech startup in Seattle, wearing business casual, drinking overpriced lattes, living a life that felt simultaneously comfortable and suffocating. The decision to quit, to apply for ranger positions to radically rebuild her existence had seemed romantic at the time. Back to nature, meaningful work, escape from corporate meaninglessness. Now standing in the Alaskan wilderness with her breath-forming clouds and her hands shaking inside supposedly cold-weather gloves, Ava felt the full weight of her inexperience settle like lead in her stomach. Her training had covered basic wilderness survival, radio protocols, visitor safety. Nothing had prepared her for a tent frozen from within, for runic stones that looked genuinely ancient, for a photograph that violated every law of decomposition. She pulled out her iPhone, latest model, worthless out here where cell towers were fantasy, and photographed everything anyway. Documentation, evidence, maybe proof she wasn't losing her mind during her first real solo assignment. Owen Stewart had been reported missing 36 hours ago by his research partner at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. 29 years old, graduate student in archaeology and Norse studies, permit approved for 2 weeks of solo research in the Savage River area of Denali. His thesis involved possible Viking exploration of interior Alaska centuries before official records. Fringe theory, his advisor had said dismissively when Ava called for background. Owen was brilliant but obsessive, saw patterns where none existed, believed the sagas contained literal truth about Vinland extending far beyond Newfoundland. Ava picked up the journal, its pages stiff with cold. Owen's handwriting started neat, academic, deteriorating into barely legible scrawl. September 14th. Found it. The burial mound my translation suggested. Stone construction consistent with 11th century Norse technique. Local geology is wrong for these stones. They were transported here, deliberately placed. This is it. This is proof of inland Viking exploration. September 15th. Open the mound. I know the ethics are questionable, but this discovery is too important. Inside preserved body. Male, approximately 6'2", wearing what appears to be Viking-era clothing, armor. Body shows no decay despite obvious age. The cold here, it's not natural. Temperature dropped 40 degrees within the mound. My thermometer stopped working. September 16th. Something wrong. The body isn't dead. Saw it move. Fingers twitching. Chest rising and falling, though no breath visible. This is impossible. Preservation this complete doesn't exist outside permafrost, and this wasn't permafrost. This was active cold. Cold that feels alive somehow. I should leave. I should call this in. But no one will believe me without more evidence. September 17th. It woke up. The entry ended there. The remaining pages were covered in crude drawings. A massive figure with a distended torso, skin the color of week-old bruising, eyes that looked like frozen cataracts, and runes. Dozens of them, scratched frantically. Some Ava recognized from her hasty Wikipedia research during the flight to Alaska. Protective symbols, warding signs, prayers to gods she'd thought were mythology. At the bottom of the last page, in handwriting that didn't look like Owen's, in what might have been blood. Han Genger after. He walks again. Ava's radio crackled, making her jump. Richardson, this is base. Status update? She keyed the transmit, grateful for the connection to bureaucracy, to normal procedures, to a world where things made sense. Base, I've located Stewart's camp, abandoned. Evidence suggests he may have made an archaeological discovery. Requesting backup and... She paused. And what? Tell them about the impossible ice, the runes, the photograph of Owen with what looked like a corpse, and possible medical emergency. Something's wrong here. Copy that. What kind of medical emergency? Ava looked at the frozen tent at the journal's final entry. Unknown. Just send backup, please. Nearest team is 4 hours out. Weather service is calling for early snow. You might need a shelter in place overnight. 4 hours. Ava had perhaps 90 minutes of daylight left. The temperature was already dropping. She could feel it. That particular Alaskan cold that seemed to bypass clothing and settle directly into bone marrow. Understood. Will advise. Richardson out. She stood in the growing silence of the subarctic wilderness and made a decision that her 6 weeks of training absolutely did not support. She would follow Owen's trail. The alternative was waiting 4 hours in a camp that felt fundamentally wrong, where the temperature seemed to be dropping faster than physics should allow, where runic stones sat in circles that suggested someone had been very, very afraid. Owen's tracks led northeast, toward a rise in the terrain that the topographic maps labeled simply as Savage Ridge. The tracks were strange. Normal hiking boot treads for the first 100 yards, then something else. Bare feet. Large bare feet pressed deep into tundra, each print surrounded by a ring of frost as if the walker radiated cold. Ava followed, her Garmin GPS logging coordinates, her Apple Watch tracking heart rate that kept spiking above 120. Former tech worker turned ranger, she'd spent the past month learning to navigate by compass and map, to identify bear scat, to recognize hypothermia symptoms. Nothing about identifying supernatural threats. Nothing about what to do when the rational world peeled back to reveal something older and hungrier underneath. The ridge rose sharply, loose scree making every step precarious. At the summit, Ava found what Owen had found. A burial mound. Not large, maybe 8 feet long, 4 feet high, constructed from stones that were wrong for this region. Granite in an area of sedimentary rock. Each stone covered in carved runes so weathered, they looked genuinely ancient. The mound had been opened. Carefully, methodically, the stones removed and stacked with archaeological precision. Inside, empty. But the shape in the earth showed where something had lain for a very long time. Human-shaped. Large, and the ground inside the mound was frozen solid, ice crystals forming patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like more runes. Ava's breath caught. The temperature inside the mound was easily 20 degrees colder than the surrounding air. Her phone's weather app showed 34-degree at her ambient. Her infrared thermometer, borrowed from the ranger station's equipment locker, showed 15-degree outers inside the mound. Impossible. Localized temperature differentials didn't work like that. Not without active refrigeration. Not without some mechanism her geology minor from college insisted couldn't exist naturally. A sound behind her. Scraping. Stone on stone. Heavy footsteps. Ava spun, her hand dropping to the bear spray on her hip. 50 feet down the ridge, a figure climbed toward her. Tall, massive, moving with a gait that suggested immense weight, each footfall leaving deep impressions in ground that should have been too hard to compress. As it climbed closer, Ava's brain tried very hard to rationalize what she was seeing into something acceptable. Failed completely. The figure was human-shaped but wrong in every detail. Skin the color of deep bruising, blue-black, mottled with patches of gray-green where decomposition had started and then stopped, frozen mid-process. Body grotesquely swollen, the torso distended like a drowning victim pulled from cold water after days of submersion. It wore remnants of clothing that might once have been armor, leather and metal corroded to almost nothing but still clinging to the frame underneath. Its eyes were milky white, filmed over with cataracts or ice or both, but they tracked Ava with terrible awareness. When it opened its mouth, the jaw distended further than human anatomy allowed, revealing teeth that looked like they'd been filed to points, gums the color of week-old liver. It spoke. Not English. Old Norse, Ava thought, or something close to it. The words rumbling from a chest that shouldn't be able to produce sound because the lungs inside were certainly not functional. Then, horribly, it switched to English. Accented. Archaic, but comprehensible. You disturb the hogger. You wake the drogger. Foolish. All who open the burial mound suffer the same fate. Ava's training said run. Her 6 weeks of wilderness education said black bears you make yourself big, grizzlies you play dead, but nothing about reanimated Norse corpses. Her legs made the decision for her. She ran. Down the ridge, feet sliding on scree, twice nearly falling, her pack bouncing and the bear spray somehow ending up in her hand, though she didn't remember drawing it. Behind her, the thing followed. Not running. Walking, but covering ground impossibly fast, its massive strides eating distance, the sound of its footfalls like boulders tumbling downhill. Ava burst into a stand of stunted spruce and kept running, branches whipping her face, the failing daylight making every shadow a potential threat. Her Apple Watch buzzed, heart rate 168, abnormal rhythm detected, fall detection asking if she was okay. She ignored it and ran harder. The trees opened onto a clearing and Ava stopped so abruptly she nearly fell forward. In the center of the clearing stood another figure. Human, normal. Owen Stewart, wearing his university fleece, his hiking boots, his glasses reflecting the dying light. "Ava," he called, his voice hoarse. "Thank God." We need to get out of here. That thing, it's been hunting me for 3 days. I've been hiding, trying to survive, but... Stay there, Ava said, her voice shaking. Don't move. Owen's expression shifted to confusion. What? Ava, it's me. We need to run before... What's my name? Ava interrupted. What? Ava Richardson. You're the new ranger. We met at orientation in August. We never met, Ava said quietly. You went missing before I started. I've never seen you except in photographs. The thing wearing Owen's face smiled, and the expression was almost right, but not quite, the muscles pulling in wrong sequences. Clever girl. Smarter than the archaeologist. He believed until the very end that I was his discovery, his proof, his ticket to academic glory. Even when I showed him what I really was. It began to change. Owen's form rippling, expanding, the flesh darkening and swelling until the Draugr stood before her in its true shape, corpse giant, preserved by supernatural cold, animated by something that had been guarding this burial site for centuries. I am Bjorn Eriksson, it said with that horrible distended jaw. Died in the year of our Lord 1024, far from home, far from the sea, guarding treasure that is not gold but knowledge, secrets the Christian dogs would have destroyed. I was set to guard this place, was given the Draugr's curse to ensure I never failed. Death is no release. I walk, I guard, I kill. The smell hit Ava then. Decomposition, but cold decomposition, flesh rotting at glacial speed. The stench of a body that had been dying for 1,000 years, but never quite finishing the process. What did you do to Owen? Ava demanded, backing away, her hand tight on the bear spray that would do absolutely nothing against something that was already dead. Ate him, the Draugr said simply. The old ways. Consumption gives me knowledge, gives me his shape, his words, his memories. I know you now through him. Know you're weak, unprepared, soft, from city life. You will join him. We'll feed the Guardian. We'll become part of what protects this place. It lunged with speed that violated every law of decomposition and rigor mortis. Ava threw herself sideways, hit the ground hard, rolled and came up running. The Draugr's hand, swollen, mottled, fingers thick as tree branches, grabbed her pack and tore it from her shoulders with strength that shouldn't exist in dead tissue. She ran without her gear, without supplies, with only the clothes she wore and the bear spray she still somehow clutched. Ran as the September sun touched the horizon, and the Alaskan wilderness prepared for the long darkness that would eventually become winter. The Draugr followed. Always walking, never running, but never falling behind. Ava could hear it behind her, could hear the wet sound of its breathing, could hear it speaking in Old Norse. Curses maybe, or prayers, or simply the endless monologue of something that had been alone for 1,000 years. She burst through another tree line and nearly ran off the edge of a ravine. Caught herself at the last second, teetered on the edge with her arms windmilling, then stumbled back from the 40-foot drop to a creek below. The Draugr emerged from the trees behind her. Trapped, Ava looked at the ravine, at the thing that had consumed Owen Stewart and intended to do the same to her, and made a decision based on 6 weeks of inadequate training and 28 years of stubborn refusal to accept the impossible. She jumped. The fall seemed to take forever. Long enough to think this is the stupidest thing I've ever done. Long enough to remember her last conversation with her mother, who'd begged her not to take the Alaska posting, to stay somewhere safe. Long enough to regret every choice that had led to this moment. She hit the creek in an explosion of freezing water that drove every thought from her mind except, oh God, cold. The current grabbed her, pulled her downstream over rocks that battered her ribs and legs. Underwater, then surfacing, gasping, then underwater again. When Ava finally managed to grab a rock and pull herself to shore, she was hypothermic, bruised, possibly concussed, and a quarter-mile downstream from where she jumped. But alive. The Draugr stood at the ravine edge watching with those filmed-over eyes. Then it turned and walked away. Not giving up. Ava understood that immediately. It knew the land, knew she was injured, knew the temperature was dropping into the teens. It could afford to be patient. She would die of exposure in a few hours and the result would be the same. Ava pulled herself from the creek, her teeth chattering so hard she bit her tongue. Blood mixing with the creek water she coughed up. Her clothes were soaked. Her phone was dead. Water damage despite the supposedly waterproof case. Her Apple Watch still functioned, showing her heart rate at 45 and dropping body temperature at 94 degrees. Warnings about hypothermia scrolling across the screen. She needed fire, needed shelter, needed to survive the night because backup wasn't coming until tomorrow morning at the earliest, and probably wouldn't come at all if the weather turned. 20 feet from the creek, Ava found a depression under an overhanging rock. Not ideal shelter, but better than open exposure. She crawled inside, her body shaking violently now, the shivering so intense it made coherent thought nearly impossible. Fire. She needed fire. But everything was wet. Her matches were gone with her pack. Her lighter was somewhere at the bottom of the creek. She was going to die in this hole. Die the same way Owen had probably died. Die because she'd been arrogant enough to think 6 weeks of training was adequate for Alaska wilderness in September. No. Ava forced her hands to stop shaking through pure will. She would not die here, would not give the Draugr that satisfaction, would not let her mother be right about this being a terrible idea. She stripped off her soaked outer layers, knowing that wet clothing would kill her faster than no clothing. Her core temperature was still dropping. The watch helpfully informed her she was now at 92 degrees ARV, entering moderate hypothermia, in danger of cardiac arrest. Using rocks and her increasingly numb fingers, Ava scraped together dry moss from the underside of the overhang, found dead wood that had stayed somewhat protected from weather. Her hands wouldn't cooperate, couldn't grip properly, couldn't make the fine motor movements necessary for fire starting. She was going to die. The thought arrived with strange calm. Former tech worker turned ranger, dead in Alaska after 6 weeks because she'd been too stubborn to admit she was in over her head. Then light. Impossible light. Green and purple ribbons dancing across the sky, the aurora borealis emerging as full darkness settled over Denali. The light was bright enough to see by, bright enough to illuminate the depression where Ava huddled, bright enough to show her what she'd missed. Someone had been here before, recently. There were marks on the rock wall, runes, but different from the ones at Owen's camp, different from the ones on the burial mound. These looked protective rather than threatening, and beside the runes, almost invisible in the dim light, a cache, wrapped in waterproof material hidden in a crack in the rock. Ava's frozen fingers fumbled it open to find emergency fire starter, space blanket, energy bars, and a note written in Owen's handwriting. If you found this, you're probably running from it. I put these caches throughout the area after I realized what I'd awakened. The runes are protection, Old Norse binding symbols. They won't stop the Draugr permanently, but they'll slow it down, make it reluctant to enter. You have maybe until dawn. Use the time. Learn what I learned. The Draugr guards knowledge. Specifically, knowledge of something the Vikings found here. Not treasure. Information. Something about the land, about the magnetic fields, about why the aurora is so strong in this region. Owen's notes suggest there's another mound, a larger one 20 miles north. That's where the real secret is buried. The Draugr that took me is just the guardian of the guardian. I'm probably dead by the time you read this. Tell my sister I'm sorry. Tell the university my research was right. Tell someone to burn these mounds and salt the earth because what sleeps here shouldn't wake. Good luck. You'll need it. OS. Ava used the fire starter with shaking hands. It took 6 tries, but eventually flames caught, spreading through the dry moss and wood. Heat. Glorious heat. She wrapped herself in the space blanket, fed the fire carefully, and felt her body temperature stabilize at 94 degrees, then climb slowly to 95 degrees. The runes on the wall seemed to glow in the firelight. Or maybe that was just her hypothermic brain making patterns from shadows. But the Draugr didn't appear. For hours, as the aurora danced overhead in colors that shouldn't exist, as the temperature dropped to single digits, Ava sat by her small fire and tried to plan. Owen was dead. She was alone. Backup wouldn't arrive until morning, and might not arrive at all if weather prevented helicopter access. She could try to survive until rescue, could huddle here and hope. Or she could do what Owen had suggested. Find the larger mound. Understand what the Draugr was really guarding. Maybe find a way to stop it permanently so no one else would stumble into this nightmare. It was a terrible idea. Possibly the worst idea in a day full of terrible ideas. But Ava had left Seattle because she wanted meaningful work, wanted to do something that mattered, wanted to be more than a cog in a corporate machine. Well, this mattered. This was as meaningful as it got. At 4:47 a.m., with dawn still 2 hours away, Ava left her shelter. The fire had dried her inner layers enough to be functional. Owen's cache had included a backup GPS unit, old model from before smartphones made them obsolete, with waypoints marked. One of them, labeled primary site, was 23 miles northeast. The aurora had faded, but the stars were bright enough to navigate by. Ava walked through Alaskan wilderness in September darkness, following a dead man's GPS coordinates toward something that probably meant her death and felt more alive than she had in years. The Draugr found her at mile 7. It emerged from behind a boulder with that horrible casual patience, as if it had been waiting for her to come this direction, as if it knew where she was going. Persistent, it rumbled in that old Norse-accented English. The archaeologist was persistent too. Died persistent, died screaming, died knowing his knowledge would die with him because the Guardian consumes all. Ava held her ground. Owen's research is already published, online, distributed to dozens of colleagues. Killing him accomplished nothing except proving he was right. The Draugr's filmed eyes fixed on her. The knowledge I guard is not in journals, is not in databases, is here, in the land, in the stones, in the mound that holds what your people would destroy if they knew it existed. What is it? Ava asked. What did the Vikings find here that's worth guarding for 1,000 years? Proof, the Draugr said, that the Christian God is a lie, that the old gods were real, that the Vikings found in this land evidence of Yggdrasil, the world tree, the axis around which reality spins. Here, where the sky dances green. Here, where the magnetic forces are strongest. Here, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin. It took a step closer. Ava could smell it now. Ancient decay, cold rot, the stench of something that had been walking dead for 10 centuries. You cannot reach the primary mound, it continued. You cannot survive another night. You cannot fight what does not tire, does not fear, does not cease. Submit. Join the archaeologist. Feed the Guardian. Let your knowledge and your warmth become part of what protects this sacred place. Ava pulled out the emergency flare she'd taken from Owen's cache, her last one. Or, she said, I burn what you're protecting. Same way I'd burn the mound you came from. Erase 1,000 years of guarding and 30 seconds of fire. The Draugr stopped moving. For the first time, something like emotion crossed that swollen face. Uncertainty. Maybe fear. You would not. The knowledge here is priceless. The knowledge here killed Owen, Ava said. Nearly killed me. We'll kill everyone who comes looking for answers. If burning it saves lives, I burn it. She meant it. The Draugr could apparently read truth in living voices because it made a sound like grinding ice and said, What do you offer? Deal, Ava said, her heart racing. I don't disturb the primary mound. Don't excavate, don't publish coordinates, don't bring anyone else here. In exchange, you stop killing people. You let me leave. You go back to your burial and sleep until someone else is stupid enough to wake you. The Draugr studied her with those terrible eyes. And if I refuse? Then I make sure your 1,000 years of guarding end in fire. If I'm dying anyway, I'm taking your sacred secret with me. Silence. The aurora began again overhead. Green ribbons that made the Draugr's decaying flesh look even more wrong. Ava's finger was on the flare's trigger. One pull, and it would ignite, and she would have maybe 10 seconds to use it before the Draugr tore her apart. Finally, you speak truth. You would do this. I would. Then I offer counter bargain. You may leave, may live, but you carry message. Tell your people, this land is sacred to the old gods. The mounds must not be disturbed. Those who open them will wake what sleeps, and what sleeps is hungry. Tell them, warn them, make them understand. And if I do this, you let me go? I return to my hogger. I sleep. Until the next fool disturbs what should remain buried. It wasn't a good deal. Wasn't even a fair deal. But it was survival. And survival mattered. Agreed, Ava said. The Draugr nodded once, then turned and walked into the darkness. Within seconds it had vanished, leaving only deep footprints in the tundra and that lingering smell of ancient rot. Ava stood alone in the Alaskan wilderness, and shook so hard she nearly dropped the flare. Then she activated Owen's GPS and started the long walk back to his original camp. Rescue found her 14 hours later, hypothermic again, but alive, huddled in Owen's frozen tent wearing every piece of clothing she could find. The helicopter medic wrapped her in thermal blankets and asked what happened. Owen Stewart is dead, Ava said through chattering teeth. Fell into a ravine. I found his body but couldn't recover it safely. We'll need a full recovery team. The medic made notes. And you? You've been missing for almost 24 hours. What happened to you? Ava thought about the truth. About Draugr and burial mounds and deals made in darkness with things that should not walk. Thought about Owen's request. Tell someone to burn the mounds. But she'd made a different deal. Had promised to warn, to protect, to keep the secret that Owen had died discovering. Got lost, she said. Hypothermia, disorientation. Lucky to be alive. They flew her to Fairbanks to the hospital, to warm beds and IV fluids and concerned doctors who said she was lucky. So lucky that September Alaska showed mercy to the unprepared. 3 days later, discharged and cleared for light duty, Ava sat in her ranger housing and wrote a report. Official version: Owen Stewart deceased in wilderness accident, body unrecovered due to terrain difficulties, recommend closure of Savage River area pending full investigation. Unofficial version saved to an encrypted file on her laptop. Detailed account of everything. The Draugr, the mounds, the deal. Owen's research and his death and the knowledge that Vikings had found something in interior Alaska that proved their gods were more than mythology. She sent the file to Owen's sister with a note. Your brother was right about everything. I'm sorry. I couldn't save him. But his research matters and someone should know the truth. Then she deleted the file from her computer, burned her handwritten notes, and tried to forget. The nightmares came anyway, Owen's face melting into the Draugr's swollen features, the smell of thousand-year rot, the sound of footsteps that never tired, the terrible patient certainty of something that had all the time in the world because death was no obstacle. But Ava stayed in Alaska, transferred to a different park after her supervisor expressed concerns about her traumatic experience at Denali. Worked her way through the nightmares, through the hypervigilance, through the way her heart rate spiked every time she saw someone walking with that particular heavy-footed gait. She never went back to Savage River, never spoke publicly about what she'd seen, but she watched the archaeological journals, watched for any mention of Viking sites in interior Alaska, watched for other researchers following Owen's trail, and when they appeared, because they always appeared, ambitious academics chasing tenure and recognition, Ava sent anonymous warnings, detailed, specific, terrifying warnings about what waited in those mounds for anyone foolish enough to disturb them. Most ignored her. A few listened. One thanked her personally, said he'd had a dream about something with blue-black skin and filmed-over eyes, said he was pursuing different research now. Ava counted that as a win. 5 years later, working as a senior ranger in Gates of the Arctic, Ava received a package. No return address. Inside, a piece of carved stone covered in runes, and a note in Old Norse that she paid a university professor to translate. The bargain holds, the guardian sleeps. But warn them, other mounds exist. Other guardians walk. Tell your people to leave the old places alone. Some knowledge was meant to stay buried. Ava placed the rune stone on her desk, where she could see it every day, a reminder that the world was larger and stranger than park brochures admitted. that some warnings were given for very good reasons, that the unprepared could survive the impossible if they were lucky and stubborn and willing to make deals with things that should not walk. She never became comfortable in wilderness again, never lost that edge of wariness, that constant awareness that something might be watching from the shadows. But she became good at her job, became the ranger who took threats seriously, who listened to indigenous warnings, who respected the land's capacity for both beauty and horror. And on September nights, when the aurora danced green and purple overhead, Ava Richardson stood outside and remembered Owen Stewart and the drogger that had consumed him, and the deal that had saved her life at the cost of carrying a secret she could never fully share. The world was full of mysteries. Most were beautiful, some were deadly, and the wise learned to tell the difference before opening doors that could never be closed again. Ava had learned, the hard way, but she'd learned, and she was still here, still walking, still warning others about the old places where the dead refused to stay buried. That was enough. It had to be enough. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Your interpretation about the drogger's true nature? Melissa Rodriguez woke from the dream with Trevor Adams's scream still echoing in her skull. Not the sound itself, but the feeling of it. Vocal cords tearing as something with too many joints bent him backward until his spine snapped like green wood. She'd watched it happen from behind her own eyes, unable to move, unable to help. While October rain hammered the tent, and a woman in white stood perfectly still in the downpour, long black hair plastered across a face that held no features, only darkness. The dream had come 3 nights running, identical each time, and Melissa's PhD in ecological science offered no framework for why she knew with absolute cellular certainty that Trevor was already dead and had been for 72 hours. Her iPhone 3GS showed 0547 hours, alarm set for 0600. Melissa turned it off, sat up in her Seattle apartment bedroom, and tried to apply logic to the illogical. Vivid, recurring nightmares had documented neurological explanations: stress, anxiety, pattern-seeking behavior in an overactive prefrontal cortex. She'd been working with Trevor on the Olympic-spotted owl population survey for 6 months, spending weeks in backcountry together. Professional relationship built on shared data and mutual respect for scientific methodology. When he'd missed 3 consecutive radio check-ins, concern was natural. Dreaming about worst-case scenarios was predictable psychological response. Except the dream contained details Melissa couldn't have known. The specific tent model Trevor used, North Face VE25, orange fly sheet with black trim, the exact location in the Hoh rainforest backcountry where she'd never been. The woman's white garment, which her waking mind recognized as a kimono despite having no conscious reference for traditional Japanese clothing. And the cold, that penetrating chill that felt like it originated from somewhere outside temperature, outside physics, a cold that meant something impossible. Park Dispatch had requested she deploy at 800 hours. Trevor's emergency beacon had activated briefly 2 days ago, coordinates deep in the Hoh wilderness, then gone silent. Standard protocol: send another biologist who knew the subject, who could identify personal effects, who wouldn't panic at finding a colleague injured or worse. Melissa had volunteered immediately because that's what you did, what professional obligation demanded. She packed methodically. Garmin eTrex Vista HCX GPS unit, fully charged. VHF radio program to park frequencies. Digital Nikon D90 for documentation. First aid kit expanded for wilderness trauma. 3 days food. Rain gear appropriate for Olympic Peninsula October. Waterproof everything because the Hoh rainforest averaged 200 inches annually, and October was peak deluge season. Her field notebook, blank pages ready for observations. The dream had shown her the tent from inside. She'd been lying in Trevor's sleeping bag, paralyzed, watching the woman in white through mesh that shouldn't have been transparent but was. The woman hadn't moved, hadn't breathed, had simply existed in the rain like a statue carved from mist and malice. Then Trevor had entered the tent, Melissa watching through his eyes now, perspective shifting impossibly. and the woman had followed, hair moving independent of physics, reaching, touching, bending him backward with grip that left no marks but crushed vertebrae anyway. Melissa's scientific training insisted dreams weren't prophetic. Couldn't be. Causality ran one direction: past informed, present informed future. The brain constructed narratives from accumulated data, pattern matched against stored memories, generated probabilistic scenarios. Nothing more. The fact that she'd dreamed Trevor's death meant only that her subconscious was processing legitimate concern about a missing colleague. The helicopter insertion at Aero 9:30 hours went smoothly. Pilot dropped her at coordinates half a mile from Trevor's last GPS ping, promised extraction in 72 hours, weather permitting. Olympic October weather rarely permitted, but Melissa had worked enough backcountry deployments to know you planned for self-sufficiency regardless. The Hoh rainforest lived up to its reputation. Temperate rainforest, everything green and growing and wet. Sitka spruce trees 40 feet in circumference, western hemlock draped in moss like the forest was decomposing while still alive. The trail, barely maintained, more suggestion than path, disappeared under ferns and nurse logs within yards. Visibility maybe 50 feet before the green swallowed everything. Melissa found the tent at 11:47 hours, exactly where the dream had shown it. North face VE-25, orange and black, set up properly in a clearing beside a creek she could hear but not see through the undergrowth. Her stomach clenched. Coincidence. Had to be coincidence. She'd seen photos of Trevor's gear. Her brain had simply inserted accurate details into anxiety dream framework. Trevor? It's Melissa Rodriguez, NPS Wildlife Biology. You missed check-ins. I'm here to assist. No response. The tent fly was zipped closed. Rain pattered on nylon, on leaves, on the moss covering every surface. The temperature was maybe 45 degrees, but Melissa's breath misted like it was below freezing. She approached carefully, documenting with the Nikon. Tent showed no external damage, no signs of bear activity, no obvious trauma. Trevor's backpack leaned against a tree, bear canister sealed. His boots sat outside the tent vestibule, laces still tied. He'd been barefoot when the woman... Melissa stopped that thought. The dream wasn't real, wasn't prophetic. Was her brain generating worst-case scenarios based on incomplete data? She opened the tent fly. Trevor Adams lay in his sleeping bag, exactly as the dream had shown. Body positioned wrong. Spine bent backward at an angle human spines didn't achieve naturally. Neck twisted. Face locked in expression of terminal horror. Eyes open, staring at nothing. Dead for at least 48 hours based on lividity and the early stages of decomposition, though the cold was slowing putrefaction. Melissa's training took over. Document scene. Photograph from multiple angles. Check for obvious cause of death. No visible wounds, no blood, no signs of animal attack. Note environmental conditions, time of discovery, GPS coordinates. Call dispatch with casualty report. Her radio produced only static. The GPS showed solid satellite lock but wouldn't communicate with the base station. Phone showed no signal. Expected this deep in the rainforest. She'd have to hike to higher ground for transmission. Standard procedure for backcountry incidents. Melissa noticed the journal when she moved to close Trevor's eyes. Field notebook, identical to her own, lying open beside his head. The handwriting was Trevor's. She'd seen enough of his data logs to recognize the precise block letters, but the content made her skin prickle. October 14th, 2009, 19:23 hours. She's standing outside the tent. Has been for 6 hours. Doesn't move, doesn't blink. Rain passes through her, but she stays dry. I tried to photograph her. Every frame shows empty forest. Tried to leave, walked for 3 hours, ended up back here. GPS says I traveled 8 miles north. The clearing says I never left. She's waiting for something. I think she's waiting for me to understand. October 15th, 03:44 hours. Can't sleep. When I close my eyes, I see what happened to her. Not told, shown. I'm inside her memory, experiencing her death. Japanese internment camp, 1943. She was 17. Guard named Adams, same surname as me, impossible coincidence, took her from the barracks. 3 months later, she was pregnant. They found her in the forest, hanging from a Sitka spruce. Baby died with her. No one was punished. No one remembered her name. But she remembers. She remembers everything. And she thinks I'm him. Thinks I'm the guard. I showed her my ID, my credentials, tried to explain I'm not related, I'm not him. She doesn't care. She doesn't speak. She just waits. October 15th, 1756 hours. Tried to run. Got 3 miles. Blinked, and I was back at the tent. She was inside this time, sitting across from me. Hair covering her face, but I can feel her looking. Feel her remembering. My family name is Adams, that's enough. She doesn't want justice. Justice is impossible. She wants completion. 7 men violated her. 6 died over the decades. Accidents that weren't accidents. I'm the 7th. Not the 7th man. The 7th Adams. 7th bearer of the name. 7th link in the chain. The revenge doesn't end. It just finds new targets. New generations. October 16th, 02:11 hours. She's inside the tent now. Arms reach away. I can see through her hair to what used to be her face. It's not blank. It's been removed. Not violently. Carefully. Methodically. The way you remove something you don't want to see in a mirror. She's reaching for me. I can't move. Paralyzed like in sleep paralysis, but I'm awake. The entry ended there. Melissa's hands shook, turning pages. More writing, increasingly illegible, transitioning from English to something else. Japanese characters, maybe, though Melissa didn't read Japanese and Trevor didn't speak it. The final pages showed only drawings. A woman in white, a noose, a tree, 7 names written and crossed out. Thomas Adams, 1943, the guard. Richard Adams, 1967, accident. David Adams, 1982, suicide. Peter Adams, 1995, disappeared. Stephen Adams, 2001, heart attack, age 34. Jonathan Adams, 2006, drowning. Trevor Adams, 2009. Melissa forced herself to breathe. This was data. Disturbing data, but analyzable. Trevor had clearly experienced some kind of psychological break, possibly hypothermia-induced hallucination, constructing elaborate paranoid narrative around coincidental surname. The Japanese internment camp connection was real. There'd been a facility near Lake Crescent during World War II, but the rest was trauma brain-generating meaning from chaos. She photographed every page of the journal. Evidence for the incident report, for the psychological autopsy that would follow. Then she checked Trevor's body more carefully for actual cause of death. The spine wasn't just bent, it was broken in 3 places. Vertebrae crushed with force that should have required industrial equipment. No external bruising. No fractures to limbs or skull. Just impossible internal trauma that suggested something had grabbed him and folded him like origami. Melissa's scientific mind offered explanations. Seizure causing muscular contractions strong enough to fracture bone, documented in extreme cases. Except the break patterns were wrong, the force vectors inconsistent with muscle action. She photographed everything anyway, noting each anomaly. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 5 seconds. Not gradual, instantaneous. Melissa's breath went from invisible to thick fog mid-exhale. The rain didn't stop but began freezing on contact, coating the tent in ice that shouldn't form at 45 degrees ambient temperature. She looked up. The woman from her dream stood at the tent entrance. White kimono soaked through but somehow not dripping. Long black hair covering her face. Body perfectly still in a way that living bodies couldn't achieve. The air around her rippled like heat shimmer in reverse, cold radiating invisible waves. Melissa's training provided framework. Hallucination from stress, grief, hypothermia setting in faster than expected. She wasn't really seeing this. Her brain was pattern matching against the dream imagery, constructing sensory experience from expectation. Not real. The woman moved, not walked, relocated, occupying one position then another with no transition between. Now kneeling beside Trevor's body. Now reaching toward Melissa with hands that had too many joints in the fingers. Melissa scrambled backward, hit the tent wall, fell through the nylon like it wasn't there and into the forest beyond. She landed in ferns, mud soaking through her rain gear, and when she looked back, the tent was empty. No woman, no Trevor, just empty space where the tent had been. The GPS showed she'd moved 80 yards east, but she'd just fallen, hadn't walked. The clearing was visible through the trees, orange tent clearly present. Melissa stood, checked herself for injury. None. Checked her GPS against landmarks, position accurate. Checked her perception against rational framework, failing completely. She walked back to the tent. Trevor's body was there. The journal was there. The woman was gone. Melissa's scientific mind tried to process. Grief hallucination, PTSD flashback, something explainable. But the frozen rain coating everything hadn't melted, still glittered with ice crystals that violated every thermodynamic law. Her radio crackled to life. Not dispatch. Trevor's voice, perfect clarity. She doesn't want you, wrong name. Rodriguez isn't Adams, you're just witness, just documentation. But you have to understand what happened, have to complete the observation. Scientific method, right? Form hypothesis, gather data, reach conclusion. Your hypothesis is wrong, Melissa. Time to gather new data. The transmission ended in static. Melissa checked the radio. Definitely Trevor's frequency. Definitely his voice. Definitely impossible because Trevor was dead in the tent with his spine broken in 3 places. She ran. The forest swallowed her. Sitka spruce and western hemlock, ferns and moss and deadfall, everything green and wet and wrong. Melissa's GPS tracked her movement. North, steady pace, mile accumulated on the display. But when she looked back, the tent was still visible 50 yards away. Close as when she'd started running. She stopped. Checked the GPS. It showed 1.4 miles traveled. Looked at the tent. Same 50 yards. This isn't possible, Melissa said aloud. Scientific fact, grounding statement. Distance is objective. GPS triangulation doesn't lie. Either I moved or I didn't. Trevor's journal had described the same phenomenon. Walking for hours, ending up exactly where he'd started. Melissa's rational mind offered explanation. Disorientation in dense forest, circling without realizing, GPS malfunction. But the track log showed straight line north, and she'd been following compass bearing, and the tent remained impossibly close. She tried again. Walked south this time, away from the tent, maintaining bearing, checking GPS every 30 seconds. Distance accumulated, 0.3 miles, 0.6 miles, 1.1 miles. She looked back. The tent was 30 yards away, closer than before. Melissa's hands found her field notebook, pen. Documentation. If her perception was failing, if something was wrong with her cognition, at least she could record symptoms. Scientific method. Observe, record, analyze. She wrote, 1,423 hours, spatial anomaly. GPS indicates travel distance inconsistent with visual observation. Tent appears stationary relative to my position despite recorded movement. Hypothesis, equipment malfunction. Test, manual distance measurement using pace count. She paced north, 200 steps, roughly 500 feet accounting for terrain. Turned around. The tent was directly behind her, 10 feet away. She was inside it. Trevor's body lay beside her, spine bent wrong, eyes staring. How? She'd just been outside, had walked away, had... The journal lay open to a new page. Melissa's handwriting, her field notebook. But she hadn't written this. You're experiencing non-linear time. She controls the space here. Makes it loop, makes it repeat. You can't leave because you haven't arrived yet. You can't arrive because you haven't left yet. Causality is suggestion, not law. Welcome to what I learned. Melissa dropped the notebook. Not her handwriting, after all, she could see now. Similar, but different. Trevor's handwriting imitating hers, or her brain interpreting his handwriting as hers, or time was actually non-linear, and she'd written this in a future that was also past. Her phone rang. iPhone 3GS. No signal, but ringing anyway. The caller ID showed her own number. She answered. "Don't go to the hanging tree," her voice said from the speaker. Future Melissa or past Melissa or hallucination Melissa, impossible to know. You'll want to investigate. You'll want data about the original incident. The tree is marked in Trevor's journal, pages 37 through 40. GPS coordinates that lead exactly where she died. Don't go. Documentation isn't worth it. Some observations change the observer. This isn't real, Melissa said to herself, to the phone, to the rain. Psychotic break? Hypothermia? Something explainable. You're still trying to rationalize, her voice answered. Still looking for framework. There isn't one. She exists outside your models, outside your data. You can measure her effects but not her cause, can document the phenomenon but not explain it. That's the horror, Melissa. Not that she's impossible. That impossibility is real. The call ended. The phone screen showed the conversation in the call log. Duration 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Her own number. Conversation with herself. Melissa's scientific training was comprehensive. She knew about grief-induced psychosis, knew about hypothermia's effects on cognition, knew about temporal lobe seizures creating false memories and prophetic sensations. This fit several diagnostic criteria. If she could just reach extraction point, get medical attention, the hallucinations would resolve under proper treatment. She checked her GPS for the extraction coordinates. 2 miles northwest, elevation gain of 800 feet, achievable in 90 minutes accounting for terrain. She started walking. The woman in white stood on the trail ahead, not blocking it, just present. Melissa stopped, breath fogging despite her jacket being rated to 20 degrees and the temperature being objectively above freezing. "You're not real," Melissa said. "Your grief and stress, and my brain pattern matching against cultural imagery I've encountered subconsciously." The woman's hair moved, not like wind was blowing it, but like it was alive, reaching. Beneath the black strands, Melissa caught a glimpse of what had been face. Trevor's journal was right. It wasn't blank. It had been removed. Systematically, carefully, the way you destroy something you can't bear to see. Melissa tried to step around her. The woman's hand shot out, faster than eyes could track, fingers wrapping around Melissa's wrist. The touch was cold beyond temperature, beyond physics. A cold that felt like it was erasing warmth from existence rather than merely absent of heat. Vision slammed into Melissa's consciousness. She was 17. The guard's name was Thomas Adams. He came to the barracks after lights out, hand over her mouth, weight crushing her into the thin mattress. Nobody helped. Nobody acknowledged. 3 months later, she was visibly pregnant, unmarriageable, shameful. Her father wouldn't look at her. Her mother wept. The forest seemed like mercy compared to the camp, the shame, the child growing inside her from violation. The Sitka spruce was ancient. The rope was regulation camp property. She tied the noose carefully because she'd been raised to do things correctly even when the thing being done was ending her life. The drop was insufficient. She hung for 12 minutes, choking, clawing at the rope, baby kicking inside her while consciousness faded and the forest watched and nobody came because nobody cared about one more dead internment prisoner. But death wasn't ending. Death was beginning of waiting, beginning of remembering, beginning of counting years until the name Adams appeared again. Until she could reach out from the space she occupied, that wasn't quite death and wasn't quite life, and exact the payment the world had refused to demand. Melissa snapped back to present, gasping, the woman's hand still on her wrist. The vision had felt absolutely real, not imagined, experienced. Memory transfer, consciousness invasion, something impossible that happened anyway. "I'm sorry," Melissa heard herself say. "What happened to you was wrong. What he did was monstrous, but Trevor wasn't him. I'm not him. We're not responsible for..." The woman's other hand came up, touched Melissa's forehead with one elongated finger. Different vision, different perspective. Melissa was watching herself from outside, seeing her body jerk as the woman touched her, seeing the exact moment her expression changed from fear to understanding, to terminal horror. Seeing herself collapse, seeing Trevor's journal fall open to a page that hadn't existed before. Melissa Rodriguez, 2009. Wrong name, wrong target, but necessary witness. She has to understand that some debts transcend generations, that some violations don't end, that justice delayed isn't justice denied, it's justice patient. 7 Adams have paid, 7 generations. The cycle completes with Trevor, but the forest remembers everyone who enters, everyone who sees, everyone who tries to explain away what they can't understand. Melissa will leave, will file her report, will spend the rest of her life trying to rationalize what she witnessed. That's her punishment, not death. Knowing that impossible things are real. Melissa came back to herself on her knees in the mud, the woman gone, October rain falling normally. Her wrist burned where the touch had been, skin showing frostbite damage that medical science would later be unable to explain given the ambient temperature. She was holding Trevor's journal. She'd never picked it up, had left it in the tent. But here it was, open to page 37, showing GPS coordinates for the hanging tree. Her scientific mind made decision before her conscious mind could interfere. Document the coordinates, investigate the original site, gather complete data. Understanding required evidence. Explanation required observation. She hiked northwest. The GPS guided her through old-growth forest to a clearing she hadn't seen on any maps. The Sitka spruce was massive, easily 500 years old. High on the trunk, ancient rope still hung, weathered nearly to dissolution but present. Beneath it, barely visible through moss, 7 wooden markers, names carved in English and Japanese. Akiko Tanaka, 1943, Thomas Adams, 1943, marked with different symbol. The perpetrator, Richard Adams, 1967, David Adams, 1982, Peter Adams, 1995, Stephen Adams, 2001, Jonathan Adams, 2006, Trevor Adams, 2009. Melissa photographed everything. Evidence, data, proof that this was real, that the pattern existed, that 7 people named Adams had died across 66 years in circumstances that official records would show as accidents or natural causes or simple bad luck. Her phone buzzed. Text message from her own number. You came anyway, I told you not to. Documentation isn't worth it. Now you know. Now you'll always know. That's the real horror. She looked at her sent messages. Found the text she'd apparently sent herself from a time that hadn't happened yet, or had already happened or was happening simultaneously. Don't go to the hanging tree. You'll want data. Don't. Some observations change the observer. Time was non-linear here. The woman had shown her that. Past and future collapsed into present. Causality became suggestion, and Melissa's rational framework shattered like glass against stone. She found the 8th marker as rain intensified. Fresh wood, recently carved. Melissa Rodriguez, 2009. Her name, her year, but she wasn't dead, wasn't even injured. The woman had said wrong name, not a target, only a witness. Melissa heard the snap behind her, wood breaking, rope finally giving way after 66 years. She turned. The woman hung from the tree, fresh rope around her neck, body swaying. Not dead, dying. Present tense. Melissa was watching the original death, the 1943 suicide, occurring simultaneously with 2000's eyes met hers through the hair, expression begging for help that came 66 years too late. Then the vision shifted. Melissa was in the barracks, was being held down. Was the woman experiencing the violation? Was Thomas Adams committing it? Was observer and victim and perpetrator all at once? Perspective fracturing across time and identity until she couldn't remember who she was supposed to be. She ran. This time the forest let her go. GPS tracking made sense. Distance accumulated proportionally. And after 2 miles of desperate flight, she reached the extraction point on schedule. The helicopter came at 1600 hours, pilot noting she looked shaken, but otherwise fine. Melissa filed her report. Trevor Adams deceased. Cause of death undetermined pending autopsy. Possible spinal trauma from fall or seizure. Location showed no hazards. Body recovered for forensic examination. Standard incident documentation. The autopsy found the broken spine. Found no cause. Ruled it unexplained medical event. Trevor's journal was logged as evidence, but the pages about the woman, the visions, the time loops, those pages were blank when examined by other people. Only Melissa could see the writing. Only Melissa knew what had really happened. She tried to tell people, tried to explain the non-linear time, the vengeful spirit, the pattern of Adam's deaths spanning generations. Colleagues smiled patiently, suggested grief counseling, noted concern about her psychological state following traumatic discovery of a friend's body. Melissa stopped trying to convince anyone after 3 months. The data was there. The pattern was documented. 7 Adams across 66 years, all dead in October, all within 50 miles of the Hoh rainforest. But without witnesses who believed, without framework for impossible phenomena, the observation remained unexplainable. She left the Park Service. Couldn't return to the Olympic Peninsula. Couldn't be in forests without remembering the woman in white, the touch that brought visions, the knowledge that some violations create wounds that never heal across any number of generations. The frostbite on her wrist never healed either. Tissue damage consistent with exposure to temperatures below -50 Fahrenheit, except the recorded air temperature that day was 43 degrees. Doctors had no explanation. Melissa stopped asking for one. She dreams sometimes. Always the same dream. She's in the tent with Trevor watching the woman approach. But sometimes the perspective shifts, and she's the woman, reaching for Trevor, bending his spine backward, unable to stop because the violation demands payment, and payment must be extracted across 7 generations, and Melissa is witness to all of it, observer and observed simultaneously. She wakes from these dreams with her wrist burning, frostbite flaring, and her iPhone, upgraded now through several generations, showing text messages from her own number. You documented it. You have the data. You understand the phenomenon. But understanding doesn't mean you can explain it. Some observations change the observer. You're changed now. You know what's real beyond your models. That's your punishment. Not death. Knowing. Sometimes Melissa still tries to write papers, tries to frame the Olympic Peninsula phenomenon in scientific language, tries to create framework for non-linear time and vengeful spirits and observations that violate causality. The documents always corrupt. Files become unreadable. Data vanishes from drives that shouldn't be able to fail. The woman doesn't want documentation, wants only for Melissa to know, personally and privately, that impossible things are real, that some debts transcend generations, that justice patient is still justice, that violations create wounds that exist outside of time, that bleed across decades, that demand payment in forms science can't measure. Melissa knows all this now. Knows it with cellular certainty that her PhD can't rationalize away. Knows it every time she looks at the frostbite scar, every time she dreams the non-linear dreams, every time she checks her phone and finds messages from herself, warning about futures that are also pasts. She knows. And knowing, without ability to explain or share or integrate into rational framework, is the real horror, not death. Knowing. The woman in white made sure of that. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The emergency radio transmission had been corrupted. That's what Brandon Clark told himself as he listened to the recording for the 7th time. Headphones pressed tight against his ears, trying to convince his rational mind that Harper Martinez's last words weren't what they sounded like. The first part was clear enough. This is Harper Martinez, day permit 3847, requesting immediate assistance at Hetch Hetchy North Rim, grid 379462, 1197871. I found the cairn. I found what they buried. And I think... Then static consumed her voice, but beneath the static, distinct and impossible to rationalize away, Brandon heard three things: Harper Martinez screaming, something else screaming in a language that might have been Romanian, and a third voice, male, ancient, hungry, saying his daughter's name. Lily Clark, it whispered through a century of death. Tell her father I'm coming home. Clark's hands trembled as he removed the headphones. The Yosemite dispatch office was empty at 11 p.m. Just him and the recording equipment and the growing certainty that Harper Martinez hadn't simply fallen from the Hetch Hetchy Rim or gotten lost in the backcountry. Something had taken her. Something that knew his daughter's name. His phone buzzed. A text from Mrs. Chen, his neighbor who watched Lily on his overnight shifts. Lily's asleep. Had nightmares again, but settled down. Take your time. Nightmares. Lily had been having them for 3 weeks now, ever since the anniversary of her mother's death. Dreams about a man standing at her bedroom window, watching her. A man who smelled like wet earth and spoke in a language she didn't understand. Clark had assumed it was grief manifesting through her 8-year-old mind, trauma surfacing in the only way children knew how to process it. Now, hearing that voice on the recording saying his daughter's name, he wasn't so sure. Clark pulled up Harper Martinez's file on his computer. 26 years old, graduate student in anthropology from UC Berkeley, researching death practices of Eastern European immigrants in early 20th century California. She'd requested a research permit for the Hetch Hetchy area specifically, citing historical records of a workers' cemetery from the O'Shaughnessy Dam construction era, 1914 to 1923. The dam had been controversial, flooding the Hetch Hetchy Valley despite protests from John Muir and the Sierra Club. During construction, dozens of workers had died, accidents, disease, exposure. The official records said their bodies had been relocated before the flooding. But Harper's research proposal included references to incomplete exhumations and disputed burial sites. She'd been looking for graves, and apparently she'd found one. Clark forwarded the audio file to his supervisor's email with a subject line reading "Urgent Martinez SAR, possible foul play," then grabbed his go bag. His Garmin InReach GPS showed the coordinates Martinez had transmitted. North rim of Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, about 8 miles from the ranger station. Rough terrain, granite cliffs dropping 2,000 feet to the water. If she'd fallen, recovery would be difficult. If something else had happened. He didn't let himself finish that thought. Instead, he texted Mrs. Chen, "Emergency SAR call. Might not be back until morning. Please stay with Lily. Don't let her answer the door for anyone." Mrs. Chen's response came immediately. "Is everything okay?" Clark typed, "Yes," then deleted it, typed, "I hope so," and sent it before he could reconsider. The drive to Hetch Hetchy took 40 minutes on winding mountain roads, Clark's truck headlights cutting through darkness thick with October fog. The reservoir appeared as a vast black expanse, the drowned valley invisible beneath 300 feet of water. Somewhere down there, beneath the surface, was the original Hetch Hetchy. Meadows, waterfalls, granite formations that John Muir had called a grand landscape garden, one of nature's rarest and most precious mountain temples. And somewhere down there, if Harper's research was accurate, were graves that shouldn't exist. Clark parked at the trailhead and checked his equipment. Motorola APX radio with GPS integration, satellite phone first aid kit, rope, headlamp, emergency beacon. And because he couldn't shake the feeling that normal equipment wouldn't be enough, he added items that would get him laughed out of any CR briefing. A crucifix his late wife had worn. Not that he believed, but she had. Salt. No idea why, just instinct. And the Glock 22 he wasn't supposed to carry on routine searches. The trail to the north rim was steep, gaining 1,800 feet in 3 miles. Clark's headlamp illuminated ancient granite and manzanita bushes, the beam catching occasional reflections from animal eyes, deer, possibly coyote. But no human sounds, no response to his calls of "Harper Martinez, Park Service SAR, if you can hear me, respond." Just the wind through pine trees and the distant sound of water against rock. He reached the rim coordinates at 1:23 a.m. His headlamp revealed a small clearing on a granite outcropping. with the reservoir spreading dark and silent 2,000 feet below. Harper Martinez's daypack sat against a rock, neatly arranged, the way someone might set it down intending to return. Her GoPro camera was still attached to the pack's shoulder strap, red recording light dark. Clark photographed the scene, then carefully examined the pack. Water bottle half full, trail mix, notebook filled with research notes in small, precise handwriting. The last entry was dated today, time stamped 4:47 p.m. Found it. The cairn is exactly where the 1923 surveyor's notes indicated, 37.9462, 119.7871. Stones arranged in Eastern European pattern, specifically Romanian Transylvanian. Engravings match protective symbols against strigoi, vampire, revenant, which means they knew what they were burying. They knew it wasn't a normal death. Question: if these are protective symbols, why place them on top of the grave? Unless they weren't trying to keep people out. They were trying to keep something in, need to excavate, need to see what... The entry ended mid-sentence, the pen trailing off the page. Clark turned slowly, scanning the clearing with his headlamp. 20 feet from the pack, partially hidden by scrub oak, he saw the cairn. A mound of carefully stacked stones, each rock placed with obvious intention, the pile forming a rough rectangular shape about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Grave-sized. And the stones had been disturbed. Recently. Someone had pulled away the top layers, exposing a gap in the center where darkness gaped like a mouth. Clark approached slowly, every instinct screaming at him to retreat, call for backup, wait for daylight and proper authorities. But Harper Martinez was missing, and his daughter's name had been spoken by something on that corrupted recording, and he couldn't shake the certainty that time mattered here. He knelt beside the cairn and pointed his headlamp into the gap. The beam revealed more stones beneath, and below those, fragments of wood, a coffin, collapsed from age and moisture. And within the coffin remains, glimpsed through gaps in the wood. Fabric, possibly burial clothing, pale shapes that might be bones, and something else, something that made Clark's throat constrict with irrational terror. The fabric was moving, not wind. There was no wind down in the cairn, but slow, rhythmic movement, like breathing. Clark jerked backward, his hand instinctively going to the Glock on his belt. Harper Martinez, are you down there? No response. Just that slow, rhythmic movement, and now Clark could hear it. A wet, rasping sound, like damaged lungs trying to draw air through fluid-filled passages. His radio crackled with static, and through the static came Harper Martinez's voice. Brandon Clark. It knows your name because I told it. It wanted to know who would come looking for me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It showed me things, promised things. Reunion with lost loved ones, communication with the dead, answers about what comes after. I just had to help it get out. Had to remove enough stones for it to squeeze through. And it did. It got out. And now it's... Where are you? Clark demanded into the radio. Martinez, what's your location? It's wearing me, Harper's voice said. But the tone was wrong now, layered with something else beneath it. Just like it wore the construction worker in 1923, wore him until the others realized and killed them both. Buried them together. But it's stronger now. Fed on me. Learned from me. And I told it about you. About your daughter. About how you're all alone since your wife died. It liked that. Loved ones, Mr. Clark, are leverage. The voice that had been Harper's dissolved into something else. Male, thick with an accent that might have been Romanian, resonant with malice. I know how you suffer, Brandon Clark. I know the emptiness since your Elena died. 3 years you grieve. Raise your Lily alone. Push away everyone who tries to help. Such familiar pain. I was widower also once. Came to America for new life. Died building dam for rich men. Buried in this mountain far from home. But death is not the end. Death is transformation. And I have learned many transformations. Clark was backing away from the cairn now, his headlamp beam swinging wildly across the clearing. Movement in the periphery. Something rising from behind a rock. Something wearing the shape of Harper Martinez but moving wrong. Joints articulating at impossible angles. Skin pulled too tight over a frame that was too large for it. I took the girl's knowledge. The thing said in that layered voice. Took her memories, her language, her understanding of this modern world. Useful. But I hunger for more than knowledge. I hunger for life. Warm blood, beating heart, breath in lungs. And your Lily. Such young blood, such innocent heart. She will sustain me for decades. Clark drew the Glock, hands steady despite the terror flooding his system. Stay away from my daughter. The Harper thing laughed, and the sound echoed wrong in the mountain air, reverberating with harmonics that shouldn't exist. You think to threaten Strigoi with gun? I was killed before, buried with iron spikes through heart, blessed with priests' prayers, sealed with protective symbols. Yet here I stand. Death cannot hold what refuses to die. It moved toward him with that wrong articulation, and Clark fired. 3 shots, center mass, exactly as trained. The rounds struck the Harper thing and passed through as if through mist, the body rippling where they entered but showing no real damage. Iron and lead, it said, still advancing. Americans love their guns. But this is not enemy you can shoot. This is ancient enemy. This is hunger that transcends flesh. Clark ran. He crashed down the trail, headlamp beam bouncing, his radio squawking static in that terrible layered voice. Run home to Lily, Brandon Clark. Run fast. But I am faster. I am already there. His satellite phone had signal. Barely. He dialed Mrs. Chen, hands shaking so badly he nearly dropped the phone. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? Mrs. Chen's voice groggy with sleep. Mrs. Chen, listen to me very carefully, Clark said, still running. Lock all the doors and windows. Do not let anyone in. Do not let Lily out of your sight. I'm calling the police right now. They'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't open the door for anyone except uniformed police with ID. Do you understand? Brandon, you're scaring me. What's happening? Just please do what I'm asking. I'll explain everything, but right now I need you to... The call dropped. No signal. Clark was in one of the valleys, granite walls blocking satellite line of sight. He kept running, pushing his 42-year-old body harder than he'd pushed it since the army, lungs burning, legs screaming. His radio crackled again. Such love for your daughter. I remember such love. My wife, my Elena. Yes, same name as yours, curious coincidence. She died of typhoid while I worked on this dam. I begged Foreman for time to go to her to say goodbye. He refused. She died alone while I drilled holes in mountain. When I died, falling from scaffold 3 weeks later, I welcomed death. Thought I would see her again. But dead is just empty, cold, aware but powerless. Until I learned the old ways, the ways my grandmother had whispered about. Transformation, hunger, return. Clark reached his truck at 2:47 a.m. His hands fumbled the keys, nearly dropped them. He started the engine, gunned it toward the park exit and the highway beyond. Cell signal returned as he cleared the mountain pass. He called 911, explained there was a threat to his daughter, gave his address in Mariposa, demanded immediate police response. The dispatcher tried to ask questions, but Clark hung up and floored the accelerator, his truck hitting 80 on the winding mountain roads. Please, he thought. Please let them get there in time. Please let Lily be okay. Elena, if you can hear me, if there's anything after death, protect our daughter. Please. The drive to Mariposa took 35 minutes that felt like hours. Clark saw police lights outside his house as he screeched to a stop. 2 sheriff's deputies on his porch. Mrs. Chen standing in the doorway looking confused and frightened. Clark nearly fell getting out of his truck. Ran to Mrs. Chen. Is Lily okay? Where is she? She's asleep upstairs, Mrs. Chen said. Brandon, what is going on? These officers said you called about a threat. Clark pushed past her, took the stairs 3 at a time. Lily's bedroom door was closed. He opened it carefully, quietly, and saw her small form in bed, blonde hair spread across the pillow, breathing steady and normal. Asleep. Safe. He sagged against the doorframe, relief flooding through him so intensely he thought he might collapse. Safe. She was safe. "Mr. Clark?" One of the deputies had followed him upstairs. "Sir, we need you to explain the nature of the threat. You told dispatch someone was targeting your daughter." How did he explain? How did he tell two rational law enforcement officers that a Romanian Strigoi wearing the skin of a missing anthropologist had threatened his 8-year-old daughter? They'd think he'd lost his mind, possibly call Child Protective Services. There was a situation during a search and rescue," Clark said carefully. "The missing person, Harper Martinez, she'd been researching something dangerous. I think she encountered someone, and that someone knew about me, knew about my daughter. I was worried they might come here." "Do you have a description of this person?" "No, I have a recording from Martinez's emergency transmission, but it's corrupted. My supervisor has it. But I thought I heard." How did he finish that sentence? The deputy looked skeptical, but professional. "We'll file a report. We'll also increase patrols in this neighborhood for the next few days, but Mr. Clark, if you don't have specific information about a threat..." "I know how this sounds," Clark said, "but something happened out there tonight. Something wrong. And Harper Martinez is still missing, possibly dead, and I needed to make sure my daughter was safe." The deputies left after 20 minutes, promising enhanced patrols and a follow-up visit in the morning. Mrs. Chen left shortly after, still confused but sympathetic. Clark sat in Lily's room watching her sleep, his Glock on his lap, waiting for dawn. At 4:32 a.m., Lily's eyes opened. She looked directly at him, face expressionless, and said in a voice that wasn't hers, "You cannot protect what I have already claimed." Then she blinked, confusion crossing her features, and she was Lily again. "Daddy? Why are you in my room? Did I have nightmares again?" Clark's hands tightened on the Glock. "Sweetheart, did you just say something before you woke up?" "I don't think so," Lily said, yawning. "I was dreaming about the man at the window. He said he was coming inside soon. He said he knew you, that you worked together or something. He seemed nice." "What did he look like?" "Old. Like, really old, but also not. Like he was pretending to be old, but he was really something else. And he smelled funny. Like dirt and water. Can I go back to sleep?" "Of course, honey," Clark said, his voice remarkably steady. "I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere." Lily curled back under her blankets, asleep within minutes. Clark sat in the chair by her bed, Glock loaded and ready, watching the window where gray dawn light was finally beginning to filter through. The Strigoi had touched his daughter somehow, spoken through her, marked her, and Clark understood with terrible clarity that running wouldn't help, hiding wouldn't help. This thing had fixated on Lily the way it had once fixated on Harper Martinez, and it wouldn't stop until it had what it wanted, which meant Clark had to stop it first. At 7 a.m., he called his supervisor, Chief Ranger Tom Braddock. Explained there had been an incident during the Martinez search, that he needed emergency leave for a family situation, that someone else should take over the case. Braddock tried to ask questions, but Clark hung up and started searching the internet. Strigoi mythology, Romanian vampire folklore, how to kill Strigoi, protection against revenants. The information was scattered across folklore websites, academic papers, horror enthusiast forums. But certain patterns emerged. Strigoi were dead but not gone. They retained intelligence and personality from life, but twisted by death and hunger. They could possess the living, speak through them, influence their dreams. They fed on blood but also on life force itself, draining victims slowly or quickly depending on need. Traditional methods of destruction, decapitation, followed by burning the head separately from the body, placing garlic in the mouth, reversing the burial, facing the body downwards so if it tried to dig out it would dig deeper. Driving stakes through the heart wasn't enough alone. The stake had to remain in place until the body decomposed completely. And crucially, strigoi were bound to their burial sites. They could travel, could possess and influence, but their physical form, the revenant body, remained tied to where they were buried. Destroy the body. Destroy the strigoi. Clark looked at his sleeping daughter, at her innocent face, and made a decision that would either save her or damn him. He was going back to that cairn. He was going to dig up whatever was in there, and he was going to destroy it. But first he needed help, and there was only one person he could think of who might possibly believe him. Father Miguel Rodriguez ran the Catholic Church in Mariposa, a small adobe building that served the town's largely Hispanic community. Clark had never attended. Elena had been the believer, not him, but he remembered Father Rodriguez from Elena's funeral. The priest had been kind, practical, and notably didn't talk about God's plan or better places or any of the platitudes that made grief harder. Clark found him in the church at 8:30 a.m., preparing for morning service. The priest looked up from his Bible as Clark entered, concern crossing his weathered face. "Mr. Clark, it's good to see you. How is Lily?" Clark struggled for words. "Father, I need to ask you something that's going to sound insane. In my experience, the questions that sound most insane are often the ones most worth asking." Clark took a breath. "Do you believe in evil? Not metaphorical evil, not the evil men do. Actual evil, supernatural evil." Father Rodriguez set down his Bible carefully. "I am a Catholic priest. I believe in demons. I believe in possession. I believe in spiritual warfare. So yes, I believe in supernatural evil. Why do you ask?" "Because I think my daughter has been marked by something. A strigoi, a Romanian revenant, and I think it's going to try to take her unless I stop it." Most people would have laughed or called for psychiatric help. Father Rodriguez just nodded slowly. "Tell me everything," Clark told him. "The recording, the cairn, the Harper thing, the voice speaking through Lily. All of it, expecting disbelief or skepticism or attempts to rationalize. Instead, Father Rodriguez said, "The church has protocols for this. Not common, not often used, but they exist. We'll need to perform a blessing on your home, a protective ritual around Lily. And then we'll need to deal with the source, the body in the cairn. You believe me?" "Mr. Clark, I've been a priest for 35 years. I've seen 3 possessions, 2 of which I witnessed personally during exorcisms. I've blessed homes where genuine evil resided. I've spoken with things that were not human and never had been. Your story doesn't sound insane to me. It sounds like a standard case of revenant attachment, rare but not unprecedented. Can you help me destroy it? I can bless you, protect you, provide the proper prayers and rituals, but the physical destruction, the digging, the desecration of remains, the burning, that you'll have to do. The church cannot officially sanction grave desecration, even of evil." "Unofficially?" Father Rodriguez smiled grimly. "Unofficially, I'll drive you there myself." They left at 10 a.m., after Father Rodriguez performed a blessing over Lily, who thought it was weird but neat, and Mrs. Chen's house, who thought it was sweet but unnecessary. Clark loaded his truck with equipment, shovels, pickaxes, accelerant, matches, salt, the crucifix, and at Father Rodriguez's insistence, a bottle of holy water and a vial of blessed oil. For anointing the body before destruction, the priest explained. "We're not monsters, Mr. Clark. Even evil deserves proper ritual in death." The drive back to Hetch Hetchy felt longer in daylight, every mile taking them closer to something Clark's rational mind still struggled to accept as real. But he thought of Lily's voice saying, "You cannot protect what I have already claimed," and pushed the truck faster. They reached the trailhead at 11:47 a.m. Father Rodriguez climbed out, stretched, and shouldered a pack containing his ritual items. He wore hiking boots and jeans under his clerical collar, practical clothing for spiritual warfare. "Ready?" Clark asked. "I've performed 3 exorcisms and witnessed evil that would break most minds. Father Rodriguez said. But I've never faced a strigoi, so no, I'm not ready. But we're going anyway. The hike took 90 minutes, Clark setting a brutal pace despite the equipment weight. Father Rodriguez kept up remarkably well for a man in his 60s, his breathing steady, his hiking boots finding purchase on loose granite with practiced ease. The priest had mentioned growing up in the Sierra foothills, learning these mountains before he learned theology. I've been preparing for this my entire priesthood, Father Rodriguez said during a brief water break. Every exorcism, every blessing, every encounter with genuine evil. They were training for moments like this. The church doesn't advertise it, but we maintain protocols. Ancient protocols. Some dating back to the early Christian persecution, when our saints fought Roman demons and pagan spirits. The strigoi is just another name for the same hunger that's existed since humanity's beginning. Clark wiped sweat from his face, his garment showing they'd climbed nearly 2,000 vertical feet. Do you think we can actually destroy it? Or are we just postponing the inevitable? I think, Father Rodriguez said carefully, that evil persists because good men do nothing. Your daughter's life is worth fighting for. Even if we only buy her 70 years of safety, that's 70 years of life, of joy, of love. That matters. That's worth any cost. They reached the clearing at 1:23 p.m., exactly 12 hours after Clark had first found the disturbed cairn. The precision of the timing felt significant, as if the location existed in its own temporal rhythm. In daylight, the scene looked different, less immediately threatening, more obviously archaeological. The cairn was clearly old, the stones weathered and lichen-covered, moss growing in the crevices between rocks. The construction showed deliberate patterning, stones arranged in specific geometric configurations that Father Rodriguez identified as protective wards from Eastern European tradition. This isn't just a grave, the priest said, examining the stone arrangements. This is a prison. Whoever buried this thing understood exactly what they were dealing with. They used sacred geometry, probably prayers in Romanian or Old Church Slavonic. This wasn't superstition. This was sophisticated spiritual engineering. Harper Martinez's pack was still there, though animals had gotten into it overnight, scattering contents across the granite. Her notebook lay open, pages fluttering in the mountain breeze. Clark retrieved it, read the final entries more carefully now. The symbols aren't just Romanian, they're specifically Transylvanian, from the Maramuresh region where strigoi legends are strongest. This suggests the buried individual came from that area. Census records from O'Shaughnessy Dam construction show 3 workers from Maramuresh County between 1914 and 1923. 1, Nicolae Popescu, died in a scaffold collapse in August 1923. His body was never sent home to Romania, unusual for the time when families typically paid for repatriation. Question: why wasn't he sent home? Answer: because his co-workers knew what he'd become. And near the pack, arranged in a way that definitely hadn't been there before, was a circle of small objects. Clark approached slowly and identified them. Children's toys. A doll, a small truck, a jump rope, a stuffed animal. All old, weathered, damaged by time and elements. Offerings, Father Rodriguez said quietly. From the families of previous victims. Children it took over the decades. Mr. Clark, this thing has been hunting for a century. You might not be the first parent to try stopping it. Clark felt his stomach turn. What happened to them? If their children's toys are still here, they probably failed. They began digging. The cairn was deep, stones piled high, and it took 2 hours to remove enough to expose the collapsed coffin beneath. The wood was rotted, easily broken away, revealing the contents. A skeleton, definitely human, wearing the remains of early 20th century clothing, canvas work pants, a collarless shirt, heavy boots. The bones were wrong, though. Too many of them, arranged in ways that didn't match human anatomy. And intertwined with the human skeleton was something else. Smaller bones, possibly from animals, woven through the human remains like a second skeleton wrapping around the first. The construction worker and the strigoi, Father Rodriguez said, buried together. The locals must have killed them both, tried to bind them together to prevent resurrection. Didn't work, Clark noted. Bindings weaken over time, especially when someone disturbs them. The priest pulled out his holy water. We need to separate the remains, anoint them individually, then burn them separately. Fire for the human, blessed fire for the strigoi. We have to give the construction worker's soul release while destroying the entity that wore him. They worked carefully, Clark handling the physical separation while Father Rodriguez prayed in Latin, sprinkling holy water over both sets of remains. As they worked, the temperature dropped noticeably, cold air rising from the grave despite the afternoon sun. And Clark heard her voice. Not Harper's this time, but Elena's. His wife, dead 3 years, speaking with perfect clarity. Brandon, stop. You're making a mistake. I'm here, I'm with you, I never left. The Strigoi taught me how to stay, I can come back. We can be a family again. Lily can have her mother. You don't have to be alone anymore. Clark's hands stilled on the bones. Elena's voice was exactly right. Every inflection perfect, saying the things he'd dreamed of hearing for 3 years. Mr. Clark, Father Rodriguez said sharply, that's not your wife. Your wife is at peace. This is deception. But what if it's real? Clark whispered. What if there's a way? There isn't, and even if there was, it wouldn't be Elena. It would be something wearing Elena's memory, using your love as a weapon. You know this. Your daughter needs you present, not chasing ghosts. Clark squeezed his eyes shut, fighting the desperate hope that had surged at Elena's voice. You're right. I know you're right. Brandon, Elena's voice said again, sadder now. Please. I'm so cold here. So alone. Let me come home. You are home, Clark said, opening his eyes. You're at peace, and I'm going to make sure nothing disturbs that peace ever again. He poured accelerant over both sets of remains, Father Rodriguez anointing them with blessed oil and praying. Then Clark struck a match and dropped it. The fire caught instantly, flames rising blue and white, burning hotter than accelerant alone should produce. The bones blackened, cracked, collapsed, and from the fire came screaming. Not Elena's voice now, but that male Romanian accented voice howling in rage and pain. You think this ends me? I am already everywhere. In your daughter's dreams, in the water she drinks, in the air she breathes. You burned my anchor, but I remain. I will take her, Clark. Tonight, tomorrow, next week. I will take her and wear her, and you will watch helpless as I consume your last reason for living. The fire burned for 30 minutes, reducing bones to ash and ash to nothing. When it finally died, Clark and Father Rodriguez scattered the remains, mixing them with salt, burying them deep. Then they rebuilt the cairn, this time with proper blessing, Father Rodriguez marking each stone with holy water and prayers. It's done, the priest said, finally exhausted. The Strigoi's physical anchor is destroyed. Its power should be broken. Should be? Evil is persistent, Mr. Clark. It finds ways. We've dealt with the body, but the entity itself, the hunger, the malice, that's harder to kill. Keep Lily blessed, keep her safe, and pray. That's all we can do. They hiked out as sunset painted the reservoir gold and red. Clark checked his phone obsessively. No messages from Mrs. Chen, which hopefully meant nothing was wrong. They reached the trailhead at 7:42 p.m., darkness falling fast. Clark's phone rang as he started his truck. Mrs. Chen, her voice tight with fear. Brandon, you need to come home right now. Something's wrong with Lily. His heart stopped. What do you mean wrong? She won't wake up. She's breathing, but she won't wake up, and her skin is so cold, Brandon, she's so cold. Clark dropped the phone, gunned the engine. Father Rodriguez grabbed the door handle as the truck fishtailed out of the parking lot. Go, he said. Go fast. The drive took 25 minutes of controlled terror. Clark pushing the truck to its limits, running stop signs, hitting 90 on straight stretches. Father Rodriguez prayed the entire way. Rapid Latin that sounded like both plea and command. They screeched to a stop outside Clark's house. The front door was open. Mrs. Chen must have left it that way in her panic. Clark ran inside, took the stairs, burst into Lily's room. His daughter lay in bed, covers pulled up to her chin, face pale as paper, eyes closed. Mrs. Chen stood beside the bed, crying. "I tried everything. I called 911, they're coming, but Brandon, she won't wake up." Clark checked Lily's pulse. Present but weak. Her breathing shallow. Her skin ice-cold despite the warm room. This wasn't medical. This was supernatural. Father Rodriguez entered, already pulling items from his pack. Holy water, blessed oil, a small Bible. "Mr. Clark, I need you to hold her down. She's going to fight. She's unconscious. She won't be in a moment." The priest began prayers in Latin, sprinkling holy water over Lily's forehead. The effect was immediate. Lily's eyes snapped open, solid black from lid to lid, and she screamed in that layered voice. "Mine. She is mine. You burned my flesh, but I am in her blood now. In her breath, in her dreams. I have been feeding for 3 weeks, since the anniversary of the mother's death when the child's grief opened her. You are too late. Too late." Lily's small body convulsed with impossible strength, nearly breaking free from Clark's grip. Her back arched until her spine bent at an angle that should have broken it. Her fingers clawed at his arms with force that drew blood. Father Rodriguez pressed the Bible to her forehead, voice rising in volume, switching between Latin and English. "By the power of Christ, I command you to release this child. You have no claim here. You were not invited. You were not welcomed." "I was," the thing screamed through Lily's mouth, her voice layering with that ancient Romanian accent. She wished for her mother. She prayed every night for 3 years. "Please, God, bring Mommy back. I'll do anything. I'll be good forever. Just let me see her again." Such beautiful desperation. Such perfect invitation. And I came wearing Mother's voice, Mother's memory, Mother's love. The child opened every door, welcomed me into every corner of her spirit. She invited me in. Clark's vision blurred with tears, guilt crushing him. He'd been so focused on his own grief, his own pain, he hadn't seen how deeply Lily was suffering. Hadn't protected her from the predatory thing that heard a child's prayer and twisted it into access. "I'm sorry, Lily," he whispered, holding her thrashing body. "I'm so sorry I didn't see. I'm sorry I wasn't enough." "You were never enough," the Strigoi hissed. Single father, broken man, playing at strength while drowning in grief. The child needed her mother. I gave her that. Gave her dreams of Elena, memories of Elena, hope of Elena. Better than you gave her. Better than abandoning her to boarding schools and babysitters while you worked 70-hour weeks to avoid an empty house. The words cut because they were partially true. Clark had thrown himself into work after Elena died. Anything to avoid the silence of their home, the memories in every room. And Lily had suffered for it, grown quiet and withdrawn, her childhood stolen by loss. Clark felt his world cracking. Lily had wanted her mother so badly she'd opened herself to this. His beautiful, grieving daughter had been vulnerable, and this thing had exploited that. "Then I uninvite you," Clark said, his voice shaking. "As her father, as her guardian, as the person who loves her most in this world, I uninvite you. You are not welcome in my daughter. You are not welcome in my home. You are not welcome in any space where love exists. Get out." "Love?" The thing laughed. "Love is just fear of loss. Love is just hunger wearing a prettier name. I am hungry. You are hungry. We are the same." "We're not," Clark said, "because I would rather die than let my daughter suffer. Can you say the same? Did you ever love anything more than your own hunger?" For a moment, just a moment, the black in Lily's eyes flickered, and Clark saw his daughter looking out, terrified and trapped. Then Father Rodriguez anointed her forehead with blessed oil in the sign of the cross and shouted the final command. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, depart." Lily screamed, truly Lily this time, not the thing. And black smoke poured from her mouth, her nose, her ears coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape that writhed and dissipated like fog in sunlight. The temperature in the room spiked 20 degrees in seconds. And then it was gone, truly gone, leaving only Lily sobbing in Clark's arms. "Daddy, it was inside me. I could feel it. I'm sorry. I just wanted Mom back. I'm sorry." Shh, baby, it's okay. You're okay. It's gone now. I've got you. I've got you. Father Rodriguez sagged against the wall, exhausted. It's done. The Strigoi is dispersed. Without its physical anchor and without permission to inhabit her, it couldn't maintain cohesion. Is it destroyed? Diminished. Scattered. It would take decades to reconstitute enough power to threaten anyone again. And by then, we'll all be gone. This fight is won, Mr. Clark. Your daughter is safe. The EMTs arrived 10 minutes later, checked Lily, found her vitals normal if weak. They attributed her condition to a severe fever that had broken, recommended hydration and rest, and left after 30 minutes. Mrs. Chen left shortly after, still confused but relieved Lily was okay. Father Rodriguez stayed until midnight, performing a final blessing over the house, leaving Clark with holy water and instructions for daily protection rituals. Keep her close, he advised. Trauma like this leaves scars. She'll need therapy, probably for years, and she'll need you to believe her when she talks about what she experienced. I'll believe her, Clark promised. After tonight, I'll believe anything. After the priest left, Clark sat in Lily's room, watching her sleep peacefully for the first time in weeks. No nightmares, no cold skin, just his daughter, breathing easily, alive and safe. His phone buzzed, a text from Chief Ranger Braddock. Harper Martinez's body recovered at base of Hetch Hetchy North Rim, appears to have fallen. Medical examiner ruling accidental death. Case closed. Take all the time you need for family leave. Clark stared at the text. Harper Martinez fallen. Her death ruled accidental. No mention of the cairn, the Strigoi, the supernatural predator that had worn her and threatened his daughter. Just another statistic, another tragic accident in the wilderness. He thought about telling Braddock the truth, filing a report about what really happened, then thought better of it. Some truths were too dangerous to record. Some battles were fought in shadows and had to stay there. Instead, he texted back, "Thank you. We'll return when ready." He deleted the corrupted recording from his phone, deleted the photos of the cairn, deleted any evidence that might lead someone else to dig where they shouldn't, to disturb what should stay undisturbed. The Hetch Hetchy North Rim would be there forever, waiting. And somewhere in those mountains, scattered and weakened but not truly destroyed, the Strigoi's hunger remained. Maybe it would find someone else in 50 years. In 100, maybe it would reconstitute and hunt again, but not today, not his daughter, not while he drew breath. Clark pulled the covers up around Lily's shoulders, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "I've got you, baby. Always. Nothing's going to hurt you while I'm here." And for the first time since Elena's death 3 years ago, he felt like maybe that promise was one he could actually keep. Outside Lily's window, dawn was breaking over the Sierra Nevada, golden light touching granite peaks and ancient forests. The mountains were beautiful and terrible, holding secrets in their stone hearts, keeping watch over mysteries that predated human language. Brandon Clark, father and ranger, survivor and protector, watched the sunrise and made peace with the fact that the world was stranger and more dangerous than he'd ever imagined, and that love, real love, the kind that would burn ancient evil and tear apart reality itself to protect a child, was the only weapon that truly mattered. He would tell Lily everything someday when she was older. Tell her about her mother's voice used as a weapon, about the Strigoi that had fed on her grief, about the battle fought for her soul. And he would teach her how to recognize evil, how to protect herself, how to be both kind and strong in a world where darkness wore friendly faces. But today he would just let her sleep. Let her be 8 years old and safe and loved. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new fears, new battles. Tomorrow. But not today. Today, his daughter was safe, and that was enough. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Harper. Daniel Freeman found the seventh shadow burned into the oak tree at 11:34 p.m. on October 31, 2008, and this time he was looking at it with someone who couldn't deny what it meant. Sheriff Ann Holloway stood beside him in the beam of his maglite, her weathered face pale as she studied the perfect silhouette scorched into the bark, human-shaped, arms spread wide, mouth open in what might have been a scream, or might have been something worse. It matched the other six exactly. Same size, same pose, same impossible burn pattern that forensics couldn't explain, because fire didn't work like this, didn't leave negative space images without consuming the surrounding wood. "This is where Alexis Ford was last seen," Daniel said quietly. 48 hours ago. Witness said she walked toward the tree line and a shadow moved wrong, not with the light against it, and then she was gone. Daniel Freeman had spent 5 years as a National Park Service ranger at Great Smoky Mountains. After 2 tours in Afghanistan taught him that civilian life required structure and purpose, or the transition would kill him faster than any IED. At 6'3" and 220 pounds, most of it muscle memory from Marine training he'd never quite let go, Daniel was the ranger other rangers called when situations required physical presence. Bear encounters, violent domestic disputes at campgrounds, the occasional drunk hiker who thought rules didn't apply. Daniel handled it all with the same calm competence he'd used clearing buildings in Kandahar. But this was something his training hadn't covered. 7 people, Sheriff Holloway said, her voice tight. 7 people in 18 months, all disappeared during new moon phases, all leaving these. She gestured at the shadow burn, her hand shaking slightly. What the hell are we dealing with, Freeman? Daniel had been asking himself that question since the 3rd disappearance, when he'd first noticed the pattern everyone else seemed determined to ignore. The park saw 9 million visitors annually. People got lost constantly. Most were found, some weren't. It happened. But this was different. The first victim had been Marcus Chen, experienced hiker, last seen near Cades Cove in March 2007. Found his pack, his phone, his wallet. Found the shadow burned into a poplar tree where his girlfriend said he'd been standing when something moved in the corner of her eye and he just wasn't there anymore. Second victim, Emma Rodriguez, disappeared in June 2007 from the Alum Cave Trail. Different location, same shadow burn, same witness statement about movement in peripheral vision. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all following the pattern, always during new moon, always leaving the shadow burn. Always with witnesses who couldn't quite explain what they'd seen because it happened in the edges of vision, in the spaces where attention didn't quite focus. And now Alexis Ford, 27 years old, wildlife photographer from Atlanta, camping alone near Cades Cove. Last seen by another camper at dusk on October 29th, walking toward the tree line to photograph deer. The camper had glanced away for literally 3 seconds, looked back, and Alexis was gone. No scream, no struggle, just absence where a person had been. "I don't know what we're dealing with," Daniel admitted. "But I know it's not natural. I know it's going to happen again unless we figure this out. And I know every law enforcement agency we've contacted thinks we're seeing patterns where none exist." Sheriff Holloway's jurisdiction technically ended at the park boundary, but she'd been involved since victim number 3, when Daniel had driven to her office in Townsend and laid out everything he'd found. She was maybe 60 years old, born and raised in these mountains, and unlike the federal investigators who'd briefly looked at the case, she didn't dismiss the shadow burns as coincidence or hoax. "My grandmother used to tell stories," she said quietly, still staring at the burned silhouette. "Cherokee legends, about the Nunahai, spirit people who lived in these mountains. They'd appear sometimes to help lost travelers, or sometimes to lead them away. Into the mists, into the places between." She shook her head. "I always thought they were just stories. Folklore to keep kids from wandering off alone." Daniel didn't believe in folklore, didn't believe in spirits or legends or anything that couldn't be explained by physics and biology. 2 tours in a combat zone had taught him that the most dangerous thing in the world was always another human being, and the most reliable tool was training and discipline and the willingness to use violence when necessary, but he also couldn't explain the shadow burns. Couldn't explain how 7 people had vanished without trace except for these impossible images. Couldn't explain the growing feeling he'd had over the past 6 months that something was watching him when he investigated the sites. Something that existed just outside his ability to perceive it directly. "I'm staying here tonight," Daniel said. "Setting up trail cameras, motion sensors, the works. If something comes back, I want evidence." "You think it comes back?" "I think this is the 8th tree. I think victim number 8 is coming. I think the pattern isn't finished yet." Sheriff Holloway studied him for a long moment. "You want backup?" Daniel thought about that. About whether bringing more people would help or just provide more targets. "Yeah," he said finally. "But stay in your vehicle. Stay where there's light. Don't let yourself get isolated in the dark." They set up a perimeter using Daniel's equipment. 4 trail cameras with motion activation and infrared capability, a portable motion sensor that would trigger an alarm on his Garmin GPS unit, and 2 high-powered LED floodlights powered by a generator. The sheriff parked her cruiser 50 feet from the marked tree, engine running, high beams illuminating the area like a stage set. Daniel took up position between the cameras and the tree, his service weapon holstered but accessible, his military-grade flashlight in one hand, his flip phone in the other, ready to document anything unusual. The fog was rolling in, typical for the Smokies, where weather could change from clear to 0 visibility in minutes. And within an hour, Daniel was standing in a white wall that reduced the world to maybe 20 feet of visibility. The generator for the floodlights cut out at 1:47 a.m. Daniel's training kicked in immediately. Threat assessment, scanning for danger, hand moving to his weapon. The lights died simultaneously, plunging the area into darkness broken only by his flashlight and the sheriff's headlights behind him. "Holloway?" he called. "You see anything?" No response. Daniel's pulse elevated slightly. Not panic, just the body's natural response to potential threat, the way his nervous system had been trained to recognize danger and respond appropriately. He turned toward where the cruiser should be, where headlights should still be illuminating the fog. The headlights were gone. The cruiser was gone. Sheriff Holloway was gone. Impossible. She'd been right there, engine running, radio on. Daniel had looked away for maybe 15 seconds when the generator died, but the space where her vehicle had been was now just empty forest, fog swirling through trees that seemed taller than they'd been moments ago. Daniel's flashlight beam caught something in the mist. Movement. Not toward him or away, perpendicular to his line of sight, something passing between trees. Human-shaped but wrong, darker than the fog should allow, moving in a way that suggested it wasn't walking but gliding, like footage played at slightly wrong speed. He aimed his flashlight directly at it. The beam passed through where the figure should be, illuminating nothing, the light seeming to get swallowed by darkness that had no physical source. Daniel's rational mind insisted this was hallucination, exhaustion, the fog playing tricks. But his combat-trained instincts were screaming different warnings: ambush, threat from multiple vectors, retreat and regroup. He backed toward where the generator had been, intending to restart it, re-establish the lights. Found nothing. The generator was gone too. So were his trail cameras, his motion sensors, all his equipment. Just forest and fog and the growing certainty that something fundamental had gone wrong with reality in the last 3 minutes. Daniel pulled out his flip phone, Motorola Razr, state-of-the-art for 2008, and flipped it open. No signal, which wasn't surprising this deep in the park, but the screen showed something that made his skin prickle. The date read October 31st, 2008, 11:34 p.m., the same time he'd arrived at the tree with Sheriff Holloway, 2 hours ago, except his watch showed 1:52 a.m. Daniel checked his watch again. Digital display, military issue, reliable, still showing 1:52 a.m., November 1st. But his phone insisted it was 2 hours earlier, still Halloween. Peripheral movement again. Multiple figures now, circling, always just at the edge of his vision. When he turned his head to look directly, they vanished. When he looked away, they reappeared. Dark human-shaped silhouettes that existed only in the spaces his attention didn't cover. His training said fight or retreat. But fight what? How do you engage an enemy that exists only in peripheral vision, that vanishes when directly observed? Daniel tried his radio. Dead. Tried his GPS. The screen showed his position, but the coordinates were wrong, placing him 3 miles from where he actually stood. Tried walking back toward where his Jeep was parked, following the trail he'd used to reach this location. After 10 minutes of walking, he was back at the oak tree with the shadow burn. Impossible. He'd walked in a straight line, had followed terrain features, had used his compass. But he was back at the starting point, as if the forest had folded around him, as if the concept of a way had lost meaning. The figures in his peripheral vision were closer now. Daniel could hear them, or hear something. Not footsteps. More like the absence of sound. Dead spaces in the ambient noise where his ears insisted something existed, but couldn't identify what. He tried again. Walked in the opposite direction this time, marked his trail with reflective tape, counted his steps to ensure he was moving in a straight line. After 8 minutes, back at the oak tree. Daniel had seen a lot in Afghanistan, had experienced fear in its purest form, had learned to function through it, to let training override panic. But this was different. This was his understanding of reality coming apart, was the fundamental assumptions about cause and effect, and linear time proving unreliable. The shadow burn on the tree was changing. When Daniel had first arrived, hours ago or minutes ago, depending on which device he trusted, the silhouette had shown arms spread wide. Now the arms were lowered. Now the mouth looked less like screaming and more like laughing. Daniel's flashlight flickered. When it came back on, there were 8 shadow burns on the tree. Not 1. 8. All slightly different poses, all human-shaped, all looking like they'd been there for years despite 7 of them being impossible. One of the new silhouettes was wearing a Park Service uniform, was the right height and build to be Daniel Freeman. He touched his chest, his arms confirming he was solid, was present, was still physically existing. But the shadow on the tree insisted otherwise. Insisted he was already one of the disappeared, already consumed by whatever existed in the spaces between perception. This isn't real, Daniel said aloud, his voice steady despite his accelerating pulse. PTSD episode, hallucination, not real. The figures in his peripheral vision stopped moving. And then, horrifyingly, they spoke. Not with voices, with the absence of voices, with silence shaped into words that Daniel heard directly in his auditory cortex. Real is a category error. We exist in the spaces your neurology ignores, in the peripheral fields your brain discards, in the moments between attention and recognition. You cannot fight what you cannot fully perceive. You cannot escape what exists outside linear causation. You are already gone, Daniel Freeman. Have been gone since you arrived. Will be gone before you got here. Time is negotiable here. Reality is consensus, and the consensus is breaking. Daniel's Marine training provided no protocols for this. No combat manual covered reality-breaking entities that spoke in auditory hallucination and existed only in peripheral vision. But his training did provide something else. The ability to function through fear, to complete the mission, even when the mission made no sense. The mission was simple. Understand what happened to Alexis Ford and the 6 others. Find them if possible. Stop it from happening again. Daniel pulled out his digital camera, separate device in 2008, before smartphones made dedicated cameras obsolete, and began photographing everything. The multiple shadow burns on the tree, the fog that moved wrong, the figures he could only see peripherally that showed up in photos as darker patches in already dark mist, human-shaped voids where light seemed to stop rather than scatter. The figures spoke again. Documentation is meaningless. Your devices measure only one layer of reality. We exist in all of them simultaneously. The people you seek are here with us, are experiencing every moment of their disappearance eternally, are screaming and laughing and sleeping and dying across infinite instances. Time is a direction you move through. Time is an ocean we swim in. You cannot save them. You cannot save yourself. You can only choose which instance you wish to experience forever. The fog began to clear, not gradually, instantly, like a switch had been thrown. Daniel found himself standing in the exact same location, but it was now daylight. Bright noon sun, temperature comfortable, birds singing, everything normal. Except he was surrounded by people. Alexis Ford stood 20 feet away, holding her camera, looking confused. Beside her, the 6 previous victims, Marcus Chen, Emma Rodriguez, all of them looking disoriented but physically present, physically real. "Daniel," Alexis said. "How did you... I was photographing deer and then everything got weird. Repeating. I've lived the last 5 minutes maybe 1,000 times. Different each time, but the same. Where are we?" Daniel approached slowly, his hand away from his weapon, his body language non-threatening. "Great Smoky Mountains, Cades Cove area. What's the last thing you remember before the loop started?" "Walking toward the tree line. Sunset. Something moved wrong in my peripheral vision and then..." She gestured helplessly. "This. Fragments. Moments that don't connect. Are you real? Am I real? I can't tell anymore." Marcus Chen spoke up, his voice shaking. "I've been here for 18 months, or 18 seconds, or 18,000 years. Time doesn't work right. We see you arrive over and over, different ways each time. Sometimes you save us, sometimes you join us, sometimes you were never here at all." Daniel's tactical mind was trying to process this. 7 people, all present, all claiming to experience non-linear time, all trapped in some kind of loop or liminal space. "Is there a way out?" he asked. Emma Rodriguez laughed, the sound brittle. "Out implies direction, implies a stable geography. This place, it's not a place. It's a fold in reality, a place where attention doesn't focus. The shadow people, that's what they are. Entities that exist in the blind spots of consciousness, and we're stuck here with them, in the blind spot, experiencing every possible timeline simultaneously." As if summoned by the name, the shadow people appeared, not in peripheral vision this time, directly visible now that Daniel was in their space rather than his own. They were humanoid but hollow, silhouettes with depth, 3-dimensional absences of light shaped like people but containing nothing, containing less than nothing, containing the active negation of existence. One of them approached Daniel. Didn't walk, transitioned, existing at different points in space without moving through the intervening distance. When it spoke, the words formed directly in Daniel's mind. "You understand now. This is where we exist. Between the seconds. In the angles of perception your neurology smooths over. Humans see in narrow bandwidth, experience time as linear progression, exist in single instance. We exist in all the ignored spaces, all the dismissed moments. We are what you delete to maintain consensus reality." "Why take people?" Daniel demanded. "Why trap them here?" "We don't take. You cross over. You step into the spaces between your attention, usually briefly. Usually you return before noticing. But sometimes, at specific lunar phases, at specific locations, when the boundary thins, you cross over and cannot find the way back. You become aware of us, and awareness here is permanent. You cannot unsee us, cannot return to the limited perception you left. The disappeared are not missing. They are perceiving too much." Daniel looked at Alexis, at the others. They seemed solid, real, present, but Marcus Chen flickered slightly, as if existing in multiple states simultaneously. Emma's edges were blurred, like a photograph taken with slow shutter speed. They were coming apart, fragmenting across whatever this space was. "How do I get them out?" Daniel asked. "You don't. They are not out to be gotten. They exist here, exist there, exist in between. Consciousness is location, and their consciousness is now distributed across dimensional boundaries. You can join them. Can exist here consciously instead of disappearing into our blind spot. Or you can return to your limited perception and forget this ever happened. Forget them. Forget us. Forget that reality is consensus. and consensus is arbitrary. Daniel's military training insisted there was always a way, always an exit strategy, always a solution if you thought hard enough, fought hard enough, refused to accept defeat. But this wasn't combat. This wasn't even physics. This was something that existed outside the frameworks his entire worldview depended on. "Show me," he said. "Show me how this works." The shadow person didn't move, but suddenly, Daniel was seeing from its perspective, if perspective was the right word. He saw reality as layers, as overlapping instances, as probability clouds where single definite states were the exception, rather than the rule. He saw himself standing in the forest across 1,000 different timelines, where he arrived alone, where he arrived with backup, where he never arrived at all because he'd died in Afghanistan, where he'd never joined the Marines, where he'd never been born. He saw Alexis Ford existing in multiple states, alive, dead, disappeared, found, merged with the shadow people, escaped, trapped forever. All simultaneously true, all equally valid, all existing in the same space because space itself was a simplified model of something much more complex. And he saw the shadow people themselves, not as entities but as the spaces between entities, as the ignored background against which foreground reality played out, as the deleted data that made the signal comprehensible. They weren't malicious. They just existed in the gaps, and sometimes humans fell through the gaps and couldn't get out, because getting out required not perceiving them, and once perceived, they couldn't be ignored. The vision ended. Daniel was back in his single perspective, his linear time, his limited bandwidth of perception. But he understood now. Understood that rescuing the disappeared wasn't possible because they weren't gone. They were experiencing too many places at once, too many times simultaneously, and returning to single-instance existence would require them to collapse back into one timeline, would require choosing which version of events was real, and deleting all the others. "There's a choice," the shadow person said. "You can take one instance, pull one version of these people back to your consensus reality, but doing so collapses all other versions, kills them across every other timeline, murders infinite instances of themselves to save one. Or you accept that they exist here, in superposition, alive in some timelines and dead in others and trapped in still more. And you return to your world with the knowledge that reality is not what you thought." Daniel looked at Alexis Ford, or one version of her, one instance selected from infinite possibilities. She looked back at him with eyes that showed too much understanding, that had seen across dimensional boundaries and couldn't unsee. "Don't," she said quietly. "Don't collapse me. I can feel all the other versions. In some of them I'm home, I'm safe. In some I'm dead, but it's peaceful. In some I'm here forever, but I'm not alone. If you pull one version back, you kill all the rest. You make one arbitrary instance real and delete everything else. I don't want that responsibility. Don't want to be the version that survived at the cost of infinite other selves." Marcus Chen nodded. "We're not suffering. Not exactly. We're experiencing everything. It's overwhelming, but it's also... We see so much more than we did. See how arbitrary reality is. How many versions of ourselves exist. How fragile the consensus is that makes any of it seem solid." Daniel's training said leave no one behind. His orders said investigate and rescue. His entire worldview said there was right and wrong, success and failure, mission accomplished or mission failed. But this wasn't a binary situation. This was something his frameworks couldn't process. "What happens to me?" Daniel asked. "I've seen you now, seen this. Can I go back?" "You are already back," the shadow person said. "This conversation is happening in the space between your decision to investigate and the moment you'll forget investigating. You'll return to your timeline with no conscious memory of us. We'll file a report saying you found nothing. We'll slowly forget the victims. We'll eventually convince yourself this never happened." "No," Daniel said firmly. "I won't forget." "You will. You must. Human neurology cannot maintain awareness of us and function in consensus reality simultaneously. You will remember for hours, then minutes. Then you'll remember that you forgot something important. Then you'll forget that you forgot. Then we'll be gone from your conscious access. We'll exist in your blind spot again. And when you arrive at this tree in 2 hours, because time is flexible here, you'll investigate the shadow burn and find nothing and file your report and move on. Daniel felt it happening even as the shadow person spoke. The memories were already becoming slippery, hard to grasp, like trying to remember a dream after waking. Alexis's face was blurring. The shadow people were fading back into peripheral vision. The daylight was dimming. He grabbed his camera, took more photos, physical evidence. Something to anchor the memories when his neurology deleted them. The shadow person that might have been amused. Your devices will show only fog and trees. The images exist in your perception only. When you return to single-instance consciousness, they'll revert to standard documentation of empty forest. Daniel checked his camera's display screen. Empty forest. Fog. No people. No shadow entities. Just normal landscape photography of normal woods. You cannot document what exists outside your perceptual bandwidth. The shadow person continued. Cannot prove what you're about to forget. Cannot save what doesn't need saving. The disappeared are fine. Better than fine. They exist in expanded consciousness now. They see more than you can imagine. They would not return to your limited existence even if offered. Is this real? Daniel asked. Last question before the memory deletion took hold. Real is consensus. You're asking if this matches your consensus reality. No, it doesn't. But your consensus reality is a shared hallucination, an agreed-upon deletion of infinite complexity to maintain functional sanity. This is what exists when consensus breaks. Is it more real? Less real? The question assumes reality is binary. It isn't. The fog was returning. The daylight was fading. Daniel could feel himself transitioning back to his original timeline, could feel the memories compressing, could feel his neurology doing what it was designed to do: delete the overwhelming data, maintain the simple story, preserve the functional narrative. He tried to hold on to the important part. Alexis Ford is okay. All of them are okay. They're experiencing something we can't understand, but they're not suffering. Mission accomplished in a way that doesn't map to mission parameters, but is still somehow success. The memory slipped further. What had he been trying to remember? Something about the victims being okay? But that didn't make sense. They were gone. Disappeared. That's why he was investigating. He was standing at the oak tree with the shadow burn. His watch showed 11:47 p.m., October 31st, 2008. His phone showed 11:47 p.m. Sheriff Holloway stood beside him, her face pale as she studied the silhouette burned into the bark. This is where Alexis Ford was last seen, Daniel said. Had said? Was about to say? His mouth was forming words he couldn't quite remember, deciding to speak. 48 hours ago. Witness said she walked toward the tree line and a shadow moved wrong, not with the light, against it, and then she was gone. Had this conversation already happened? Daniel felt a bizarre sense of déjà vu, like he'd lived this moment before. But that was impossible. He'd just arrived, hadn't he? Sheriff Holloway was talking about Cherokee legends, about Nunahai, about spirit people. Daniel tried to focus, but his attention kept sliding away, like trying to remember something on the tip of his tongue. They set up equipment. Trail cameras, motion sensors, lights. The sheriff parked her cruiser, kept the engine running, maintained the lights. Daniel took up position and waited. The fog rolled in. The generator cut out at 1:47 a.m. He turned to check on the sheriff and... she was there. Engine running. Lights on. Everything normal. He'd just checked 2 minutes ago. Why had he thought she'd disappeared? The generator restarted on its own. Probably just a fuel flow issue. Daniel made a mental note to get it serviced. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. No shadow people, no disappearing, no reality fragmentation, just a normal stakeout that produced no results. At dawn, Daniel packed up his equipment. Sheriff Holloway looked exhausted but relieved that nothing had occurred. Maybe the pattern is broken, she suggested. Maybe whatever was happening has stopped. Daniel nodded, but something felt wrong. Felt like he was forgetting something crucial. Had he dozed off at some point? Had he dreamed something important? The feeling faded as he drove back to the ranger station. By the time he filed his report, conducted overnight surveillance at Cades Cove Shadowburn site, no unusual activity observed, no evidence of foul play and Ford disappearance. He'd forgotten there was anything to forget. Daniel Freeman continued working as a ranger at Great Smoky Mountains, continued investigating disappearances. Never connected them to a pattern because the pattern existed in his blind spot now, existed in the spaces his neurology had learned to ignore. He didn't remember the shadow people, didn't remember Alexis Ford explaining that she existed in multiple states, didn't remember the conversation about consensus reality and perceptual bandwidth. But sometimes, in his peripheral vision, he'd see something move wrong. Something human-shaped, but not human. Something that existed in the corners of attention and vanished when looked at directly. And in those moments, Daniel Freeman would feel a bizarre sense that reality was thinner than it seemed, that the solid world was consensus, that just beyond perception, infinite other versions of everything existed simultaneously. Then the feeling would pass. He'd dismiss it as fatigue, as stress, as the lingering effects of combat-related PTSD. He'd return to his work, to his investigations, to his carefully maintained worldview where things were solid and time was linear, and reality was singular. And the shadow people watched from their space between spaces, from the blind spots of consciousness, from the deleted data that made the signal comprehensible. They didn't take people. People crossed over on their own, stepped through cracks in consensus reality, saw too much and couldn't unsee it. Some returned. Most forgot. A few, like Alexis Ford and Marcus Chen and the others, stayed in the spaces between, experiencing all possible timelines simultaneously, alive and dead and trapped and free in equal measure across infinite instances. The shadow burns on trees marked the locations, marked where the boundary thinned, marked where attention failed and perception expanded, and humans briefly touched something their neurology wasn't designed to process. Daniel never figured out what caused them, never solved the disappearances, never understood that he'd had the answers and his brain had deleted them to maintain functional sanity. He continued working, continued living, continued existing in his single instance, his linear time, his limited bandwidth. And if sometimes he felt like he'd forgotten something important, like there was a conversation he'd had that mattered but couldn't quite recall, well, that was just how memory worked. The brain deleted irrelevant data to maintain the essential narrative. Reality was consensus. Daniel Freeman had agreed to that consensus by forgetting, had chosen functional limitation over overwhelming perception, had returned to the simple story because the complex truth would have broken him. The shadow people understood, held no grudge, simply waited in the spaces between attention, in the peripheral fields of vision, in the blind spots that let humans function without being overwhelmed by infinite complexity. And when the next person stepped through, when the next consciousness expanded beyond its designed bandwidth, the shadow people would be there. Not to take, not to trap, simply to witness. To exist in the spaces that consensus reality required be empty. Because something had to exist in the blind spots. Something had to occupy the deleted data. Something had to be what humans agreed not to see. They were the shadow people. They were the gaps in attention. They were the price of functional sanity. And they were always watching from just outside perception, patient and eternal, waiting for the next moment when consensus failed and someone saw too much. Daniel Freeman would never remember them, would never know he'd met them, would never understand that he'd been given a choice and had chosen forgetting. But somewhere in the spaces between his thoughts, in the blind spots of his attention, the memory existed. Fragmented, inaccessible, real. And if that tree in Cades Cove now showed 8 shadow burns instead of 7, if one of them was shaped exactly like a Park Service ranger, if Daniel sometimes drove past it and felt inexplicable unease, well, that was just the mountain playing tricks. Nothing more, nothing less. nothing that existed in the spaces between. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Your interpretation about what's real? Michelle Carter's iPhone 7 showed the voicemail notification at 0342 hours. Heather Bryant, timestamp 3 hours ago, duration 3:47. Michelle pressed play and heard her mentor screaming about trees that walked on root legs, trails that rewrote themselves behind her, a thing made of moss and eyes that spoke her name in a voice like wind through dead branches. The recording quality was perfect, no static, every word clear, including Heather's final sentence. Michelle, don't come looking. The forest doesn't want found, it wants... Then the sound of something wet, something breaking, and a voice that wasn't Heather using Heather's throat to whisper in a language Michelle didn't recognize but understood, meant, mine now, always mine. The trees remember everyone who cuts them. Michelle played the voicemail 7 times in her ranger station bunk, hands shaking, trying to apply 6 months of training to a situation that had no protocol. Heather Bryant was senior ranger, 15 years with the National Park Service, her field mentor since Michelle had graduated the academy in March. They'd been partnered on every deployment, Heather patiently teaching the 1,000 small skills that textbooks couldn't convey. How to read weather in leaf patterns, which animals signaled wrong by their absence. When to trust instinct over GPS. The voicemail shouldn't exist. Heather had been on routine trail maintenance in Cataloochee Valley, 12 miles into backcountry where cell coverage was theoretically impossible. Her radio check-ins had been normal. Aero 900 hours cleared fallen oak from Palmer Creek Trail, 1,300 hours lunch at Caldwell Fork Junction, 1,600 hours heading to Big Creek campsite for overnight before finishing circuit tomorrow. Standard solo deployment for experienced ranger in September when traffic was light. Then silence until the voicemail at 0027 hours. 3 hours ago. Michelle had been sleeping, phone on silent because rookie rangers pulled every shift senior staff didn't want. She'd seen the notification when her alarm woke her for the 0400 shift rotation. Dispatch needed to know. Protocol said, report immediately. Wait for senior rangers to organize proper search and rescue. But the voicemail had said Michelle's name specifically. Don't come looking. Which meant Heather knew Michelle would, knew her rookie eagerness would override common sense. Michelle grabbed her pack anyway. Garmin GPS map 60 Forest, fully charged. Motorola VHF radio. iPhone 7 at 96% battery. GoPro Hero 5 black chest mounted for documentation. First aid kit, emergency shelter, 3 days food. Her bench-made Griptilian knife that Heather had given her after first successful solo patrol. Inscription reading, trust yourself, HB. She left a note for dispatch. Following up on Bryant's missed check-in, Cataloochee Valley Circuit, back by 1,800 hours. Not technically violating protocol if she framed it as proactive investigation rather than unauthorized rescue. Rookie logic, Heather would have called it. Do the thing you want. Find justification later. The September morning was cool. Fog settling into valleys like the mountains were exhaling. Michelle drove the Park Service truck 40 minutes to Cataloochee entrance, hiked in on Palmer Creek Trail as first light filtered through old-growth forest. Tulip, poplar, eastern hemlock, oak species she'd memorized from field guides. Trees here were 400 years old in places, trunks 8 feet across, canopy so dense it created permanent twilight at ground level. Heather's GPS track showed on Michelle's device. They shared location data for safety, standard partner protocol. The track ran normal for 12 miles, then stopped abruptly at coordinates that made Michelle's mapping software glitch. The location marker flickered, jumped half a mile east, returned to original position, jumped again. GPS satellites didn't malfunction like that. Position was position, triangulated from orbital assets that didn't care about terrain. Michelle reached the last normal waypoint at 0847 hours. Heather's chainsaw sat beside a cleared oak trunk, still shiny with bar oil. Her water bottle hung from a branch. Radio clipped to a stump, turned off. She'd set down her gear, and walked into the forest without it. No signs of struggle, no blood, no animal tracks suggesting bear or cat encounter. Just abandoned equipment and a trail that continued northeast exactly as mapped. Michelle keyed her radio. Dispatch, this is Carter. Located Bryant's equipment at Palmer Creek mile marker 12. No sign of Ranger herself. Continuing search northeast on established trail. Static answered. She tried again, checked frequency, verified battery. The radio worked mechanically but couldn't find the relay tower that should have been clearly accessible from this elevation and angle. Her iPhone showed no signal, expected in backcountry, but the voicemail had come from here somehow, from coordinates where cellular transmission shouldn't penetrate. Michelle activated the GoPro, documenting everything. Evidence for the incident report, for whatever investigation would follow. Time is 0851 hours, September 23, 2016. Located Bryant's abandoned gear. GPS is showing anomalous behavior. Location data inconsistent. Radio communication unsuccessful. Proceeding with search. The trail continued clear for another mile, then started wrong. Subtle at first. The path curved left where Michelle's map showed it curving right. She stopped, checked the Garmin against the paper map Heather had taught her to always carry as backup. The paper showed right curve. The trail physically went left. She followed it anyway. Sometimes maps were outdated, sometimes trails got rerouted for erosion control. After 300 yards, the trail circled back to where she'd started. She was standing beside Heather's chainsaw again, except she'd just walked a clear loop that should have taken her half a mile northeast. Her GPS track log confirmed the distance, 0.34 miles traveled. The chainsaw said otherwise. Michelle tried again, this time following the right curve her map indicated even though no physical trail was visible. She pushed through underbrush, maintaining bearing, checking compass every 30 seconds. After 10 minutes of difficult bushwhacking, she emerged onto clear trail. The same trail, Heather's chainsaw, the same stump, except her previous GPS track wasn't visible on the device anymore. The log showed her starting from the ranger station, driving to Catalucci, hiking to this exact spot. No record of the loops she'd just walked. That's not possible, Michelle said aloud. Grounding technique Heather had taught her. Vocalize observations to combat panic. GPS tracks don't delete themselves. I walked those loops. The data should exist. She pulled out her iPhone, checked the photo log. She'd taken pictures of the abandoned gear at 0851. Those photos still existed. But new photos from the two loops, the curved trail, the underbrush route, those weren't in the gallery despite Michelle clearly remembering taking them. The forest was too quiet. That's what finally penetrated her confusion. September in the Smokies should have bird calls, squirrel chatter, insects. Instead, silence so complete Michelle could hear her heartbeat in her ears. She played Heather's voicemail again. Trees that walked on root legs, trails that rewrote themselves. Michelle had dismissed it as panic, trauma, maybe bear encounter causing hallucination. Now standing beside equipment she'd reached 3 times via different routes, the explanation felt less impossible. Her radio crackled. Not dispatch. Heather's voice, clear and calm. Michelle, you're doing exactly what I knew you'd do. Ignoring the warning. Coming anyway. The forest likes that. Likes eagerness. Likes people who think they're competent. A pause. Sound of wind through branches. I thought I was competent too. 15 years meant I knew these woods. Meant I understood the boundaries. I was wrong. The Smokies aren't forest. They're entity. And entities have rules. Michelle grabbed the radio. Heather, where are you? Are you injured? I'm at your equipment. GPS is malfunctioning. I need your coordinates. More static. Then Heather's voice again, but different, layered, like multiple Heathers speaking slightly out of sync. Can't give coordinates. Don't have position anymore. Position implies location in space. I'm in the forest now, Michelle, not walking through it. Part of it. Can feel every root system, every branch, every decomposing leaf. It's actually beautiful. Terrifying, but beautiful. You'll understand soon. Heather, you're not making sense. Did you hit your head? Take any substances? I need you to... The transmission cut to a sound that wasn't static. Organic. Like wood creaking under pressure, or lungs full of dirt attempting to breathe. Michelle dropped the radio, watching it crackle on the ground. Heather's voice emerging. The Leshy doesn't like people who cut trees. Doesn't like chainsaws. Doesn't like trail maintenance that removes deadfall. Deadfall feeds the forest. We were taking food from something that's been here since these mountains formed. It tolerated us for decades because we were small, insignificant. But Heather Bryant cut down a 300-year-old oak yesterday. Chainsawed it for trail clearance. The Leshy felt that. Felt the tree scream. So it came for payment. Michelle's mind raced through training. Wilderness first aid didn't cover supernatural forest entities. Park Service orientation mentioned historical context. Slavic immigrants settling Catalucci Valley in the 1890s, bringing old country traditions, oral histories about forest guardians, but framed it as cultural anthropology, not operational reality. The Leshy was Slavic mythology, guardian spirit of forests, protector of old growth, punisher of those who harmed trees. Michelle had taken comparative folklore as an elective, remembered the general concept. Tall humanoid covered in moss and bark, owl eyes, voice that echoed from all directions, ability to disorient travelers and reshape forest space. Folklore. Not real. Except Michelle had walked 3 different routes to the same location, and her GPS couldn't decide where she was, and Heather's voice was coming from a radio that couldn't possibly reach her. Okay, Michelle said to herself to the silent forest. Operating on hypothesis that something anomalous is occurring. Unknown entity or phenomenon affecting spatial navigation and electronic equipment. Hypothesis allows for range of explanations from equipment malfunction to other options. Professional framing. Make it investigation instead of panic. Heather had taught her that too. Michelle marked the chainsaw location with bright orange flagging tape, tied to a branch at eye level. Reference point. She photographed it from 4 angles with her iPhone. Then she picked a direction, due north by compass, and walked exactly 100 paces, counting aloud, maintaining bearing. At pace 100, she marked another tree with flagging tape, photographed it, turned around and walked south, counting paces back. She reached the chainsaw at pace 73. Impossible. Distance was objective. 100 paces out meant 100 paces back, unless the forest had compressed distance in one direction, expanded it in the other. Michelle checked her photos. The orange flagging tape she'd just tied was visible in pictures from 3 hours ago, when she'd first found Heather's gear. Present in images time-stamped before she'd placed it. Causality was negotiable here. She'd learned that from Melissa Rodriguez. Michelle had read the incident report from Olympic National Park, the ranger who'd documented temporal anomalies and been quietly reassigned to administrative desk work. Everyone said Rodriguez had experienced psychological break following traumatic discovery of colleague's body. But the report's details had been too specific, too consistent with impossible phenomena. Now Michelle understood why Rodriguez had stopped trying to convince anyone. Her radio crackled again. Different voice this time, old male, accent that sounded Eastern European. Little ranger, little tree cutter. You come looking for your friend? The voice echoed from multiple directions simultaneously, originating from the trees themselves. She's here. Part of growth now. Roots need blood. Soil needs bone. The forest accepts all offerings. Michelle spun, trying to locate the source. Saw nothing but trees, fog, the oppressive green twilight of old growth canopy. I'm not here to cut trees, she said, keeping voice steady. I'm here to find Heather Bryant and ensure her safety. I mean no harm to the forest. Laughter like wind through hollow trunks. Mean no harm? You wear boots that crush seedlings, carry knife of metal harvested from earth, breathe air the trees make. You are harm. All humans are. But the forest is generous, offers bargain. One ranger given, one ranger leaves. Heather Bryant stays. Michelle Carter goes. Fair trade. No trade. I'm taking Heather home. Confident, like she was. Confident rangers make best fertilizer. Their certainty feeds roots deeper. Something moved in Michelle's peripheral vision. She turned, saw nothing, turned back, and the forest had changed. The chainsaw was gone. Heather's water bottle, the radio. All equipment vanished, replaced by undisturbed moss and ferns like no human had ever been here. Her GPS now showed her position 3 miles southwest of the actual location. Her track log still showed her at the ranger station, hadn't moved all morning. The photos on her phone were corrupting in real time. Heather's gear pixelating into static, orange flagging tape dissolving into image noise. Michelle forced herself to think. Heather had taught her. When navigation fails, establish reliable landmark and work outward systematically. Find something that can't change, a major stream, a ridgeline, a road. Big Creek was 1/2 mile east. Significant water flow, too large for even anomalous phenomenon to hide. She oriented to east by compass and started walking. The forest resisted. Not metaphorically, physically. Branches reached across her path where none had been. Roots rose from soil, ankle-height trip hazards appearing with each step. The ground itself felt wrong, sloping upward when her topo map showed downslope to the creek. Michelle pushed through anyway, rookie determination overriding rational fear. After 20 minutes of fighting vegetation, she heard water. Big Creek, unmistakable sound of major stream flow. She broke through the last line of underbrush and found herself in a clearing she'd never seen on any map. Old structures stood in various states of collapse. Cabins from Catalucci's settlement era, built by Slavic immigrants a century ago, and abandoned when the park was established in 1934. Most settlement buildings had been removed or had decayed completely. These looked wrong, too well preserved, doors still hanging, windows intact, smoke curling from a chimney despite no one living here for 8 decades, and everywhere, trees, growing through floors, pushing through walls, roots tearing apart foundations. The forest was reclaiming the structures, but slowly, deliberately, like it enjoyed watching human construction fail piece by piece. Heather Bryant sat on a porch, back against a cabin wall. Michelle ran to her. "Heather, are you hurt? Can you walk? We need to get you to medical. You've been missing for..." She stopped 3 feet away. Heather was growing, not metaphor, literal growth. Her skin had texture like bark, roughening in patches across her arms and face. Her fingers were elongating, darkening, tips splitting into root-like tendrils that dug into the porch wood. Moss grew in her hair, green and vibrant. Her eyes had shifted color, brown irises now showing golden yellow, pupils contracting to vertical slits like an owl's. She smiled. Teeth were still human, but the jaw that held them was wrong. Mandible extending too far, temporomandibular joint relocated to allow mouth opening wider than anatomy should permit. "Hey, rookie," Heather said. Her voice was still recognizable under the layered echo. "Took you 4 hours. I was betting 3. Guess even desperation has limits. What happened to you? What is this?" "Told you on the voicemail, the forest, the Leshy. Payment for cutting that oak." Heather lifted her right hand, watching roots curl from her fingertips. "I thought it was folklore. Slavic immigrants, superstition, cultural remnant with no basis in observable reality. Then I put chainsaw to that tree and felt it scream. Not sound, feeling. Like cutting into something alive and aware and ancient. The Leshy came before I could finish the cut. Asked why I was murdering, I said trail maintenance, safety protocol, standard procedure. Wrong answer. We need to reverse this, get you medical attention. There has to be no reversal, Michelle. That's the point. The forest doesn't take temporarily, takes permanently. I'm being absorbed. Another 72 hours and I'll be tree, indistinguishable from the oaks around me. My consciousness will spread through root networks, become part of the mycorrhizal web. It's not death. It's transformation, integration." Michelle's hands found her radio, fingers moving through emergency protocols automatically. This was medical emergency, Biohazard, unknown pathogen causing radical physiological transformation. Needed medevac, needed containment, needed. Heather's hand shot out, grabbed Michelle's wrist with grip like iron. The bark skin was rough, warm, alive. Don't. Call for help and the Leshy takes them too. Every person who enters becomes payment. Forest is hungry, Michelle. Has been hungry since pioneers started clear-cutting in the 1800s. Since the Park Service started managing wilderness. Every trail we maintain is wound. Every campfire is burning. The Leshy tolerates small violations. But accumulation matters, we cross threshold. Then what do I do? Leave you here? Let you turn into a tree? The Leshy offered bargain. One leaves, one stays. I'm already staying. You can go. Walk east to Big Creek. Follow it downstream. You'll reach the ranger station in 6 hours. Probably. Space is unstable here, but the creek is real. Has to obey physics because it predates the Leshy's anger. I'm not leaving you. Heather's owl eyes blinked sideways. Nictitating membrane Michelle had never seen before sliding across yellow irises. Rookie mistake number 8. Emotional attachment overriding operational necessity. We talked about this. About knowing when to cut losses, when to prioritize your own survival. Fuck operational necessity. You're my partner. Was your partner. Now I'm Forest. And the Forest is offering you way out. Take it. Something moved between the cabins. Not human. Tall figure, maybe 8 feet, covered entirely in moss and lichen that grew in living patterns across its form. Where it stepped, mushrooms sprouted. Its face was wrong. Too long, too narrow, dominated by eyes that were golden and round and never blinked. The Leshy. It spoke in that layered voice. Touching. Loyalty. The Forest appreciates loyalty. Roots are loyal. Always reaching toward water, toward nutrition. Never abandoning the tree. It tilted its head at an angle no human neck achieved. Michelle Carter. 24 years. First season. 43 days employment. You have cut no trees. Cleared no trails. You are clean. The bargain allows you departure. What if I refuse? Then 2 rangers feed roots. Forest grows stronger. More old growth protects itself. Balance shifts toward wildness, away from human control. The Smokies return to what they were before roads, before trails, before the arrogance of calling wilderness park. Michelle's mind raced through training that had no answers for this. Her GoPro was still recording, capturing everything, evidence that would never be believed. Her GPS showed her location as somewhere in Nevada. Her phone was corrupting its own photo gallery, deleting images as she watched. There has to be another option, she said. Some kind of compromise. Restitution without permanent transformation. Community service for the Forest, something. The Leshy laughed. Trees swayed without wind. Restitution? You offer to serve? Clean little ranger wants to pay debt? It moved closer, each step causing earth to shift, moss spreading in its wake. There is work, always work. The Forest needs tenders, needs those who understand balance. Who will guard old growth from humans who see only lumber, only fuel, only obstacles to clearing? What kind of work? Heather Bryant cut tree. That violation bought her transformation. But you, Michelle Carter, you are clean. If you swear service, 20 years tending this valley, ensuring no chainsaws, no trail expansion, no human harm, the Forest releases Heather. Partial release. She remains changed but conscious, mobile, able to leave. You remain ranger, but your loyalty shifts. You serve the Smokies, not the Park Service. Michelle looked at Heather, bark spreading across her mentor's chest, roots curling deeper into porchwood. 20 years was career-length commitment. Would mean lying to supervisors, sabotaging trail maintenance, preventing the very work rangers were employed to perform. And if I refuse? If I try to leave with Heather anyway? Then neither leaves. Both become Forest. And the next ranger sent to find you meets same choice. The Forest is patient. Will consume Park Service one ranger at a time until humans learn boundaries. Heather's voice barely recognizable now. Take the deal, rookie. Get yourself out. I made my choice when I fired up that chainsaw. You didn't. You don't owe me this. Yes, I do. You taught me everything I know. Kept me from a dozen stupid mistakes. I'm not leaving you to become a tree. Exactly the kind of rookie decision I'd expect. Emotional, impulsive, tactically unsound. But Heather smiled. Human smile despite the transforming face. Okay, 20 years. Make them count. Don't let me down. Michelle turned to the Leshy. I swear, 20 years service to the forest. I'll protect this valley, prevent harm to old growth, maintain the boundaries. In exchange, Heather Bryant is released, transformation halted, free to leave. The Leshy extended one moss-covered hand. Where its palm should be, a circular pattern like tree rings, like a contract written in living wood. Touch. Bind yourself. The forest witnesses, the mountains witness. Break the oath and transformation resumes. For both of you. Michelle placed her hand against the tree ring pattern. Pain shot through her arm, white-hot and total, like every nerve ending igniting simultaneously. She felt the forest entering her consciousness, roots pushing into her mind, showing her things. Every tree in the Smokies, every stream, every animal, all perceived simultaneously through a network of awareness that predated human existence. She was individual and collective, Michelle Carter and something much older. Consciousness expanded beyond singular perspective. Then it released her. Michelle gasped, falling to her knees, hand smoking slightly where it had touched the Leshy. A mark remained on her palm. Perfect circle of tree rings, burned into skin deep enough that healing would leave permanent scar. The Leshy stepped back. Where it had stood, Heather was changing, reversing. Bark receding from skin, roots withdrawing from porchwood, owl eyes fading back to human brown. The transformation wasn't complete. Moss still grew in patches through her hair. Her fingers retained slight woody texture, but she was recognizably human again. She stood shakily. Michelle caught her, supported her weight. 20 years, the Leshy said. The forest remembers, the mountains witness. Serve well, Michelle Carter. Protect what humans would destroy, or join what you protect. It stepped backward into the tree line and vanished, not walked away. Vanished, absorbed into the forest itself, moss and lichen and bark reconfiguring into normal vegetation patterns. The clearing dissolved around them. Michelle blinked and they were standing on Palmer Creek Trail, mile marker 12. Heather's abandoned equipment exactly where Michelle had first found it. Her GPS showed correct coordinates. Phone showed normal signal. The GoPro had 4 hours of footage of Michelle walking in circles, talking to empty air, touching trees. No clearing, no cabins, no Leshy. Just normal September forest. Except the mark on Michelle's palm, and the moss in Heather's hair that wouldn't wash out. They hiked out together in silence. Reached the ranger station at 16:47 hours. Michelle filed report. Equipment located. Ranger Bryant found mild dehydration and disorientation. Recommend 3 days medical observation. Standard wilderness incident. Heather corroborated. Got confused in the fog. Went off trail. Took shelter in a seasonal hunter's cabin until mental state cleared enough to navigate. GPS malfunction, radio malfunction, combination of equipment failure and human error. The investigation accepted their story. Michelle Carter and Heather Bryant returned to duty after 72 hours. Both showed good judgment under stress, maintained professional standards, worked well as a team. The GoPro footage was corrupted, unable to be recovered. 20 years began. Michelle learned what it meant to serve the forest. Trail maintenance requests got delayed for equipment issues or scheduling conflicts. Old growth sections were marked for preservation, preventing expansion even when Park Service pushed for accessibility. When hikers reported feeling watched in certain valleys, Michelle filed reports noting local wildlife and quietly encouraged visitors to stay on main trails. She felt the forest now. Not constantly. The Leshy's presence wasn't oppressive, but she knew when someone was cutting live trees, knew when trail crews were planning expansion into protected areas. knew when the boundaries were being tested. And sometimes in dreams, she walked through that clearing with the impossible cabins, stood before the Leshy, and received instructions whispered in a voice like wind through ancient branches. Heather retired after 2 years. The partial transformation had left her unable to fully reintegrate with normal life. She bought property bordering the park, planted native species, tended a forest garden. The moss in her hair remained. Her fingers kept their woody texture. Some nights, she felt roots trying to grow from her feet, seeking soil. They didn't talk about it. Couldn't, without risking investigation, psychological evaluation, forced retirement. Michelle visited when she could, brought updates about the valley, about which sections were staying wild, about tourists who'd gotten too deep into protected groves, and emerged speaking about tall figures in moss who'd shown them the way out. The mark on Michelle's palm darkened with time, tree rings becoming more defined, as if her skin was aging into wood grain. She kept it covered, wore gloves even in summer. No one asked why. 18 years later, a new ranger fresh from the academy got assigned to Michelle's district. Eager kid, early 20s, wanted to prove himself through aggressive trail maintenance. He had plans for Cataloochee Valley, talked about clearing old-growth deadfall, establishing new campsites in the backcountry. Michelle watched him present the proposal, watched park administration approve it, and felt the forest's response like pressure against her skull. That night she hiked into Cataloochee alone, found the clearing that officially didn't exist. The Leshy was waiting. 2 years remain, it said. Your service has been adequate. The valley stays wild. The old growth persists. But new threats emerge. This young ranger, he will cut trees. I'll stop him, delay the projects, redirect him to safer areas. He will resist, will push, will eventually succeed unless forest responds. The Leshy's owl eyes fixed on her. You have choice. Complete your service. 20 years ends, you are released, oath fulfilled, walk away. Let what happens happen. Michelle thought about the new ranger, about herself at 24, eager and convinced of her competence, about Heather being absorbed into porchwood, becoming tree. Or, she asked, or extend service, another 20 years, and the forest grants you authority, ability to truly protect, to be more than ranger with delayed paperwork, to be guardian. What does guardian mean? The Leshy smiled, expression wrong on its elongated face. Mean you become something between human and forest, like Heather almost did, but with consciousness intact, mobility preserved. Mean you can enforce boundaries the forest cannot currently reach. Mean you give more of yourself but gain protection for the valley. Michelle looked at the mark on her palm. 18 years binding herself to service that destroyed her career prospects, isolated her from normal human connection, made her complicit in obstructing park management. 2 more years, and she could walk away. Find new work, new life. Leave the forest to whatever fate awaited. Or she could stay, could give another 20 years, could transform into something that could actually protect what she'd spent 2 decades guarding. If I extend, Michelle said, what happens to the new ranger? If you extend, you handle him. Your responsibility, your methods. The forest trusts its guardians to maintain boundaries as needed. Michelle thought about all the ways that could be interpreted, thought about what handling might require, thought about lines between protection and harm, between guardian and enforcer. I need time to decide. Time given, 2 years. Complete original oath or renew with extended service. The forest waits. The clearing dissolved. Michelle stood on Palmer Creek Trail alone, dawn breaking through old-growth canopy, birdsong returning as the Leshy's presence faded. She hiked out, filed her patrol report. Normal evening in the Smokies. Nothing unusual to document. The new ranger started trail maintenance that week. Michelle watched him work, watched the forest respond, and wondered what her decision would be when the 2 years ended. The mark on her palm ached. The trees whispered. And somewhere in the valley, in a clearing that officially didn't exist, the Leshy waited. Patient. Always patient. The forest had time, had mountains, had centuries of growth and decay and renewal. What were 20 more years against that? What was one ranger's humanity against the preservation of something ancient and wild and untouchable? Michelle didn't know yet, but she had 2 years to decide who she was. Human who walked away, or guardian who stayed. The trees would have their answer, one way or another. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Douglas Mackenzie stopped hiking because the trees were growing upside down. Not metaphorically, not as some trick of perspective. The pines ahead of him had their root systems reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers, their canopies buried in earth that couldn't possibly support them. He stood on the Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail at 11:47 a.m. on October 3, 2004, with his Garmin GPS showing the correct coordinates and his geology degree insisting this was impossible, while 30 feet ahead of him, physical reality had apparently decided that gravity was optional. Douglas had spent the last 15 years explaining away the supernatural. As a geology professor at Montana State before taking this ranger position, he'd published 3 peer-reviewed papers debunking mysterious cave formations that local tribes claimed were spiritual sites. His blog, Rational Wilderness, had 40,000 subscribers who appreciated his no-nonsense approach to wilderness mythology. Just last month, he'd given a lecture in Kalispell titled, "Why Your Ancestors Were Wrong: Science versus Superstition in the Northern Rockies." The Blackfeet elder in the audience who'd walked out halfway through had muttered something in her language that the translator refused to repeat. Now Douglas stood staring at lodgepole pines that defied every law of botany, physics, and basic goddamn sense, and his carefully constructed worldview began developing stress fractures. He pulled out his digital camera, a Canon PowerShot A80, 3 megabyte storage, cutting edge for 2004, and photographed the inverted trees from multiple angles. Evidence, documentation. There would be a rational explanation. Possibly some kind of underground gas pocket that had explosively inverted the soil strata, though that didn't explain how the trees remained alive with their roots exposed to open air, or how their needles were somehow growing downward into buried canopy. The temperature dropped 15 degrees between one breath and the next. Douglas's exhalation became visible vapor. His fingers went numb around the camera. This was wrong. The Weather Service had predicted highs in the low 50s, typical early October in Glacier National Park. He checked his watch. 11:51 a.m. 4 minutes had passed since he'd stopped walking, and the ambient temperature had plummeted from comfortable to hypothermic. Frost formed on the upside-down tree roots. Impossible. Frost required sustained cold, required atmospheric conditions that took hours to develop, not seconds. Douglas watched ice crystals spread across bark in patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like words. The frost was forming words in a language he didn't recognize. Syllables that hurt to look at, that made his optic nerves ache with the same quality as staring at the sun too long. Physiological response to unexpected stimulus, Douglas said aloud, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Possible migraine aura, temporal lobe seizure activity, dehydration affecting visual processing. He'd been hiking for 6 hours searching for Parker Jensen, the 23-year-old seasonal ranger who'd missed 2 consecutive radio checks. Probably low blood sugar. Definitely not supernatural manifestation. The frost words pulsed once, bright enough to hurt, then the trees simply weren't there anymore. Not gradually, not fading. Between one blink and the next, the inverted pines ceased to exist and the trail continued normally ahead. Slight upward grade toward Ptarmigan Tunnel. Everything exactly as the topographic map indicated it should be. Douglas stood perfectly still for 30 seconds, his academic mind cataloging symptoms. Possible hallucination, possible gas exposure, possible early onset schizophrenia, though he had no family history. The camera showed 17 photos of normal forest. No inverted trees, no frost words. Just standard lodgepole pine growing in standard upward orientation. His hands had stopped shaking. The temperature had returned to the predicted 53 degrees. Everything was fine. Everything made sense. Except for the sound. Distant but getting closer, something large moving through the forest parallel to the trail. Not a bear. Douglas had encountered dozens of grizzlies in his 3 years at Glacier. Knew their gait, their breathing patterns, the specific way they disturbed undergrowth. This moved differently. Heavier, but somehow lighter. Footfalls that seemed to land in impossible intervals, like the thing crossing space in ways that didn't require consistent contact with ground. And underneath the footsteps, a sound like teeth chattering, like someone frozen beyond shivering, jaw clenching and unclenching in rapid spasm, bone clicking against bone with metronomic precision. Douglas had read the Blackfeet stories about Glacier's backcountry, had dismissed them as folklore, cultural explanations for natural phenomena that pre-scientific societies couldn't properly understand. The Wendigo legends particularly annoyed him. The idea that some cannibal spirit haunted the northern forests, that humans who ate human flesh transformed into skeletal monsters driven by insatiable hunger. Obvious cautionary tale about starvation cannibalism. Nothing more. The cold association clearly stemmed from hypothermia's well-documented effects on cognition. The chattering sound stopped. Douglas's radio crackled. "Mackenzie, this is dispatch, requesting status update." He fumbled for the Motorola XPR on his belt. Grateful for the connection to rational bureaucracy, to paperwork and protocols and things that made sense. "Dispatch, this is Mackenzie. Approximately 9 miles in on Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail. Still no sign of Jensen. Visibility good, weather holding. Continuing search." "Copy that. Be advised, temperatures dropping faster than predicted. Weather Service now calling for significant snowfall by 1800 hours. Consider turning back if you haven't located Jensen by 1500. Douglas checked his watch. 11:58 a.m. 3 hours to find Parker Jensen or abort the search and hike 9 miles back to the trailhead before a potentially dangerous early-season storm trapped him in the backcountry. His pack carried emergency supplies, but spending a night at elevation in October, snowfall wasn't optimal even with proper gear. "Understood. Will advise. Mackenzie out." The radio went dead. Not lost signal. The display showed full battery, correct channel. But when Douglas keyed the transmit button, nothing happened. He tried his backup frequencies. Silence. The Motorola had worked perfectly 30 seconds ago, and now simply refused to function. Equipment failure. Happened constantly in the field. Probably moisture in the connection ports. Douglas pulled out his backup communication device, a Garmin Rhino 120 that combined GPS with two-way radio capability. Top of the line for 2004, cost him $400 out of pocket because the Park Service budget hadn't covered it. The Rhino's screen showed his coordinates: 489247 degree N, 113.68 Naumwatig W, correct position for the Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail at mile 9. But the elevation readout flickered between 7,100 feet and impossible numbers. Negative elevations, readings in the hundreds of thousands, then briefly showing an altitude of exactly 0 before resetting to correct elevation. Douglas had a PhD in geology from Stanford, had taught undergraduate courses in geomorphology, had published research on mountain formation in the Rockies, understood erosion and tectonics and the fundamental processes that created the landscape around him. Equipment malfunctions he could explain. Temperature anomalies could be rationalized. Brief hallucinations might indicate medical issues requiring attention, but didn't challenge the basic structure of reality. But standing on a trail in Glacier National Park in 2004, while his GPS insisted he was simultaneously at 7,000 feet and at the bottom of the ocean and in outer space, that suggested something had gone fundamentally wrong with either the equipment or his perception, or the basic laws governing physical existence. The chattering sound resumed, much closer now. Douglas turned slowly, scanning the forest. Dense lodgepole pine, typical undergrowth of huckleberry and beargrass. Terrain consistent with USGS surveys and his own extensive field experience. Nothing out of place, nothing moving. Then he saw the prints. 10 feet from the trail, pressed deep into soft earth. Footprints that started as human and became something else mid-step. The first print showed a normal boot tread, size 11 or 12. The second print was bare, elongated, toes stretched to impossible length. The impression so deep it suggested something far heavier than human weight. The third print was larger still, the toes transforming into what looked like claws, each digit leaving a furrow 8 inches long. The fourth print was missing because whatever left the first 3 had apparently decided walking was optional and had simply stepped into the air and continued upward into the canopy. Douglas photographed the prints with hands that had started shaking again. The camera's digital display showed the images clearly, progression from human to inhuman, from natural to impossible, documented evidence that would survive his potentially deteriorating mental state. Except when he reviewed the photos, they showed normal forest floor. No prints. The memory card insisted it was empty, despite showing 17 previous images. Acute psychotic episode, Douglas said aloud, his voice steadier than he felt. Possible toxic exposure. Possible. He trailed off, because even as he spoke, his eyes tracked movement in the canopy. Something massive pulling itself between trees that shouldn't support its weight, branches bending and not breaking under what physics insisted should snap them like toothpicks. He ran. Not a conscious decision. His body simply took over, academic reasoning overridden by something older and less concerned with logical consistency. Douglas ran back down the trail, boots pounding earth that felt increasingly uncertain beneath him, the forest blurring into gray-green smears as his peripheral vision began stuttering like corrupted video. Behind him, ahead of him, above him, the chattering intensified until it became a chorus, dozens of jaws clenching in harmony, creating a rhythm his heartbeat tried to match. Douglas's lungs burned. The air tasted wrong, carried flavors of old ice and older hunger, something that had been cold so long it had forgotten what warmth meant. He burst into a clearing and stopped so abruptly he nearly fell. Parker Jensen stood in the center of the clearing, 23 years old, seasonal ranger, backcountry hiking enthusiast, amateur wildlife photographer. Douglas had met him twice during orientation, remembered a cheerful kid from Bozeman, excited about the position, talking enthusiastically about getting shots of mountain goats in the high country. The thing in the clearing wore Parker Jensen's uniform, but stood wrong, joints bending in sequences that suggested his skeleton had been disassembled and imperfectly reassembled with extra pieces. His head cocked at an angle that would have snapped a normal neck. His mouth hung open wider than human jaw structure allowed, and from that gaping mouth came the chattering, Parker's teeth clicking together so rapidly they blurred. Douglas Mackenzie. Parker's voice emerged underneath the chattering, both sounds occupying the same acoustic space impossibly. The scientist, the denier, the man who writes such confident words about things he cannot begin to comprehend. Douglas's training insisted he should be documenting this, recording observations, collecting data. Instead, he stood frozen while every rational framework he'd built his career on collapsed like a controlled demolition. Parker? His voice cracked. What happened to you? The thing wearing Parker smiled, and the expression was so wrong that Douglas's visual cortex briefly shut down, his brain refusing to process what it saw. Parker ate. Parker was so hungry after 3 days lost in the high country. Found the hiker who'd fallen in the crevasse, been there for weeks, preserved by the cold. Parker told himself it was survival, told himself rescue was coming, told himself it was just meat, just protein, just staying alive. The temperature plummeted again. Douglas's breath became frozen clouds. Ice formed on Parker's uniform, spreading across fabric in geometric patterns that looked almost like the symbols Douglas had seen in that research paper about Algonquian pictographs, the one he'd dismissed as cultural anthropology nonsense. But meat that was human changes things, Parker continued, his voice dropping to a whisper while the chattering intensified. Opens doors, breaks seals, invites things into the space where your soul used to live. Now Parker is so hungry, Douglas, so incredibly, impossibly hungry. And it doesn't matter how much he eats because the hunger is the thing itself, is the spirit that lives in men who break the oldest law. Douglas's geology training finally provided something useful. Run from the fucking monster. He turned and sprinted into the forest, abandoning the trail, crashing through undergrowth while behind him Parker laughed, a sound like ice calving from glaciers, massive and wrong and getting closer. The forest changed as Douglas ran. Trees grew at impossible angles, their bark flowing like water, their branches reaching and grasping. The ground became uncertain, solid earth transitioning to something that felt more like suggestion than substance. His boots splashed through puddles that shouldn't exist this high up, water that was somehow frozen and liquid simultaneously. He burst through a stand of pines and nearly fell into a ravine that didn't exist on any map. 100-foot drop to a creek that ran uphill, water defying gravity as casually as the trees had defied it earlier. On the opposite side of the ravine, a figure stood watching. Not Parker. Older woman, Blackfeet features, wearing traditional dress that looked simultaneously ancient and freshly made. She raised one hand, palm out, and spoke in a language Douglas didn't understand but somehow knew was Ojibwe, the same language family as the Frost words, the same linguistic root as the Wendigo legends he'd spent years dismissing. "You cannot run from truth," she said, and Douglas understood despite the foreign words. "You cannot think your way free from what hunts you. The rational mind is a candle against a forest fire when the Wendigo walks." "This isn't real," Douglas gasped. "Hallucination, gas exposure, migraine, psychotic break. Denial is a luxury the dead cannot afford." The woman gestured behind him. "It comes, the one who ate and became eaten, the hunger that walks on two legs and wears familiar faces. You must choose, scientist. Do you die insisting the impossible cannot exist? Or do you live by accepting that your understanding was always incomplete?" Douglas turned. Parker stood 20 feet away, but Parker was changing, growing, his skeleton expanding with sounds like branches snapping, his skin stretching and tearing, revealing something underneath that looked like winter given form. Elongated limbs, emaciated torso, antlers erupting from a skull that was no longer remotely human. The Wendigo. The actual, literal, impossible Wendigo from Algonquian legend. The thing that lived in the spaces between starvation and survival. The thing that transformed men into monsters when they crossed the line from human to cannibal. Douglas's academic mind supplied facts even as his primal brain screamed. Wendigo mythology documented across Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, and related cultures. Described as skeletal giants with hearts of ice. Associated with insatiable hunger, with consuming victims and growing larger with each meal. Said to possess humans who engaged in cannibalism, transforming them into creatures of pure appetite. All folklore, all cultural metaphor, all impossible. The Wendigo opened its mouth, Parker's mouth but elongated, filled with teeth that looked like icicles, and screamed. The sound was hunger-given voice, was the cry of everything that had ever starved, was cold and want, and endless consumption compressed into acoustic form. Douglas fell to his knees, hands pressed to ears that couldn't block out the sound because it wasn't really sound. Was something that bypassed auditory processing and went straight to the hindbrain, straight to the parts that remembered being prey. The woman across the ravine spoke again, her voice somehow cutting through the Wendigo's scream. The spirit world bleeds through in the thin places. The boundary weakens when blood is shed, when taboos are broken, when the modern world forgets the old warnings. You stand in such a place, scientist. The park you think you know is built on land that remembers older laws. Will you learn? Or will you feed? The Wendigo lunged. Douglas rolled sideways, purely instinctive, and felt claws. Actual physical claws that couldn't exist but absolutely did. Rake across his pack, shredding nylon like tissue paper. His gear spilled across the ground. Sleeping bag, camp stove, first aid kit. Useless electronic devices that insisted reality was consistent and measurable. He scrambled to his feet and ran again. No destination, just movement, just the desperate animal drive to escape predation. The forest had become a nightmare landscape, trees growing in spirals, the ground rising and falling in waves like the earth was breathing. Above, the sky flickered between normal October overcast and something else. a darkness that looked less like nighttime and more like the absence of existence, like reality had simply stopped bothering to render that section of universe. Douglas burst through a stand of aspens and stopped. He was back at the clearing, same spot. But the Blackfeet woman now stood where Parker had been, and Parker, the thing that had been Parker, circled the clearing's perimeter with predatory patience. "Time is negotiable here," the woman said. "Space folds. The Wendigo exists partially outside your linear perception. You cannot outrun it because you're still thinking in terms of distance and duration. The spirit world has different rules." "Then what do I do?" Douglas was shaking, his entire body vibrating with adrenaline and terror and the cognitive dissonance of experiencing something that shouldn't exist. How do I survive? Survive? The woman's expression suggested the question revealed his fundamental misunderstanding. "This isn't about survival, Mackenzie. This is about whether you continue to die slowly, denying truth until it consumes you, or whether you accept what you've spent your life refusing to see." The Wendigo screamed again, and this time Douglas felt the sound physically, felt it trying to pull something out of him. His warmth, his life, the basic heat that separated living tissue from frozen meat. His fingers went numb. Ice formed on his eyelashes. The temperature was impossible. Had to be -40 or colder. Cold that should kill in minutes. "The Wendigo is hunger," the woman continued, "but also truth. It shows you what you really are beneath the comfortable lies. Parker Jensen broke a taboo and invited it in. But you invited it too, Mackenzie. Every time you dismissed the sacred as superstition, every time you reduced mystery to geology, every time you stood on native land and declared the ancestors were ignorant, you opened doors you didn't believe existed. I can't, this isn't." Douglas's vocabulary, his carefully constructed academic language, was failing. Words were inadequate. Rationality was inadequate. Everything he'd built his identity on was inadequate. The Wendigo moved closer. Douglas could see Parker still in there, could see the young man's face visible beneath the skeletal mask, his eyes wide and aware, and trapped inside the hunger that wore him like clothes. "Help me." Parker's voice emerged, thin and desperate beneath the chattering. "It's so cold, Douglas. I'm so hungry. It doesn't stop. The hunger doesn't stop. I ate my own fingers trying to make it stop, and they grew back, and I ate them again, and it just gets worse. Please, please kill me. Please end this." Douglas's hand moved to his bear spray, useless against a spirit, against something that existed partially outside physical reality. The Wendigo laughed, the sound like ice cracking, and lunged again. But this time Douglas didn't run. Some part of him, the part that still believed in cause and effect in measurable phenomena, in the scientific method, that part finally broke, shattered completely. And in the space where rational certainty had lived, something else emerged. Vision. Not hallucination. Vision. He saw the forest as it really was, as it had always been beneath the reassuring overlay of topographic maps and trail markers and National Park Service signage. Saw the thin places where the spirit world pressed against the physical. Saw the boundaries that weren't walls but membranes, permeable and shifting. Saw the Wendigo not as a creature but as a principle, a cosmic constant, the universe's response to the breaking of fundamental laws. And he saw himself. Saw Douglas Mackenzie as he truly was, not a scientist bringing light to superstitious darkness, but a man so terrified of the inexplicable that he'd built walls of equations and academic credentials to hide from anything that didn't fit his narrow comprehension. The vision expanded. He saw Parker Jensen's last days, lost in the high country, rationing food that ran out too quickly, finding the body in the crevasse, telling himself it was survival, taking that first bite, and feeling something ancient and hungry recognize the invitation, feeling the door open and the cold thing slide in. He saw the Blackfeet woman, not as she appeared now, but as she'd been 50 years ago, 70, 100. The same person watching the same thin places, keeping the same vigils, speaking the same warnings that men like Douglas Mackenzie never listened to. He saw the land itself, Glacier National Park as it existed before that name, before any European names, when the Blackfeet knew it as places where spirits walk, respected it, understood that some spaces belonged to things older than humanity, and he saw his own death. Not now, not here, but eventually, inevitable. The ego death required to accept that he'd been wrong about everything fundamental. Could see two paths: keep denying and let the Wendigo take him, transform him into another hunger spirit stalking these mountains, or accept the truth and become something different entirely. The vision ended with the woman's voice. Choose, Mackenzie. Die as you lived, insisting the impossible isn't real. Or humble yourself and live with the knowledge that you understand almost nothing about the world you walk through. Douglas looked at the Wendigo, at the thing wearing Parker Jensen like a coat. Looked at the woman who might be human, or might be something else using a human shape to communicate with someone still trapped in linear thinking. Looked at his hands, at the Garmin GPS that showed impossible elevations, at the camera full of photos that documented nothing, because reality didn't translate to digital format when you were standing in places where reality was optional. I was wrong, he said quietly. The words cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his carefully constructed identity as a man who knew things, who understood things, who could explain things. I was wrong about all of it. The Wendigo is real. The spirit world is real. The warnings were true, and I dismissed them because I was afraid of not understanding. The temperature rose 30 degrees in a single heartbeat. The Wendigo stopped moving. Parker's face became more visible beneath the skeletal mask, his expression confused like someone waking from a nightmare. Acceptance opens different doors, the woman said. Humility creates space for new understanding. You cannot unknow what you've seen, Mackenzie, but you can choose what you do with that knowledge. Douglas stood on shaking legs. Parker, can he be saved? He ate human flesh, broke the deepest taboo. The Wendigo won't release him completely, but with help, with proper ceremony, with understanding that some wounds require spiritual medicine rather than physical, perhaps he can be bound, contained, prevented from spreading. How? The woman smiled. By admitting you need help, by asking for it, by setting aside the arrogance that insisted you knew better than thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. Douglas pulled out his radio. Still dead. The GPS still showed impossible readings. His camera still contained no evidence. But the woman was right. He needed help beyond anything his Park Service training provided. I need help, he said aloud. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't understand what's happening. I need someone who knows how to deal with this. The woman nodded. First truth you've spoken in years. Come. We bind the hunger spirit before it spreads. You watch. You learn. You begin to understand that the world is larger and stranger than your textbooks admitted. She turned and walked into the forest. Douglas followed, leaving his ruined pack behind, leaving his equipment and his certainty and his comfortable denials. Behind them, the Wendigo, the thing that had been Parker Jensen, made a sound that might have been relief or might have been grief. It followed too, bound now by something Douglas didn't understand but could feel, could sense the way animals sense approaching storms. They walked for hours, though Douglas's watch insisted only minutes had passed. The forest changed with each step, becoming more itself, more wild, more true. He saw things moving between the trees that might have been animals, or might have been spirits, or might have been both simultaneously, saw patterns in the bark that resolved into faces when viewed from the right angle, heard whispers in Ojibwe, in Cree, in languages that predated language. They reached a clearing Douglas recognized from his maps, Helen Lake, elevation 7,100 feet. But the lake he saw didn't match the topographic surveys. This lake was older, deeper, its surface reflecting not the sky above but something else, somewhere else. The woman began to speak in Ojibwe, her voice creating harmonics that suggested multiple people speaking in unison. She moved through the clearing in patterns that looked like dance but felt like mathematics, like she was solving an equation in three-dimensional space. The Wendigo followed her movements, the thing that wore Parker responding to rhythms older than written history. Slowly, impossibly, the skeletal form began to compress to diminish, Parker's human shape becoming more visible as the hunger spirit was forced back, bound by words and movement and understanding that existed completely outside Douglas's academic framework. It took 3 hours. Might have taken 3 minutes. Time was negotiable in this place, in the thin spaces where the spirit world bled through. When it ended, Parker Jensen lay on the ground, human again but changed, his eyes holding knowledge that Douglas suspected would never leave him. The woman knelt beside him, placed her hand on his forehead, and spoke words that sounded like forgiveness and warning and instruction all at once. "He will need ceremony," she said to Douglas. "Proper spiritual cleansing. The hunger is bound but not gone. He cannot be left alone, cannot be sent back to normal life. Will your park service understand?" Douglas thought about the reports he'd need to file, the explanations he'd need to provide, the career implications of admitting he'd witnessed shamanic binding of a Wendigo spirit. Thought about his blog, his published papers, his reputation as a rational skeptic. "No," he admitted. "They won't understand. I didn't understand. But you do now. That's a beginning." The woman stood. "The Blackfeet have protocols for this, for people who've crossed the boundary and can't fully return. We will care for him. But you have different work now, Mackenzie." "What work?" "You've seen the truth, seen the spirit world, witnessed what your science says can't exist. You can go back, tell no one, let people think Parker simply got lost and went mad. Keep your comfortable life, or you can do the harder thing. Which is, speak truthfully, write honestly, admit you were wrong, help others understand that the world is stranger and more sacred than modern thinking admits. Accept that you'll be ridiculed, dismissed, called crazy by people who sound exactly like you did a week ago." Douglas looked at Parker, at the broken young man who'd eaten forbidden flesh and paid a price that science couldn't measure. Looked at the lake that reflected impossible spaces. Looked at his hands, still shaking, still trying to process everything his brain insisted couldn't have happened. "I'll speak truthfully," he said quietly. "I don't know if anyone will listen, but I'll try." The woman smiled. "That's all the spirits ask. Honest witness. Humble recognition that human understanding is always incomplete. Now come. We need to get Parker to proper healers, and you need to get back to the trailhead before you're reported missing." They walked back through the forest, and with each step the world became more normal, more familiar, reality solidifying around them like water freezing into ice. By the time they reached the trail, Douglas's watch showed reasonable time progression. His GPS showed correct elevation. His radio crackled to life with dispatch asking for a status update. "This is Mackenzie," he said into the radio. "I found Jensen. He's alive but needs immediate medical and spiritual support. Requesting emergency evac at Ptarmigan Tunnel trailhead." "Copy that. What's his condition?" Douglas looked at Parker, who stared at nothing, who shivered despite the reasonable temperature, who'd been touched by hunger that couldn't be satisfied and cold that couldn't be warmed. "Complicated," Douglas said. "You'll need to contact the Blackfeet tribal authorities. This is beyond standard SR protocols." The pause suggested confusion. "Say again, Mackenzie? Tribal authorities?" "Trust me on this. Call them. Ask for someone who understands spiritual emergencies. They'll know what that means." Another pause. "Copy. We'll relay. ETA for standard evac is 2 hours." "Understood." Mackenzie out. The woman was already fading, becoming less solid, less present. "We'll be watching," she said. "Helping where we can. Parker will be cared for. You, remember what you saw. Write it truthfully. Accept the consequences." Then she was gone, simply wasn't there anymore. And Douglas stood on a normal trail in a normal forest with a traumatized young ranger who'd eaten human flesh and been possessed by a Wendigo spirit, and absolutely no way to explain any of this that wouldn't sound like complete psychotic break. The evac team arrived 90 minutes later. They stabilized Parker, asked questions Douglas couldn't answer, made worried notes about potential psychiatric issues. The Blackfeet authorities showed up 30 minutes after that. A healer and 2 men who took one look at Parker and nodded like they'd seen this before, like they knew exactly what had happened. They took Parker away in their vehicle, not the hospital ambulance, and the lead paramedic looked confused but didn't argue. Douglas suspected strings had been pulled, calls had been made, old agreements between the Park Service and the tribal authorities had been invoked. He hiked out alone as sunset painted the mountains gold and purple. His camera held no evidence. His GPS showed normal data. His radio functioned perfectly. Everything suggested nothing impossible had occurred, except Douglas knew, had seen, had witnessed the thin place where the spirit world pressed through, where the Wendigo walked, where all his comfortable certainties had shattered like ice under spring sun. 3 days later, sitting in his ranger station office, he opened his laptop and navigated to Rational Wilderness, his blog dedicated to debunking supernatural claims in the wilderness. He deleted every post. In their place, he wrote a single new entry. I was wrong. For 15 years, I've dismissed indigenous knowledge, sacred traditions, and spiritual understanding as superstition. I've insisted that science could explain everything, that the supernatural was simply the not yet explained natural. I was arrogant, dismissive, and fundamentally incorrect. I cannot prove what I experienced in Glacier National Park. My equipment captured no evidence, no photographs, no recordings, nothing that would satisfy the scientific method I've worshipped my entire career. But I know what I saw. I witnessed the Wendigo. I spoke with spirits. I stood in places where the boundary between worlds is thin, where the rules governing reality become negotiable. This will cost me professionally, will cost me personally. I accept that. Because the alternative, continuing to deny truth, continuing to dismiss wisdom simply because it doesn't fit Western empirical frameworks, that cost is higher. To the Blackfeet elder who walked out of my lecture last month, you were right. I was wrong. I'm sorry. To anyone reading this who thinks I've lost my mind, I understand. I would have thought the same thing a week ago. All I can say is, stay humble, stay open. Understand that indigenous peoples across the world have maintained traditions, warnings, and knowledge for thousands of years not because they were ignorant, but because they understood things that modern science is only beginning to glimpse. The Wendigo is real. The spirit world is real. The sacred spaces are real. Deny them at your peril. He posted it. Watch the comment section explode within hours. Former colleagues expressing concern. Blog subscribers leaving angry messages. Academic contacts quietly distancing themselves. His department chair at Montana State sent a terse email suggesting he take a leave of absence. Seek professional help. Perhaps reconsider his public statements. Douglas deleted the email and kept writing. About the thin places in Glacier. About the protocols for respecting sacred land. About the importance of listening to indigenous knowledge keepers. The blog lost 90% of its subscribers within a week, but gained different readers, people who'd experienced things they couldn't explain. Native Americans who appreciated seeing their traditions validated by a former skeptic. Researchers working on the edges of consciousness studies, parapsychology, areas where the Western scientific framework began showing cracks. A month after the incident, Douglas received a letter, handwritten, postmarked from the Blackfeet reservation. Inside, a single sentence in Ojibwe, followed by English translation, "The one who was lost has been found. He walks between worlds now, neither fully spirit nor fully human, but the hunger is bound. Thank you for your humility, Mackenzie. The spirits notice." No signature. Douglas folded the letter carefully and placed it in his desk drawer. The only evidence he kept of the day reality proved more complex than his textbooks admitted. He continued working as a ranger, continued hiking the backcountry, but differently now, with respect. with recognition that the land belonged to something older than the National Park Service, older than the United States, older than European contact. He avoided the thin places when he could, and when he couldn't, when duty required investigating remote areas, when hikers went missing in sections of the park that the Blackfeet specifically warned about. He went prepared not with scientific equipment, but with humility, with tobacco offerings, with acknowledgement that he was a guest in spaces governed by rules he barely understood. Sometimes, hiking alone in the high country, he'd hear the chattering, distant, moving between trees with that impossible gait, the Wendigo or others like it, still walking the mountains, still hunting in the spaces where hunger and cold and violation of taboo created conditions for their existence. But the sound didn't terrify him anymore, just reminded him that he understood almost nothing about the world, and that was okay. That was true. That was the beginning of actual wisdom rather than the false certainty he'd confused with knowledge for so many years. Douglas Mackenzie, former skeptic, former debunker, former rational scientist, walked through the wilderness with open eyes and humble heart, bearing witness to mysteries he'd never solve but could finally respect. The upside-down trees remained in his memory, clearer than any photograph. A reminder that reality was negotiable in the thin places, that the impossible was simply the not yet understood, and that sometimes the only rational response to the truly inexplicable was to admit defeat and keep learning. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. David Ramirez watched a coyote stand upright, shed its skin like a coat, and walk into the moonlight as a man. Not metaphorically. Not hallucination or heat shimmer or misidentified wildlife. The animal's front legs elongated into arms with a sound like green wood splitting, spine cracking vertical with wet pops, fur peeling away in sheets to reveal human musculature beneath. The thing that had been coyote turned its head, still wrong, neck rotating too far, and looked directly at David with eyes that held understanding, malice, and something that might have been recognition. His GoPro Hero 6 captured every frame in 4K clarity. 3 hours earlier, David had been explaining to his YouTube audience why skinwalkers were culturally significant folklore with zero empirical basis. The video, episode 47 of Debunking the Wild, had already garnered 12,000 views and 300 comments, most accusing him of cultural insensitivity. David didn't care. Facts didn't require sensitivity. Science didn't apologize for contradicting superstition. He'd built an entire career on that principle. PhD in environmental science from Berkeley, published author of Myth-Busting the Wilderness, consultant for a dozen television programs dedicated to exposing paranormal fraud. His YouTube channel had 200,000 subscribers who appreciated his methodical destruction of cryptid claims, haunted forest stories, and what he called the profitable ignorance industry. The Navajo skinwalker mythology had been on his list for years. Shape-shifting witches, cursed transformations, all the classic hallmarks of pre-scientific cultures trying to explain the unexplainable. Canyon de Chelly seemed like the perfect location for a definitive takedown. Sacred to the Navajo, steeped in tradition, actively used for ceremonies that park rangers were legally forbidden from documenting. David had spent 6 months negotiating permits, finding a guide willing to take him into restricted areas, arranging permissions that technically didn't allow what he planned to do, but granted enough access to be useful. Jordan Hayes had been that guide. 28 years old, Navajo, raised on the reservation, worked for the National Park Service as a cultural liaison. She'd taken the job reluctantly, made clear her objections to David's disrespectful project, but ultimately accepted because the Park Service had assigned her, and she needed the work. Their relationship had been professionally cold. She'd answered his questions with minimum detail, refused to discuss specific ceremonies, and warned him repeatedly about showing proper respect. "There are places we don't go after dark," she'd said on the second day, pointing toward the canyon's eastern rim where sandstone walls rose 800 feet straight up. Not because of park regulations, Because it's not safe. Bears? David had asked, knowing the answer. Worse. He'd smiled, patronizing. Skinwalkers? Jordan's expression had gone carefully neutral. People who don't respect warnings tend to find out why they existed. That had been yesterday afternoon. Jordan had left their camp at Spider Rock after dinner, said she needed to perform a blessing before entering certain areas tomorrow. Standard cultural protocol, she'd explained. Would take maybe an hour. David should stay at camp, keep the fire going, not wander off. She hadn't returned. David had waited 2 hours before calling it in to Park Dispatch. The ranger station had responded with concern but not alarm. Guides sometimes extended ceremonies if the spiritual work required it, sometimes stayed overnight at sacred sites to complete protocols. Give it until morning. If she wasn't back by dawn, they'd initiate search procedures. David had given it until 2 a.m. before his academic ego overruled his common sense. Jordan clearly didn't want him documenting wherever she'd gone, which meant it was probably exactly the kind of authentic ritual site his viewers would love to see debunked. He'd equipped himself with the essentials. Garmin InReach Explorer Plus clipped to his belt, GoPro Hero 6 mounted to his chest harness, iPhone X at 90% battery, Petzl headlamp, and the kind of confidence that came from never encountering anything science couldn't explain. The tracking had been easy. Jordan's footprints in October sand led northeast, away from the established trails, toward the canyon section marked on his maps as culturally sensitive, access restricted. Perfect. David had filmed the entire hike, narrating for his audience about pursuing authentic documentation despite local resistance to scientific inquiry. He'd found Jordan's backpack first, abandoned beside a seep spring, contents scattered like she'd left in a hurry, radio still inside which violated every safety protocol, her GPS unit showing low battery, and carved into the sandstone beside the spring, symbols that David photographed extensively, probably modern graffiti styled to look ancient, he'd theorized to the camera. Easy to fake for tourists or, more cynically, to maintain mystique around restricted areas. The coyote had appeared 10 minutes later. David had noticed it watching from a rock outcrop, eyes reflecting his headlamp with that characteristic green shine. Nothing unusual. Coyotes were common in the canyon, especially near water sources. He'd filmed it, zoomed in, started explaining coyote behavior patterns and why primitive cultures might misattribute human characteristics to canid behavior. Then it had stood up. The video showed everything. David had watched it 3 times already, hands shaking, and the footage didn't lie. Couldn't lie. 4K resolution, 60 frames per second, image stabilization compensating for his trembling. The transformation took 18 seconds from first movement to complete human form. The abandoned skin lay on the rock like shed clothes, fur matted and empty. The figure, impossible to call it human despite the shape, descended from the outcrop with movements that suggested recent acquisition of bipedal locomotion, like someone remembering how legs worked. It wore Jordan's face, not perfectly. The proportions were subtly wrong, eyes spaced slightly too far apart, mouth a fraction too wide, but recognizably her features, her build, her hair. It even wore approximations of her clothing, though David's scientific mind couldn't begin to explain how transformation included garment synthesis. Dr. Ramirez, it said. Jordan's voice, but with harmonics underneath, multiple vocal cords producing slightly different frequencies that created a nauseating vibrato. You wanted documentation, are you documenting? David's mouth had gone dry. His hand found the InReach's SOS button, muscle memory from safety training. Press and hold for 3 seconds to activate emergency satellite beacon. Rangers would come. Help would come. This was explainable, had to be explainable. Some kind of elaborate hoax or neurological episode or... The thing wearing Jordan's face moved faster than his eyes could track. One moment 20 feet away, the next directly in front of him. Close enough that he could smell something like wet dog mixed with copper. Its hand, too many knuckles, fingers bending backward, closed around his wrist. No calling, it said. Not yet. First you learn. Then you become. David tried to pull away. The grip was absolute, crushing. Bones ground together. His academic brain cataloged the impossibility even through pain. Human grip strength averaged 70-90 psi. This felt like industrial machinery. The thing's other hand reached up, touched his forehead with one elongated finger, and David's world inverted. He was standing on the rock outcrop looking down at himself. No, he was the coyote, brain somehow transplanted into canid neural architecture, experiencing reality through different sensory hierarchies. Smell dominated everything. 1,000 scents painting the canyon in olfactory detail his human consciousness couldn't properly interpret. He tried to scream and produced a yip, tried to run and felt 4 legs responding to instincts he didn't possess. Then he was back in his body, gasping, the thing's hand still touching his forehead. "You understand now," it said, not a question. "Perspective is gift. Flesh is negotiable. Your science has no words for what we are." It released him. David collapsed, GoPro still recording, mind fragmenting, trying to reconcile what he'd experienced. Hallucination. Had to be. Drugged water supply. Jordan dosing him with something hallucinogenic to teach him a lesson about respecting Navajo culture. Except the video would show objective reality when he reviewed it later, would prove whether this was internal or external, subjective or real. The thing smiled with Jordan's mouth. "Real Dr. Ramirez is still alive. For now, she watches from where we put her, conscious, aware, unable to stop us wearing her shape. Would you like to know how that feels? To be passenger in your own flesh?" "This isn't possible," David heard himself say. Academic reflex, clinging to framework. Shape-shifting violates conservation of mass. Energy requirements would be, your physics is description, not prescription. Universe doesn't care about your equations. We existed before your words for us. We'll exist after. The thing tilted its head, still wrong, neck rotating 30 degrees past human range. "You came seeking to debunk. Instead, you'll demonstrate. Your audience will learn truth." It reached for him again. David ran. Pure survival instinct overriding intellect. Legs pumping before conscious decision. The canyon at night was maze of shadows and sandstone, his headlamp beam bouncing wildly. Behind him, sounds of pursuit. Not human footsteps, but something that started bipedal and transitioned mid-stride into 4-legged gallop. Coyote again, or something between. Hunting with predator efficiency. His in-reach had GPS tracking active. Breadcrumb trail back to camp, clearly marked. David followed it blindly, breath burning in his throat. Altitude and adrenaline combining into physiological emergency. The Garmin showed 0.8 miles to camp. Achievable. Had to be achievable. Something hit him from the side with force that should have shattered ribs. David went down hard, skidded across sand and rock, felt skin tear away from his left arm. The thing landed on his chest, crushing weight, and he was looking up into his own face. Not Jordan's face now. His. Perfect replication down to the 3-day stubble and the scar above his left eyebrow from a childhood bicycle accident. The thing wearing his face grinned with his mouth. "Better fit," it said in his voice. "Your shape has power. Your authority. Your audience." It leaned closer, breath smelling like rotted meat. "We'll use it well." David felt pressure against his consciousness, like someone pushing into a space meant for one. The thing wasn't wearing him yet. It wore his face over its own wrongness, but he could feel intention, preparation, the spiritual equivalent of measuring for clothes. His mind recoiled, pulling inward, and for a moment he felt Jordan's presence. Another consciousness trapped somewhere in the dark, screaming without voice. Then the pressure released. The thing stood, still wearing David's face but body language alien, predatory. "Not ready yet. Need proper ceremony, proper transfer. You'll participate." It gestured toward the canyon rim. "Walk. We'll show you the place." David didn't move. Couldn't. Fear had locked his muscles. Academic framework completely shattered. Everything he'd built his career on, material realism, empirical methodology, scientific naturalism, lay in ruins. This thing existed, violated every law he knew, and wore faces like masks, could apparently transfer consciousness, operated on rules that physics didn't account for. "Walk," it repeated, still using his voice. "Or we take your shape now, incomplete, and you spend eternity aware but unable to control even your breathing." He walked. The path led to structures David hadn't seen on any maps. Ancient, ancestral Puebloan, maybe, or older. Stone rooms built into the canyon wall, accessible only via hand-carved ladder rungs that had to be centuries old. The thing climbed with disturbing agility, David's face grinning down at him from above, beckoning. Inside the largest room, David found what was left of Jordan Hayes. She sat against the far wall, physically intact but eyes rolled back, breathing shallow. Alive, conscious in some nightmare sense, trapped behind her own eyes while something else operated her flesh from outside. Her fingers twitched occasionally, attempts at movement that never completed. Drool ran from one corner of her mouth. "She fights still," the thing said, David's voice echoing in the stone chamber. "Strong will, but will doesn't matter. We took her at the spring, during blessing, interrupted the protection ceremony. Easy then. Opened, vulnerable, spirit outward focused. We stepped in. She's been watching us use her for hours. Fascinating, the human mind. Doesn't break, just compresses, makes room." David knelt beside Jordan, checked her pulse. Strong. Steady. Medically, she appeared fine. Just absent. Evicted from herself. His hands shook, touching her wrist. The GoPro continued recording everything, the thing said. "Document it. Show your audience. They should understand what happens to those who disrespect sacred boundaries. You came seeking truth. This is truth. We are Yi Nald Lushi, skinwalkers in your language. We violated taboos to gain this power, killed close kin, performed forbidden ceremonies, spoke words that shouldn't be spoken, and we received gift of flesh change, skinwalk, body theft. We are Navajo tradition's warning made manifest." It crouched beside David, still wearing his face, close enough that he could see the wrongness in the eyes, pupils that didn't quite dilate correctly, capillaries arranged in subtly non-human patterns. "You spend career explaining away mystery. Now mystery explains you away. You'll be vessel. We'll use your authority, your platform, your 200,000 followers. Spread truth. Show them real transformation. Live on camera. They'll watch Dr. David Ramirez become something else. Perfect documentation." David's mind raced through options. Attack. Futile. The thing had already demonstrated impossible strength. Run. Where? It could track, could chase in forms faster than human. Call for help. His in-reach was gone, must have fallen during the chase. iPhone still in his pocket, but no signal this deep in the canyon. The GoPro recorded everything but couldn't transmit. Footage would only exist if he survived to retrieve it. "When?" he asked. Stalling. Trying to think. Dawn. Need sunrise for proper ceremony. Transfer works best with solar transition. Darkness to light. Old flesh to new. You have maybe 2 hours. Should prepare. Make peace. Say goodbye to being singular. The thing stood, walked to the chamber entrance, stood silhouetted against night sky. "We'll wait outside. Give you time with the guide. She can't speak, but she hears. Might want to apologize for the disrespect, for the mockery, for learning too late that some traditions exist for reasons beyond superstition." It left. David heard it moving on the ledge outside, pacing, patient. Jordan's eyes tracked him. Aware. Imprisoned. David moved directly into her line of sight, made sure the GoPro captured both of them clearly. If this footage survived, if someone found it, they needed to understand. "I'm sorry," he said. Inadequate. Meaningless. "You warned me. I didn't listen. I thought I knew better. Thought science had all the answers. I was wrong. So completely wrong." Jordan's finger twitched. Deliberate. 3 taps against the stone floor. Conscious communication, using the minimal control she still possessed. David watched carefully. 3 more taps. Pattern emerging. Morse code? No, simpler. She was pointing, subtle movement, toward something behind him. David turned. The chamber's back wall showed more carvings. Not graffiti, genuine ancient work, deeper and more weathered than the symbols at the spring. He'd dismissed them earlier as anthropologically interesting but irrelevant. Now, studying them with the GoPro's light, he recognized Navajo iconography he'd seen in academic journals, protection symbols, binding patterns. And at the center, instructions in what looked like Spanish influenced by indigenous language, colonial-era translation of indigenous practice. The text described containment, how to trap Yi Naldlushi using their own power against them, required specific components, silver, sage, and most critically, the skinwalker's true name spoken at moment of transformation, the name they'd possessed before the taboo, before the violation, when they were still human. Speak it during flesh change and the process would reverse, tear them back into original form, bind them there permanently. David's academic training kicked in despite terror. This was ethnographic data, cultural knowledge preserved across centuries. The colonial Spaniards who'd recorded it must have witnessed skinwalker activity, documented Navajo defensive practices. The instructions were precise, detailed, written by someone who'd seen these methods work. Silver. He had his belt buckle, gift from his ex-wife, sterling silver. Sage, none available, but perhaps not strictly necessary given the specificity of other requirements. The true name. That was the problem. How could he possibly know what this thing had been called before its transformation, before it became something else? Jordan's eyes widened. She'd watched him read, understood his thoughts. Her finger began moving again, dragging through the dust coating the stone floor. Letters, painfully slow, fighting whatever possessed her for every motion. D-A-H. The thing returned before she could finish. Time to prepare, it announced. David's voice cheerful, obscene given context. Ceremony requires specific arrangement. You'll kneel here. We'll stand behind. At sunrise, we speak words, perform transfer. Your consciousness goes into darkness. Ours takes your flesh. Simple, elegant. Your followers watch the best episode of Debunking the Wild ever produced. The debunker debunked, remade, improved. It pulled David to his feet, positioned him at the chamber's center, directly beneath the opening in the roof where sunrise would enter. The sky beyond was showing first gray hints of coming dawn. Maybe 40 minutes left. Any final scientific observations? The thing asked, mockery evident. Any equations to explain this? Theories to encompass your upcoming transformation? Perhaps YouTube comment about how it's all camera tricks and clever editing? David's hand found his belt buckle. Silver. Real. He unfastened it slowly, pretending to adjust his pants, palming the metal. The thing watched but didn't seem concerned. What threat could belt buckle possibly pose? Jordan's finger continued moving in the dust. D-A-H-Y-I. What was your name? David asked suddenly. Before, when you were human, before you chose this. The thing laughed. His laugh. Bold question for someone about to cease existing. Names have power. We don't share. Navajo tradition says skinwalkers were people once. You had family, community, identity. What did they call you? They called us traitor. Witch. Violator of sacred law. We killed them. All. Took their skins too, eventually. Whole bloodline erased so no one could speak the name that bound us. The thing crouched beside him, David's face, centimeters from his own. You'll never know it. Your bargaining position is 0. Your life ends at sunrise regardless. Jordan's hand completed the word. Da-yi-itso-h. David saw it in peripheral vision, letters in dust barely visible in pre-dawn light. Da-yi-itso, Navajo name, probably translating to something specific, some characteristic or family designation. Jordan somehow knew it. must have recognized this particular skinwalker from tribal history, from warnings passed down through generations. He had the name, had silver, needed only to wait for the transformation moment, for the instant when the thing transferred from its current shape into complete occupation of David's body. The instructions specified moment of flesh change, the ceremony's peak, when one form released and another assumed, when the skinwalker was most vulnerable. Dawn crept closer. The thing began positioning itself behind David, hands on his shoulders, chanting in language David didn't recognize. Navajo words corrupted, twisted, used for purposes opposite their original intent. He could feel the pressure again, consciousness invasion beginning, probing at the edges of his mind seeking entry points. The silver belt buckle pressed against his palm. David closed his eyes, trying to center himself, maintain identity boundaries against the incoming tide. The thing's chanting intensified. Sunrise touched the chamber's eastern edge. David felt himself beginning to compress. Jordan had been right. The mind didn't break. It made room, consciousness squeezing into smaller and smaller space as something vast and alien pushed inward. He could feel the thing's memories bleeding in. Centuries of wearing different skins. Hunting. Killing. The sensation of flesh reshaping itself according to will. Horror and violation and... He spoke the name. Dahitso. The chanting stopped. Pressure halted. David opened his eyes. The thing stood frozen behind him, hands still on his shoulders but grip loosening. He twisted, drove the silver belt buckle upward, caught the thing in the solar plexus. Not a killing blow. Didn't need to be. The silver made contact during interrupted transformation, name spoken at the moment of vulnerability. The thing's face, David's face, began melting. Not metaphor. Actual liquefaction. Flesh running like wax, revealing something underneath that hurt to look at directly. The features twisted, inverted, reformed into something that might have been human once, decades or centuries ago, before the taboos and ceremonies and violations. The body followed, collapsing, reshaping, extracting itself from stolen form like someone pulling free of tight clothing. What remained was withered, ancient, barely human. Male, David thought, though age and transformation had rendered sex nearly indeterminate. Navajo features visible beneath the corruption, and in its eyes, no longer wrong, no longer alien, pure human terror, trapped, bound, reduced to original flesh that could no longer change, no longer escape. Jordan gasped. Actual vocalization, her own voice. The possession had released when the skinwalker's power broke. She was sobbing, hands covering her face, whole body shaking with restored autonomy. David caught her before she collapsed. "You're back. You're you again." "It's over." The withered thing on the floor hissed, trying to speak but voice failing. Centuries compressed into mortal frame, aging catching up instantly. David watched it deteriorate in real time, flesh mummifying, bones becoming visible, the price of prolonged unnatural existence coming due all at once. Within minutes, only desiccated corpse remained, barely recognizable as once human. The GoPro had captured everything, every frame, proof, documentation, exactly what David had come seeking, though not the debunking he'd intended. Jordan recovered enough to move after 10 minutes. They helped each other down the ladder rungs, back toward the canyon floor. Sunrise fully arrived and ordinary. The GoPro came with them. So did Jordan's radio, retrieved from her scattered pack. Signal at the canyon floor was sufficient for emergency call to park rangers. The official story would be simpler than truth. Jordan had gotten injured during night blessing. David had found her, helped her until morning, called for extraction. The abandoned ceremonial site would be noted and marked for cultural preservation. The footage on David's GoPro would never be published, at least not the transformation segments. Some things didn't need sharing. David kept watching the video, though. Private viewing, trying to process what he'd witnessed. The thing wearing his face, Jordan trapped behind her own eyes, the moment of transformation and binding. His academic framework hadn't just failed, it had been revealed as fundamentally incomplete. The universe was stranger than his equations allowed. He never posted another Debunking the Wild episode. The YouTube channel went dark without explanation. 200,000 subscribers waited for content that would never come. His book publisher kept calling about the follow-up to Myth-Busting the Wilderness. David let calls go to voicemail. Jordan returned to work after 2 weeks medical leave, officially recovering from dehydration and exposure. She avoided David when their paths crossed at the park. Didn't blame him exactly, but couldn't look at him without remembering what it felt like to be passenger in her own flesh. Some violations left marks invisible to medical examination. David stayed in Arizona. Couldn't say why. Should have left, gone back to Berkeley, resumed the academic career that was now effectively over. Instead, he rented a house on the reservation border, started learning Navajo language from online resources, reading anthropological accounts he'd previously dismissed as contaminated by cultural bias. The GoPro footage stayed on his laptop, encrypted, password protected. Sometimes late at night, he'd watch the transformation segments again, studying the moment when Coyote became man, when impossibility became documented reality. His scientific training insisted on analysis, on understanding, but some phenomena existed beyond measurement, beyond equations that could contain them. 6 months after the incident, David received a package at his Arizona address. No return label. Inside, a single item. The belt buckle, sterling silver, tarnished black around the edges where it had touched the skinwalker's flesh during binding. He'd left it in the chamber that morning, hadn't thought to retrieve it. Accompanying note, handwritten in neat script. Some disrespect can be forgiven. Some lessons have value. Wear this. Remember what you learned. Jordan. David wore it daily. Reminder and protection both. The Navajo he'd met around town noticed, recognized the significance. A belt buckle that had bound Yinaldlushi carried power, warded against certain dangers. People started treating him differently. Not friendly exactly, but respectful. The academic who'd learned humility the hard way. The skeptic who'd encountered proof and had the wisdom to stop publicizing things better left unknown. He thought about Jordan often, about those hours she'd spent imprisoned in her own body, aware but powerless, watching the skinwalker use her face and voice, about the compressed consciousness, the making room, the violation of self that medical science had no vocabulary for. Some traumas didn't show on CT scans, didn't respond to pharmacology. The GoPro sat in his desk drawer, turned off, dead battery. David never charged it again. The footage existed, irrefutable documentation of supernatural transformation, shape-shifting, possession. Everything his career had been built on denying. He could release it, prove he'd been right to change position, force the scientific community to acknowledge phenomena outside their paradigm. He didn't. Some knowledge wasn't meant for mass distribution. Some truths caused more damage than ignorance. The Navajo had kept skinwalker knowledge carefully contained for centuries, speaking of it only in warnings, only to those who needed to understand boundaries. David had violated those boundaries through arrogance and intellectual pride. Publishing footage would be repeating the same violation at larger scale. Instead, he wrote, private journals, not for publication. Documentation for himself. Attempts to reconcile scientific training with experienced reality. The equations still worked for what they'd always described. Material interactions, energy exchanges, conservation laws. But they were incomplete. Left out consciousness, spirit, the malleable nature of identity and flesh under certain conditions. Jordan called once 3 months after the package. Brief conversation, mostly awkward silence. She asked what he'd done with the footage. David told her it was encrypted, private, wouldn't be shared. She said thank you, hung up. He never heard from her again, but sometimes saw her in the distance when visiting Canyon de Chelly as regular tourist, respecting boundaries, never entering restricted areas. His YouTube channel's comment section filled with speculation. Where was Dr. Ramirez? What happened to him? Some conspiracy theories emerged. Government suppression. He'd encountered real phenomenon and been silenced. He'd been replaced by men in black. Others assumed simpler explanations. Burnout, personal crisis, fraud exposure. All wrong, all right. David Ramirez, who'd climbed that ladder into the ceremonial chamber, was gone, replaced by someone who'd learned the wrong lesson at exactly the right time. Not replaced by Skinwalker, but transformed nonetheless. From arrogant skeptic to chastened witness, from debunker to believer in boundaries, from someone who thought science held all answers to someone who understood questions mattered more than solutions. He still watched the transformation sometimes. Late nights alone, the video that proved everything and meant nothing. The coyote standing upright, flesh peeling away. Jordan's face worn like mask, his own face reflected back with wrong eyes. The moment he'd witnessed impossible and survived only through knowledge he'd previously mocked. The silver belt buckle grew heavier with time, or perhaps he simply became more aware of its weight, reminder and protection, proof and warning. Some nights he'd touch it, remember the feel of driving it into the Skinwalker's chest, speaking the name that bound and broke. Remember Jordan's eyes, trapped behind her own face, aware and helpless. Remember that science described one kind of reality but not all reality, that equations were tools, not totality, that indigenous knowledge preserved across centuries carried weight earned through terrible experience. The canyon remained. The sacred sites endured. The boundaries stayed marked for those willing to see them, and David Ramirez wore his silver buckle, carried his encrypted footage, and understood that some debunking proved only the debunker's ignorance, that some mysteries preserved civilization rather than challenged it, that respect for tradition wasn't about belief but about recognizing that ancestors learned through suffering what shouldn't be relearned through arrogance. The GoPro stayed in the drawer. The YouTube channel stayed dark. The 200,000 subscribers eventually stopped waiting. And somewhere in Canyon de Chelly, in places marked culturally sensitive, in rooms carved into sandstone walls, the protective symbols kept watching, kept warning, kept marking boundaries between what should be known and what was better left mysterious. David had come seeking to debunk. Instead, he documented his own transformation, not into Skinwalker but into something rarer, a scientist who'd encountered the limits of science and had wisdom enough to stop pushing. The belt buckle remained. The memory remained. The footage remained. And some nights, David could still feel it, that pressure against consciousness, that sensation of something vast trying to push inward, making room where room shouldn't exist. Jordan lived with it constantly, he knew. The ghost of possession, the memory of being passenger. He'd gotten off easy, kept his flesh, kept his self, learned without losing everything. Jordan had paid the real price, and the withered thing that had been Dahitso had paid most of all. Centuries of stolen life compressed into mortal aging in minutes, power stripped, bound to dying flesh it could no longer escape. The GoPro captured it all. Truth in 4K resolution. Evidence that would convince no one, because convincing wasn't the point. Understanding was the point. Respect was the point. Knowing when to stop was the point. David Ramirez learned those lessons in a stone chamber in Canyon de Chelly. Learned them with sterling silver and a Skinwalker's true name. Learned them watching his own face worn wrong by something that shouldn't exist but did. The footage stayed encrypted. The channel stayed dark. The belt buckle stayed heavy. And the boundaries stayed marked, waiting for the next arrogant skeptic who thought science could explain away mystery, debunk tradition, rationalize the irrational. David hoped they'd be smarter than he was. Doubted they would be. Arrogance, he'd learned, was the most persistent human trait. The GoPro recorded everything. But wisdom was knowing what not to show. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Gregory Hansen had stopped writing the blog post mid-sentence, his fingers frozen above his laptop keyboard, because the tree outside his ranger station window was growing. Not slowly, not imperceptibly like normal biological growth, but visibly. The lodgepole pine's trunk expanding, bark splitting, branches extending upward 6 inches, then a foot, then 2 feet in the span of 30 seconds. He watched the impossible growth accelerate until the tree was 20 feet taller than it had been when he'd started typing, its new branches reaching toward his window like grasping fingers. Then it stopped, perfectly still, as if it had always been that height. Hansen's laptop screen still showed his half-finished article, debunking the Wendigo myth, why Algonquian horror stories are just starvation hallucinations. He blinked hard, rubbed his eyes, looked again. The tree remained impossibly tall, its shadow now stretching across the entire parking lot where moments ago it had barely reached the first parking space. Hansen stood from his desk, moved to the window, pressed his face close to the glass. The bark showed fresh growth rings exposed where it had split during expansion, sap still oozing from the cracks. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't a trick of perspective or fatigue-induced misperception. He just watched a tree grow 20 feet in less than a minute. Hansen grabbed his Nikon D90, rushed outside into the late June afternoon. The Montana sun blazed overhead, temperature pushing 80 degrees, but when he stepped into the tree's new shadow, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in an instant. His breath misted. Frost formed on the ranger station's siding where the shadow touched it. He photographed the tree from multiple angles, hands shaking slightly. Not from fear, he told himself, but from excitement. This was documentation of an anomaly, a natural phenomenon science hadn't yet explained. There would be a rational explanation. There always was. The Garmin GPS map 60 CSX on his belt showed the time as 3:47 p.m., elevation 3,458 feet, coordinates 48.6951 degree N, 113.8168 degree W. The ranger station at the Avalanche Creek trailhead in Glacier National Park. Everything normal except the impossible tree and the freezing shadow. Hansen's Motorola radio crackled. "Hansen, this is dispatch. We've got a hiker overdue on the trail of the Cedars Loop. Jordan Hayes, solo day hiker. Permit shows expected return by 2 p.m. Vehicle still in parking lot. Can you initiate a hasty search?" He pressed the transmit button, still staring at the tree. "Copy that. Give me the details." The dispatcher, a veteran named Rodriguez, provided the information. Jordan Hayes, 29 years old, experienced hiker from Seattle, checked in at 9 a.m. for the 4-mile loop trail. Should have been back hours ago. No response to calls, no sign at the vehicle. "I'll head out now," Hansen said. He grabbed his pack from the station, loaded it with standard SR gear, first aid kit, extra water, emergency beacon, headlamp. His mind was still processing the tree, trying to construct a framework that would explain both the growth and the cold. Localized temperature inversion? Impossible. Those didn't create 40-degree drops in shadow versus sunlight. Optical illusion combined with confirmation bias. But he had photographs, measurements, documentation. Seismic activity causing ground shift that elevated the tree? Ridiculous. The surrounding ground showed no disturbance. He started up the trail of the cedars, following the well-maintained boardwalk that wound through old-growth western red cedar and hemlock. The trail was popular, easy, heavily trafficked. People didn't vanish on trails like this. They twisted ankles, got turned around in side paths, sat down to rest and lost track of time. Simple, rational explanations. The forest here was magnificent. Trees 500 years old, some with trunks 10 feet across, the canopy creating cathedral-like spaces filled with filtered green light. Hansen had spent 3 months at Glacier National Park, transferred from Yellowstone specifically to investigate reports of unusual phenomena that he'd planned to systematically debunk for his blog and eventual book, Rational Ranger, Debunking America's Wilderness Myths. His blog had 40,000 followers who appreciated his no-nonsense approach to the supernatural claims that plagued park rangers nationwide. He'd already written pieces dismantling Bigfoot sightings, misidentified bears, ghost stories, pareidolia, and infrasound, and UFO reports, Venus, satellites, drones. The Wendigo piece was going to be his masterwork, a thorough takedown of how starvation, hypothermia, and isolation created the myth of the cannibal spirit. Except he'd just watched a tree grow 20 feet in 30 seconds. Hansen reached the point where the boardwalk loop split toward Avalanche Lake. He called Hayes' name, listening for response. Nothing but wind through cedars and the distant rush of Avalanche Creek. He checked his GPS. The loop was only 4 miles. Hayes should have completed it hours ago, even walking slowly. He continued searching, finding nothing unusual until he reached the far side of the loop, where the maintained trail passed close to a drainage ravine. There, on the boardwalk, he found Jordan Hayes' day pack. Hansen photographed it in place before examining it. Quality Osprey pack, waist straps unbuckled as if it had been set down deliberately rather than dropped. Inside, water bottle half full, trail mix, first aid kit, wallet with Hayes' ID and credit cards, cell phone at 47% battery. Everything you'd expect from an experienced day hiker. Everything except the hiker. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, I found Hayes' pack on the Trail of the Cedars, approximately 2.3 miles from trailhead. No sign of Hayes. Pack appears to have been set down intentionally. Initiating expanded search. Copy, Rodriguez said. Do you need additional personnel? Hansen looked at the forest surrounding the trail. Thick undergrowth, deadfall, the ravine dropping away steeply to the creek below. Affirmative. Send 2 more rangers and notify SAR. This is now a missing person case. He secured the pack, marked the location with flagging tape, and began a careful search pattern radiating from the discovery point. The rational part of his brain, the PhD in ecology, the published researcher, cataloged possibilities. Hayes had left the pack to investigate something, got disoriented, fell into the ravine, medical emergency, sudden confusion, wandered off trail, animal encounter causing panic flight. But another part of his brain, a part he'd spent years training himself to ignore, kept returning to the tree, to the impossible growth, to the cold shadow. He found the first footprint 20 feet off the trail, in soft earth near the ravine edge. Definitely human, boot tread consistent with hiking footwear, heading downslope toward the creek. He followed, finding more prints, a clear trail descending into the ravine. Then the prints changed. Hansen stopped, crouching to examine the tracks more carefully. The boot prints continued, but between them, pressing into the soil around them, were other impressions, larger, deeper. The shape was wrong, elongated, narrow, with what looked like claw marks at the front. But the spacing suggested a bipedal gait, something walking upright alongside Hayes. He photographed the prints, measured them, 14 inches long, 4 inches wide at the widest point. No animal in Glacier had feet that size with that shape. Grizzly tracks were massive, but completely different morphology. Mountain lion, wolf, elk, nothing matched. The rational explanation was that these were older prints, unrelated to Hayes' trail. Overlapping tracks from different times creating confusing patterns. Except the soil consistency was identical, the weathering the same, and the spacing showed clear simultaneous progression down the slope. Hansen continued following the tracks into the ravine. The temperature dropped with each step downward, becoming noticeably colder despite the June heat. By the time he reached Avalanche Creek, his breath was misting again, and frost clung to the vegetation along the water's edge. The tracks led directly to the creek's edge, then vanished. No sign of crossing, no continuation on the opposite bank, nothing. Just an abrupt termination at the water. Hansen stood at the creek's edge, trying to process what he was seeing. The water was glacial runoff, painfully cold even in summer, running fast over smooth stones. A person could cross it. The water was only knee-deep here, but it would be uncomfortable and dangerous. Why would Hayes leave the maintained trail, descend into a ravine, and cross a freezing creek for no apparent reason? He was about to radio his findings when he noticed the trees. Every tree within a 50-foot radius of where he stood had markings carved into the bark. Not random vandalism or trailblazes. These were symbols, intricate geometric patterns cut deep into the wood, and they all showed fresh sap, recent cutting. Hansen approached the nearest marked cedar. The symbol was complex, 3 circles interconnected by lines, surrounded by what looked like stylized representations of hands or claws. He'd seen similar patterns before, in anthropology textbooks, in museum exhibits on indigenous cultures. Algonquian protective symbols, wards against evil spirits, against the Wendigo. His radio crackled with static, then Rodriguez's voice. Hansen, additional rangers en route. ETA 20 minutes. What's your status? Hansen pressed transmit. I'm in the Avalanche Creek drainage. I've found tracks and unusual markings. Rodriguez, has there been any recent cultural activity in this area? Indigenous ceremonies, traditional practices? A pause. Not that I'm aware of. Why? Because someone's been carving protective symbols into trees down here. Recently. Another pause. Longer. Hansen, the Blackfeet consider this area significant, but official ceremonies would go through proper channels. What you're describing sounds like the transmission dissolved into static, harsh and sudden. Hansen tried different channels, got nothing but white noise. He checked his GPS. Signal was weak but present. He tried his cell phone, no coverage, which was normal this deep in the park. He was alone in a ravine, following tracks that didn't make sense, surrounded by protective symbols carved by someone who apparently believed in the exact myth Hansen had been writing an article debunking when his tree grew 20 feet in 30 seconds. The temperature continued dropping. Hansen could see his breath now in thick clouds, could feel the cold seeping through his uniform. This wasn't normal. This wasn't a microclimate or temperature inversion or any rational meteorological phenomenon. This was wrong in a fundamental way that his PhD and his publications and his 40,000 blog followers couldn't explain away. He heard the whisper. Not a word, exactly. More like wind through branches, but forming shapes that almost resembled language. Hansen turned slowly, scanning the forest. Nothing visible. Just trees and shadows and the creek's constant rush. The whisper came again from a different direction. This time he caught fragments that sounded like syllables. Wichtiko, the Ojibwe word for Wendigo. Who's there? Hansen called out, hating how his voice cracked slightly. This is Park Ranger Gregory Hansen. Identify yourself. No response except the whisper again, now from behind him. Wechuj. Another variant, this one Cree. Hansen's hands were shaking as he pulled out his digital camera, switching it to video mode. If he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, at least he could review the footage later, establish whether sounds were real or psychogenic. He pointed the camera toward the whisper's source, pressed record. The camera's screen showed the forest in full color, every detail crisp. But in the frame, visible on the LCD but not to his naked eye, shadows were moving. Not shadow in the sense of absence of light, but shadow as substance, as entity, dark forms that flowed between trees like liquid, that reached and grasped with appendages that had too many joints. Hansen lowered the camera, looked at the same spot with unaugmented vision. Normal forest. Raised the camera again. Shadow entities, clearly visible through the lens. No, he said aloud. No, this is equipment malfunction. Digital artifacts, lens flare, something rational. The camera's screen flickered and for one frame, 1/30th of a second, showed something else entirely. A figure standing at the creek's edge where Hansen had seen the tracks terminate. Impossibly tall, impossibly thin, skeletal limbs extending far beyond human proportion. The face was a skull, elongated vertically, jaw distended, eyes sunken pits that somehow still conveyed hunger. Then the screen went black. The camera died, battery draining from full charge to zero in an instant. Hansen dropped the camera, stumbled backward, his rational mind fragmenting against the evidence his senses were providing. He pulled out his backup flashlight, switched it on. The beam was weak, yellowed, as if the batteries were dying despite being fresh that morning. The whispers surrounded him now, coming from all directions, the Algonquian words weaving together. Widiko, Wechuge, Wendigo. And beneath the whispers, another sound. Breathing, ragged, wet, like lungs damaged beyond function but still trying to draw air. Getting closer. Hansen ran. He scrambled up the ravine slope, grabbing roots and rocks for purchase, his pack slamming against his back. The rational voice in his head screamed that running was stupid, that he was a trained park ranger, that there had to be an explanation, but a deeper, older part of his brain, the part that had kept humans alive for millions of years before science and rationality, knew predation when it felt it. Behind him, the breathing became footsteps. Heavy, uneven, the sound of something large moving through undergrowth with total disregard for obstacles. Hansen didn't look back. Looking back in horror movies was how people died, and some deep part of him understood that the rules had changed, that he was in a story now where the myths were real. He reached the trail, turned toward the ranger station, kept running. His lungs burned. His legs felt leaden. The cold was everywhere now, not just in shadows but permeating the air, turning the June afternoon into something that felt like deep winter. A branch exploded to his left, torn from a cedar tree by something he couldn't see. The branch was 6 inches thick, ripped away like it was paper. Hansen pushed harder, his vision tunneling, his heart hammering so hard it hurt. The boardwalk appeared ahead. Civilization, maintenance, safety. He reached it, his boots thundering on the wooden planks. Behind him, the footsteps stopped. He risked a glance back, still running. The forest behind him looked normal. Afternoon sunlight filtering through cedars. No movement, no entities, no impossible predators. Just beautiful wilderness. Then he saw it, at the very edge of the tree line where forest met maintained trail. A shape that his mind refused to process correctly, sliding around the edges of perception like water off glass. Tall, skeletal, watching. Hansen turned forward again and ran until he reached the ranger station, slamming the door behind him, throwing the bolt, pressing his back against the wood as if 6 feet of hollow core door could protect him from whatever was out there. His laptop still sat on the desk, screen dark. He moved to it with trembling hands, woke it up. His half-finished blog post stared back at him. Debunking the Wendigo myth. Why Algonquian horror stories are just starvation hallucinations. He laughed, a sound that came out too high, too brittle. Then he selected all the text and deleted it. His Motorola radio buzzed. Hansen, this is Rodriguez. Your transmission cut out. What's your status? Did you find Hayes? Hansen stared at the radio for a long moment before picking it up. How did he explain what he'd seen, what he'd experienced? He was Gregory Hansen, Ph.D. in ecology, published author, rational skeptic. His entire professional identity was built on debunking exactly this kind of thing. Hansen, respond, Rodriguez said, concern creeping into her voice. He pressed transmit. I'm at the station. Rodriguez, I need you to pull historical records on disappearances in the Avalanche Creek drainage. All of them, going back as far as we have documentation. What? Why? Just do it. Please. And send those additional rangers to the trailhead, but tell them not to go into the drainage. Not until we have more daylight and better equipment. Hansen, you're not making sense. Are you injured? No, he said. Not injured. Just fundamentally wrong about a lot of things. I'll explain when you get here. How long for those rangers? 15 minutes. Copy. I'll be here. He set down the radio and looked at the tree outside his window. It was still impossibly tall, its shadow still impossibly cold. Evidence that reality operated on principles his education hadn't prepared him for. Hansen opened a new document on his laptop and began typing. Not a blog post, not a debunking article, a report, clinical and detailed, documenting everything he'd witnessed. If he was losing his mind, at least there would be a record of the progression. If he wasn't, if what he'd seen was real, then someone needed to know. He titled the document, Incident Report, Jordan Hayes Missing Person Case, Preliminary Findings and Unexplained Phenomena. Then he added, after a moment's hesitation, The Wendigo Hypothesis. The words looked absurd on screen. Gregory Hansen, Ph.D., was seriously proposing that a missing hiker case involved a cannibal spirit from Algonquian mythology. His academic colleagues would crucify him. His blog followers would think he'd had a breakdown. His publisher would cancel his book contract. But he'd watched a tree grow 20 feet in 30 seconds. He'd seen shadows move with intent. He'd glimpsed something at the tree line that his mind still refused to properly process. And Jordan Hayes was still missing. The Rangers arrived 23 minutes later. 2 men Hansen knew casually, Morrison and Blake, both with 10-plus years at Glacier. They found him sitting at his desk, surrounded by printed historical documents Rodriguez had sent via email, his laptop showing topographical maps marked with incident locations. "Hansen," Morrison said carefully, "Rodriguez said you found Hayes's pack, but not Hayes, and that you were concerned about something." Hansen gestured to the documents. "How much do you know about the disappearances in this area?" Morrison and Blake exchanged glances. "There have been a few over the years," Blake said. "This is wilderness. Sometimes people don't come back." 14, Hansen said. 14 disappearances in the Avalanche Creek drainage specifically, going back to 1937 when the park was established, all between late May and early July. All experienced hikers. None of the bodies ever recovered. "Okay," Morrison said slowly. "That's concerning, but not necessarily anomalous. This is grizzly country. There are cliffs. The creek runs fast during snowmelt." "They all reported experiencing extreme cold before vanishing," Hansen interrupted. "At least the ones who had time to report anything. Park records show radio calls mentioning temperature drops, frost in June, ice forming on equipment. One ranger in 1983 radioed that his thermometer showed negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit at 2 p.m. on June 18th, sunny day. No weather systems in the area." Blake frowned. "Could be equipment failure." 14 times? Across 8 decades? With different equipment? Hansen shook his head. "And that's not all. Look at this." He pulled up a scanned document from 1967. A report written by a ranger named Samuel Cooper. Cooper was searching for a missing hiker named David Marsh. He described finding protective symbols carved by local tribe members around the drainage area. He interviewed a Blackfeet elder who told him the area was forbidden, that there was a Wendigo, that hunted there during the early summer months when it would be strong enough to manifest. "Local legend," Morrison said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Cooper recommended the area be closed to public access," Hansen continued. "His recommendation was denied. He resigned from the Park Service 3 months later. I found his obituary. He died in 1995, but before he died, he published a book called Sacred Spaces and Forbidden Grounds. There's a whole chapter on this drainage, on the Wendigo." Blake sat down slowly. "Hansen, you're not seriously suggesting—" "I don't know what I'm suggesting," Hansen said. "I'm telling you what I found, and I'm telling you I experienced something down in that drainage that I can't explain. Temperature anomalies, auditory phenomena, visual—" He stopped, remembering the shadow entities visible only through his camera. "Look, I know how this sounds. I know what I would have said 3 hours ago if someone had told me this. But Jordan Hayes is missing, and there's a pattern here that we can't ignore." Morrison picked up one of the documents, scanning it. "Even if we take this seriously, and I'm not saying we should, what are you proposing? That we tell search and rescue to look for a cannibal spirit?" "I'm proposing we contact the Blackfeet Nation," Hansen said. "This is their traditional land. If there's cultural knowledge about this area, about the dangers, we need to hear it. And I'm proposing we don't send anyone else into that drainage until we understand what we're dealing with." "We have a missing hiker," Blake said. "We can't just abandon the search because of old stories and cold spots." "I'm not saying abandon it," Hansen said. "I'm saying we need more information before we risk more people. Rodriguez, are you still on radio?" The radio on his desk crackled. "I'm here, and I've been listening. Hansen, I pulled the full records like you asked. There's something else. Every single disappearance happened during a new moon phase. Every one." The 3 rangers looked at each other. Hansen pulled up his phone's weather app, checked the lunar calendar. "When's the next new moon?" "Tonight," Rodriguez said quietly. "New moon is tonight." The silence in the ranger station stretched. Outside the window, the afternoon sun was starting its descent toward the western peaks, maybe 4 hours of daylight left. And then darkness, complete darkness, no moon to provide even minimal illumination. We need to find Hayes before nightfall, Hansen said. And we need help. Morrison stood. I'll call search and rescue, get a full team mobilized. And I'll contact the Blackfeet Nation Liaison Office, Blake added. See if someone can come out, provide cultural context. Hansen nodded, grateful they were taking him seriously despite how insane this all sounded. I'm going back to the drainage in daylight with proper equipment. If Hayes is injured down there, time matters. Not alone, Morrison said. We go together. Full SAR protocols, constant radio contact, out before dark. They geared up quickly. Full packs, emergency beacons, extra batteries, flares, first aid equipment. Hansen added one more item, a small digital recorder. If he heard whispers again, he wanted audio documentation. They reached the point where Hansen had found Hayes' pack by 5:15 p.m. The pack was exactly as he'd left it, but the flagging tape he'd used to mark the location had been torn down, shredded into pieces and scattered across the boardwalk. Wind, Blake suggested without conviction. Hansen pointed to the trees. No movement, no breeze. The forest was utterly still. They descended into the ravine together, following the tracks Hansen had documented earlier. The boot prints were still there, and so were the other impressions, the elongated clawed prints that didn't match any known animal. Morrison photographed them extensively. I've been a ranger for 12 years, he said quietly. I've never seen tracks like this. The protective symbols were still carved into the trees, and in the late afternoon light they seemed to pulse slightly, the fresh sap catching the sun and gleaming. Blake touched one of the carvings, traced the pattern with his finger. This is traditional, he said. I'm not an expert, but I've seen similar symbols at cultural sites. This is real indigenous artwork, not vandalism. They reached the creek's edge where the tracks terminated. The temperature had dropped again. Hansen's breath misted, and frost was forming on the rocks along the water's edge despite the June warmth elsewhere. This is wrong, Morrison said, checking his thermometer. I'm reading 38 degrees here. It's 75 at the trailhead. Hansen was about to respond when he heard it again. The whisper, the Algonquian words weaving through the trees. This time all three rangers heard it. What is that? Blake whispered. Hansen pulled out his digital recorder, hit record, held it up toward the sound. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and now they were forming sentences in a language Hansen didn't understand but somehow felt in his bones. Then Morrison grabbed his arm, pointed across the creek. On the opposite bank, partially obscured by vegetation, was a shelter. Not a tent or tarp, a structure made of branches and bark, woven together in a pattern that suggested intelligence and purpose. And hanging from the shelter's entrance, swaying slightly despite the lack of wind, was clothing. A jacket. A Seattle Seahawks jacket, consistent with what Hayes' vehicle registration listed as the hiker's vehicle description, which would have matched personal effects. Hayes, Blake said. He started toward the creek. Wait, Hansen said, grabbing his arm. Something's wrong. Why would Hayes build a shelter? The trail is right there. The ranger station is 4 miles away. This doesn't make sense. But Blake was already crossing the creek, water splashing up to his knees, moving toward the shelter. Morrison followed, leaving Hansen on the bank. Guys, wait, Hansen called. We need to think about this. The pattern. Blake reached the shelter and pulled aside the jacket. Behind it, the shelter's interior was visible, and inside, curled in a fetal position, was Jordan Hayes. We've got him, Blake shouted. Hansen, Morrison, we found Hayes. But something in Blake's voice changed mid-sentence, excitement transforming into confusion. Morrison reached the shelter, looked inside, went very still. Hansen crossed the creek, the glacial water shocking even through his boots. He reached the shelter and looked inside. Jordan Hayes was there, yes. But Hayes was wrong in ways that Hansen's mind struggled to process. The body was curled too tight, joints bent at angles that human anatomy didn't allow. The skin was gray, desiccated, pulled tight over bones that seemed too long. And the smell, meat left too long in summer heat, but underneath that something chemical, poisonous. Morrison knelt, reached to check for a pulse, then jerked his hand back. He's cold. Like really cold. Frozen. That's impossible, Blake said. It's June. Even overnight temperatures don't get below freezing. Hansen forced himself to look closer, to observe with the detached scientific method he'd trained for years to maintain. Hayes's eyes were open, staring, completely black. No whites, no iris, just darkness. The mouth hung open, revealing teeth that seemed longer than they should be, sharper. And the stomach. Hayes's stomach was distended, swollen, as if he'd consumed an enormous amount of something. "We need to get him out of here," Morrison said. "Get medical attention." Hayes moved. Not a lot. Just a twitch of the fingers, a slight turn of the head. But it was movement. Impossible movement, because no one could survive in the condition this body was in. The eyes rolled toward them. The mouth worked, jaw clicking with each movement, and a voice emerged raw and damaged. "Hungry." The three rangers scrambled backward. Hayes sat up, movement jerky and wrong, like a puppet pulled by inexpert strings. The distended stomach rippled with movement from inside. "So hungry," Hayes said again, the voice layered now, multiple tones speaking simultaneously. Never satisfied, never enough. Hansen understood then, with terrible clarity. Hayes hadn't built the shelter. Hayes hadn't survived out here through some miraculous endurance. Hayes was gone, consumed, and what was sitting up in the shelter wearing Hayes's body was something else entirely. The Wendigo didn't just kill, it transformed. It created more of itself through violation of the ultimate taboo. "Run," Hansen whispered. Then louder, "Run!" They ran, crashing back across the creek, water splashing, stones sliding under their boots. Behind them, the thing that had been Jordan Hayes emerged from the shelter with movements that defied biology, limbs extending beyond human range, spine bending in ways that should have been lethal. And it was laughing, a sound like ice cracking, like starvation screaming. Morrison hit his radio while running. "All units, this is Morrison. We have a situation at Avalanche Creek Drainage. Unknown threat, ranger safety compromised, requesting immediate..." Static consumed the transmission. All three radios simultaneously dissolved into white noise. They scrambled up the ravine, grabbing roots and rocks, their lungs burning. The temperature was plummeting now, dropping degree by degree, frost forming on vegetation, ice crystals appearing in the air itself. Blake slipped, slid back 5 feet, caught himself on a root. The haze thing was climbing after them, moving fast, impossibly fast, closing the distance with each second. Hansen grabbed Blake's arm, hauled him up. They reached the boardwalk, turned toward the ranger station, kept running. Behind them, the haze thing reached the trail and stopped, as if hitting an invisible barrier. It stood at the edge of the boardwalk, swaying, the black eyes tracking them. Then it spoke again. And this time the voice was different. Multiple voices, dozens of voices, all speaking in unison. The pattern continues. The hunger grows. The transformation spreads. Hansen looked back, his horror crystallizing into terrible understanding. The 14 disappearances, all during early summer, all during new moon. This wasn't random predation. This was a cycle, a pattern of transformation and hunger that perpetuated itself across decades. "How many are there?" he whispered. The haze thing smiled, revealing teeth that were definitely not human anymore. "We are legion. We are hunger. We are the price of violation." Then it turned and walked back into the forest, movement becoming less human with each step, body elongating, transforming, until it was indistinguishable from the skeletal shape Hansen had glimpsed at the tree line hours earlier. The three rangers reached the station as the sun touched the western peaks, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that looked too much like fire, like warning. They locked themselves inside, pulled the blinds, turned on every light. Hansen's hands shook as he tried to write a report, tried to document what they'd witnessed. But how did you write "encountered cannibalistic transformation entity from Algonquian mythology" in official Park Service paperwork? Morrison was on the phone with Rodriguez trying to explain the situation in language that wouldn't get them immediately placed on psychiatric leave. Blake sat in a corner staring at nothing, occasionally whispering, "That wasn't Hayes anymore," like a mantra. Hansen's laptop screen showed his deleted blog post, the cursor blinking where text used to be. He thought about his 40,000 followers, about his book deal, about his PhD and his reputation, all built on the foundation of rational skepticism, of scientific materialism, of the certainty that myths were just misunderstood natural phenomena. He opened a browser and searched for Wendigo scholarly sources. The results were extensive: anthropological papers, indigenous knowledge documentation, historical accounts. He started reading, his worldview fragmenting with each paragraph. The Wendigo wasn't just a myth. It was documented across Algonquian cultures: Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi. A spiritual entity representing the ultimate transgression, cannibalism. Those who consumed human flesh, whether through necessity or choice, risked transformation into Wendigo. They became embodiments of insatiable hunger, forever craving but never satisfied, growing larger and more skeletal with each victim consumed. And the condition was contagious. Those killed by Wendigo could become Wendigo themselves, perpetuating the cycle. The Blackfeet weren't Algonquian. They were Blackfoot Confederacy, different cultural tradition. But territories overlapped, stories traveled, and some horrors were universal enough that they transcended cultural boundaries. Hansen found a paper from 1981 by an anthropologist named Dr. Sarah Whitmore, who'd studied Wendigo accounts in northern communities. She'd documented over 200 cases across 3 centuries where the Wendigo belief led to real deaths. Sometimes people killed and consumed by others who'd undergone psychological breakdown in isolation. Sometimes people executed by their communities for showing Wendigo symptoms. But Whitmore had also documented cases that defied rational explanation. Temperature anomalies, disappearances with no bodies recovered, tracks that didn't match known animals. Witnesses describing encounters with entities that violated physical laws. Her conclusion was carefully worded, academically cautious. While many Wendigo accounts can be attributed to psychological and environmental factors, a subset of cases present anomalies that warrant further investigation, using methodologies that account for the possibility of phenomena beyond current scientific paradigms. In layman's terms, maybe it's real, but I can't say that outright or I'll lose my tenure. Hansen's phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. He opened it, his stomach clenching. The message showed a photograph, a selfie taken in the forest. Jordan Hayes, smiling, giving a thumbs up, clearly alive and well. The timestamp showed 4:47 p.m. today, less than 2 hours ago. Below the image, a single word: hungry. Hansen dropped the phone, backed away from it like it might bite. Morrison looked over, saw his expression. "What is it?" Hansen showed him the phone. Morrison went pale. "That's impossible. Hayes was what we saw down there." "Wasn't Hayes anymore," Blake said from his corner. "I told you. That wasn't Hayes." The lights in the ranger station flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Outside, full darkness had fallen. New moon. No ambient light except the stars, and even those seemed dimmer than they should be. Hansen heard scratching on the station's roof. Slow, deliberate, like something with long claws testing the structure's integrity. Morrison drew his service weapon, a .40 caliber Glock 22 that seemed absurdly inadequate against what they'd seen. "What do we do?" "We survive until dawn," Hansen said, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "We document everything, and we make sure no one else comes into this drainage." "The full SAR team is mobilizing," Morrison said. "They'll be here within the hour. We can't just let them walk into—" "We radio them," Hansen said. "We tell them to stage at the trailhead but not proceed. We explain something. Anything that keeps them from going down into that ravine in the dark." Blake laughed, high and brittle. "Explain what? That Jordan Hayes is both dead and texting us selfies? That there are cannibalistic transformation spirits in Glacier National Park? That the Rational Ranger blog was completely fucking wrong about everything? Hansen flinched at the accuracy of that last statement. His entire career, his identity, had been built on debunking exactly this, on providing rational explanations for irrational fears, on being the voice of reason in a wilderness full of superstition. And he'd been wrong. Fundamentally, catastrophically wrong. The scratching on the roof intensified, joined by another sound, tapping on windows all around the station, as if multiple entities were testing the barriers simultaneously. Hansen moved to his laptop, opened a new document. If they didn't survive the night, someone needed to find a record. Someone needed to know the truth. He titled it, The Wendigo Protocol, Emergency Procedures for Avalanche Creek Drainage. Then he began writing, documenting everything, the tree's growth, the temperature anomalies, the tracks, the symbols, the haze transformation. He included coordinates, dates, lunar phases. He added excerpts from the historical disappearance records, Dr. Whitmore's research, the Blackfeet warnings, and he wrote recommendations. Permanent closure of the drainage, consultation with indigenous knowledge keepers, prohibition on entry during new moon phases, ongoing monitoring for Wendigo symptoms in anyone who'd been exposed. Morrison managed to get a radio message out to the incoming SAR team. Hold position at Trailhead. Do not, repeat, do not proceed into Avalanche Creek drainage until daylight. Hazardous conditions, nature TBD. This is not a drill. The response was confused questions, requests for clarification. Morrison did his best to explain without sounding insane, settling finally on possible contamination event, environmental hazard, recommend full protective protocols. It was 11:47 p.m. when the window shattered. Not broken by thrown object or wind, the glass simply exploded inward, as if something had pressed against it until molecular bonds failed. Frost poured through the opening like liquid, pooling on the floor, spreading across surfaces. The temperature inside the station dropped 30 degrees in seconds, and through the broken window, elongated fingers reached, tipped with claws that looked like icicles, like bone, like things that shouldn't exist. The fingers grasped the window frame, and the thing outside began pulling itself through. Morrison fired his Glock. 3 shots, center mass, exactly as trained. The bullets passed through the entity as if through smoke impacting the far wall. The thing that had been Jordan Hayes smiled at them with too many teeth. Hansen grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, ignited it, held it up. The haze thing recoiled from the light, hissing the sound like water on hot metal. It withdrew through the window, disappearing into the darkness. Fire, Hansen said. They avoid fire. The old accounts mentioned that. Wendigo fear flames. They pulled every heat source they could find. Emergency flares, camp stoves, even crumpled paper lit in the trash can. The station filled with smoke and light, uncomfortable but better than the alternative. The entities circled outside, visible occasionally in silhouette against the starlight. Multiple shapes now, not just haze. 14 disappearances across 8 decades, Hansen thought. 14 transformations. How many had survived to perpetuate the cycle? His laptop chimed, email notification. Hansen checked it reflexively, his mind running on autopilot. The email was from his publisher. Greg, love the Wendigo debunking piece outline. Can't wait to read the full manuscript. This is going to be huge for the Rational Ranger brand. Hansen laughed, the sound emerging broken and wrong. The Rational Ranger brand, built on certainty, on skepticism, on the absolute conviction that he knew better than the superstitious masses who believed in ghosts and spirits and things that went bump in the night. He hit reply, typed, "Cancel the book. The Wendigo is real. I was wrong about everything, I'm sorry." But before he could send it, the power died. Total darkness except for the flickering flares which were burning down, minutes from exhaustion. "We're not going to make it to dawn," Blake said quietly. "Are we?" Hansen checked his watch. 1:23 a.m. Sunrise wouldn't come until 5:47. Over 4 hours in darkness, with diminishing light sources. surrounded by entities that had once been human. "Yes," he said, trying to sound convinced. "We are. Because we have to. Because if we don't, no one will believe what happened here. No one will take the precautions necessary to prevent more disappearances." Morrison was at the radio, trying different frequencies, looking for any connection to the outside world. "I can't get anything. It's like there's interference across the entire spectrum." The scratching resumed, now on all sides of the station simultaneously. Testing, probing, looking for weaknesses. The entities were patient, Hansen realized. They'd been doing this for decades, maybe longer. They understood waiting. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Hayes's number. This time, a video. Hansen knew he shouldn't watch it. Knew it would show something designed to break him, to create the psychological vulnerability the Wendigo could exploit. But morbid curiosity, the same drive that had made him a researcher, made him tap the play button. The video showed the forest in darkness, shot from a moving perspective. Shaky footage, like someone running. Heavy breathing on the audio. Then a voice, Hayes's voice. "If anyone finds this, I'm so hungry. I can't think about anything else. The cold is inside me now, freezing everything except the hunger. I found there were others in the forest, others who were hungry, and they told me how to make it stop, told me what I had to do." The camera swung to show a figure ahead in the darkness, another hiker unaware of Hayes approaching. "I'm sorry," Hayes's voice said. "I'm so sorry, but I can't help it. The hunger is everything." The video cut to black before showing what happened next, but Hansen heard the screams, brief and terrible, before silence returned. The timestamp on the video, 3 days ago. Hayes was infected before he even disappeared. Hansen whispered. "He came here already transforming. The Wendigo spreads like a disease." "Then everyone who's been in that drainage is at risk," Morrison said. "Everyone who's been exposed to the cold, the entities." "All three of us," Blake finished. They looked at each other in the dying flare light, each searching the other's faces for signs of transformation. Dilated pupils, lengthening teeth, that insatiable hunger. Hansen felt his stomach twist. But was it fear or the beginning of something else? Had the cold in the ravine done more than just threaten? Had it infected them, started the transformation that would eventually turn them into what Hayes had become? The last flare guttered out. In the absolute darkness, Hansen heard movement inside the station. Not outside anymore. Inside. Something had gotten in while they'd been distracted by the video, by fear, by their own vulnerability. "Lights," Morrison hissed. "Anyone have lights?" Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, sweeping across the station interior. For a moment, nothing. Then Blake's beam caught something near the shattered window. A figure, crouched in the corner. Too tall, too thin, joints bending wrong. Black eyes reflecting the flashlight beam. But it wasn't Hayes. It was wearing a park ranger uniform from decades past, the name tag reading S. Cooper. Samuel Cooper, the ranger who'd written the 1967 report, who'd warned about the Wendigo. "You didn't listen," Cooper's voice said, layered with that terrible multi-tone echo. "I tried to warn them, tried to protect others, but they thought I was crazy. And when the hunger came for me, there was no one to hear me scream." Hansen's mind raced through the implications. Cooper hadn't just resigned and died naturally. Cooper had been taken, transformed, condemned to spend decades as a Wendigo, watching more victims come to the drainage he'd tried to close. "We're listening now," Hansen said, forcing steadiness into his voice. "We believe you. We'll close the area. We'll stop more people from coming here, but you have to let us survive to do it." The Cooper thing tilted its head, considering. "Promises. The living always promise, but they forget. They rationalize, they convince themselves it wasn't real, just like you did before today." "I won't forget," Hansen said. "I can't. You've destroyed my career, my reputation, my entire worldview. The only thing I have left is making sure this stops." "Your career?" The Cooper thing laughed. I was a ranger for 23 years. I had a wife, children, a normal life. And then I spent 46 years as this, as hunger and cold and endless craving. Your career is already over, Hansen. The question is whether you end it as human or as hunger. The entity moved closer, and Hansen saw its ranger uniform was frost-covered, ancient, preserved by the same impossible cold that animated the creature. Behind it, more shapes were becoming visible in the darkness. Other transformed rangers, other victims, all the disappearances across 8 decades coalescing into a gallery of the damned. Morrison fired his Glock again, the muzzle flash illuminating the station in stark white bursts. The bullets passed through the entities without effect. Waste of ammunition, Hansen thought distantly. Can't kill what's already dead. Last flare, Blake said, holding it up. Once this goes, we're in total darkness. Hansen's hands moved on instinct, pulling out his lighter, his field notebook. He ripped out pages, began building a small fire in the middle of the station floor. Against fire codes, against every regulation, but regulations didn't cover defense against cannibalistic transformation spirits. The paper caught, flames spreading, small, inadequate, but the entities pulled back slightly, maintaining distance from the light and heat. Keep it going, Hansen said. Morrison, Blake, anything that burns. We feed the fire until dawn. They worked frantically, feeding the flames with paper, cardboard, even pieces of furniture. The fire grew, pushing back the darkness, creating a circle of safety. The entities circled at the edge of the light, waiting, patient, hunger without end. Hansen found himself thinking about his blog, his book, his certainty that he understood how the world worked. 40,000 followers who trusted him to debunk nonsense, to provide rational explanations. What would they think if they could see him now, burning furniture to ward off Wendigo in a Glacier National Park ranger station? Would they think he'd lost his mind? Would they rationalize it away, find psychological explanations for his breakdown? Or would some of them, the ones who'd always felt that edge of unease in deep wilderness, understand that he'd discovered a truth more fundamental than his education had prepared him for? The Cooper thing spoke again, from the shadows. You feel it. Already, don't you? The cold inside, the hunger starting. We don't need to attack you, Hansen. The transformation has already begun. By dawn, you'll be one of us. Hansen pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the cold spot where he'd entered the drainage, where the temperature had dropped impossibly. The cold had gotten inside him, into his core. And yes, beneath the fear and adrenaline, he felt something else. An emptiness. A craving that had nothing to do with ordinary hunger. Fight it, Morrison said, seeing his expression. Whatever you're feeling, fight it. But Morrison's eyes were too wide, pupils dilated beyond what fear alone would cause. And Blake had stopped feeding the fire, was staring at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. They were all infected, all transforming. The question was just how long they could hold out. Hansen's phone, nearly dead, buzzed one last time. A final text from Hayes's number. Welcome to forever, Dr. Hansen. The hunger never ends, but you'll learn to love it. The battery died. The phone went dark. And in that moment, Hansen felt something shift inside him. The last resistance crumbling, the rational mind that had defined him for 34 years, fragmenting against the inexorable truth of transformation. He was going to become a Wendigo. They all were. And there was nothing his PhD or his skepticism or his 40,000 followers could do to prevent it. Unless Hansen looked at the fire, at the flames that kept the entities at bay. He thought about the protective symbols carved into trees, about indigenous knowledge he'd dismissed as superstition, about warnings he'd ignored in favor of rationalist certainty. The symbols, he said, the carvings in the drainage, they weren't just decorative, they were functional, protective magic. Magic isn't real, Blake said automatically, then laughed at the absurdity of the statement given their current situation. Magic is just technology we don't understand yet, Hansen countered, and right now I don't care about understanding. I care about surviving. He pulled up the photos on his camera. the ones he'd taken of the tree symbols before his equipment had died. The patterns were complex but repetitive, based on geometry and cultural symbolism he didn't fully grasp but could reproduce. Using his knife, he began carving the symbols into the station's wooden walls. Morrison and Blake, understanding, joined him. They worked frantically, reproducing the protective patterns, creating a barrier of intent and tradition around their sanctuary. The entities reacted immediately, pressing closer, testing the symbols, searching for gaps. But where the carvings were complete, they couldn't pass. Ancient knowledge preserved across generations proved stronger than their hunger. "It's working," Morrison said, wonder in his voice. "It's actually working." They carved until their hands bled, until symbols covered every wall, every surface. And slowly, the pressure from outside decreased. The entities pulled back, not defeated but temporarily held at bay. Hansen checked his watch. 4:53 a.m. Less than an hour to sunrise. They huddled near the fire as dawn approached. 3 rangers who'd entered the day as skeptics and would leave it, if they left it, fundamentally changed. The cold inside Hansen was still there, still growing, but the symbols seemed to slow it, contain it. At 5:47 a.m., the sun broke over the eastern peaks, and the entities fled. Not slowly, not reluctantly, but in sudden panicked retreat, as if sunlight itself was poison to them. The forest became normal again. Just wilderness, just trees, just the ordinary dangers of bears and cliffs and exposure. The radio crackled to life. "Ranger Station, this is SAR team. We're at the trailhead. What's your status?" Morrison picked up the radio with shaking hands. "We're alive, but we need immediate medical evacuation, and we need the Avalanche Creek drainage closed, permanently." "Copy that. Medical helicopter inbound. What's the nature of the emergency?" Morrison looked at Hansen, at Blake, at the symbol-covered walls and the dying fire and the shattered window. "Nature of emergency is complicated. Recommend full decontamination protocols and consultation with Blackfeet Nation representatives. This is cultural territory, and we've encountered something that requires traditional knowledge to address. Professional language for, we met the Wendigo and barely survived." The helicopter arrived 40 minutes later, landing in the trailhead parking lot. EMTs examined them, found hypothermia, minor injuries, and psychological trauma, but nothing physically life-threatening. They were transported to Kalispell Regional Medical Center, placed under observation. Their statements recorded by park supervisors who clearly thought they'd experienced some kind of shared psychotic break. Hansen didn't try to convince them otherwise. He just asked for one thing: that the Avalanche Creek drainage be closed pending investigation, and that consultation with indigenous knowledge keepers be prioritized. To his surprise, they agreed. Maybe because 3 rangers all telling the same impossible story carried weight. Maybe because the historical record supported their claims. Maybe because no one wanted to risk more disappearances during an investigation. Or maybe, Hansen thought, some part of them believed. Some part remembered the old stories, the warnings, the knowledge that wilderness held more than just bears and weather. He spent 3 days in the hospital, his body recovering from hypothermia and exposure. But the cold inside him didn't leave. It stayed. A constant reminder of how close he'd come to transformation, how thin the line between human and hunger. On the 4th day, a visitor arrived, an elder from the Blackfeet Nation, a woman named Mary Runningcrane, who introduced herself as a knowledge keeper and spiritual practitioner. She'd been briefed on what happened, and she came to Hansen's hospital room with a gravity that suggested she took it seriously. "You've been touched by the Witiko," she said without preamble. "The cold is in you now. It won't leave on its own." "Is there a cure?" Hansen asked. "Some way to remove it?" "There are ceremonies," Mary said. "Traditional practices for cleansing and protection. But they require commitment, belief, and respect for knowledge you've spent your life dismissing." Hansen thought about his blog, his book deal, his reputation as the rational ranger, all built on dismissing exactly this kind of traditional knowledge. "I'm ready to learn," he said simply. Mary nodded. "Good. Because the Wendigo doesn't just claim individuals. It spreads, infects, perpetuates. You've been exposed, which means you carry it now. Without proper cleansing, you could become a vector for transformation. And that drainage, it needs more than closure. It needs spiritual attention, proper protocols, ceremonies that haven't been performed in decades. Over the following weeks, Hansen worked with Mary and other Blackfeet knowledge keepers. He underwent cleansing ceremonies, learned traditional protections, studied the cultural context he'd previously ignored. And he wrote a new kind of article. Not a debunking piece, but an honest accounting of his experience and his mistakes. He titled it, "The Rational Ranger Was Wrong, A Confession and Apology." He published it to his blog, expecting backlash, mockery, the end of his credibility. Instead, he got 40,000 responses from people sharing their own inexplicable experiences, their encounters with things that shouldn't exist, their relief that someone with scientific credentials was finally saying, "I don't know, and that's okay." The Avalanche Creek drainage was permanently closed. Protective symbols, properly blessed and maintained by Blackfeet spiritual practitioners, were installed throughout the area. Warning signs went up, not mentioning Wendigo that would invite tourism, but citing culturally sensitive indigenous sacred ground and unstable environmental conditions. Disappearances in the drainage ceased. The new moon came and went without incident. The pattern finally was broken, but Hansen knew it wasn't truly over. The entities were still there, contained but not destroyed, waiting with patient hunger for the protections to fail, for people to forget, for the cycle to resume. He requested permanent transfer to Glacier, specifically to monitor the drainage and maintain the protective protocols. He became liaison with the Blackfeet Nation, learning from elders, documenting traditional knowledge with proper respect and permission. His blog transformed from Rational Ranger to something new, a platform for discussing the intersection of scientific method and traditional knowledge, for exploring mysteries with humility rather than skepticism, for acknowledging that some questions didn't have tidy answers. He never saw Jordan Hayes again, never recovered the body. Sometimes on new moon nights, he thought he heard whispers from the drainage, that layered voice, that eternal hunger, but the protections held. And he grew to trust in knowledge older than his PhD. Morrison and Blake recovered, underwent similar cleansing ceremonies, and transferred to other parks. They stayed in touch with Hansen, 3 people bound by shared trauma and transformation, by the knowledge that the world was stranger and more terrible than any of them had believed. And late at night, when Hansen was alone in his quarters, he still felt the cold spot in his chest, the hunger that never quite left, a reminder that he'd come within hours of transformation, that the Wendigo was patient, that the boundary between human and horror was thinner than any rational mind wanted to admit. He kept carving the protective symbols, kept performing the ceremonies Mary taught him, kept watching the drainage with vigilance that bordered on paranoia, because he knew what waited in those woods, in that impossible cold, in the hunger that never ended. 14 disappearances across 8 decades, 14 transformations. The pattern was broken, but not erased. The victims were contained, but not freed. And Gregory Hansen, formerly the Rational Ranger, formerly certain that myths were just misunderstood science, now understood a deeper truth. Some horrors were real, some hungers were eternal, and some knowledge could only be gained by coming within a breath of losing your humanity entirely. The Wendigo was real, and it was waiting. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.